Pokémon, the trainer begins as a bounty hunter. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476, Challenger of the Clan. Although the whole body is made of metal, the body of the Alton dragon is like polished metal. It is not only very hard, but also very light, weighing only 40 kilograms. The reason why the Alton dragon in front of us is only 20 kilograms is entirely due to its characteristics. The first and second characteristics of the Alton dragon are light metal and heavy metal respectively. In other words, although the weight of the metal that makes up the body is 40 kilograms, the weight of each Alton dragon in its normal state is generally 20 or 80 kilograms. The combat methods of Alton dragons with different characteristics are completely different. As for light metal, since it effectively prevents skills such as grass knots and kicking down, such Alton dragons are usually mobile turrets. Even some elves who are good at speed may not be able to catch up with it. The state of attacking Tetsuya just now is the best proof. Fortunately, the speed of the flame chicken is not slow. After the acceleration characteristic takes effect slightly, it is still faster than the Alton dragon. Otherwise, it was really dangerous just now. The Alton dragon shrank in the head of the body, and the angry expression was beyond words. Obviously, what Tetsuya ordered Prince Bo to do just now made all steel dragon unhappy. This is also a defect of all steel dragon's all metal body. Its body has a low corrosion resistance. Once it is exposed to rain, it will be easy to rust, and the strength of the whole elf will be limited. Therefore, all steel dragon usually lives in caves. To prevent this from happening, Prince Bo's use of the water play skill to flood the cave is undoubtedly a manifestation of hostility and provocation in the eyes of all steel dragon. You know, since it beat up the nearby boss Ghidorah, no elf dared to come here to disturb it. Not to mention that this Prince Bo is so weak. All steel dragon's two hands of different shapes, but incomparable fit suddenly gathered together. The silver light flowing on its body began to gradually gather in front of it. All steel dragon decided to let the human in front of him know what the anger of the strong is. Although the flame chicken was not weak in the first fight, all steel dragon did not think he would lose. Tetsuya's eyes moved slightly. Flame chicken, spray flames. Flame chicken's face also looked a little unhappy. It was just a joke, but he was ready to attack his trainer right away. It was unforgivable. The pillar of fire and the pillar of silver light collided with each other with a loud roar. The smoke and dust dispersed, and neither Blaziken nor Alpha Dragon suffered any damage. Wave missile. Tetsuya shouted immediately. On Blaziken's right claw, a dark blue light ball with violent fluctuations grew from small to large. With a wave of its claw, it flew out at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Alpha Dragon also reacted quickly, and a transparent wall of light instantly covered its body. Boom. Another loud noise. The place where Alpha Dragon stood was covered by thick smoke and dust. Bodybuilding, sword dance, high-speed movement. Tetsuya took advantage of this time to let Blaziken buff himself. Attack increased, defense increased, attack greatly increased, speed greatly increased. In addition, after several rounds, the acceleration feature continued to take effect, and now Blaziken barely reached its strongest 4 minutes normal state. Roar, an angry voice came from the smoke and dust. It seems that the rule of no harm if there is smoke did not work on the aluminum steel dragon. As it roared, the smoke gradually dispersed. The aluminum steel dragon, which had retreated a long distance and had obvious signs of injury, appeared in front of Tetsuya. Although the use of the light wall greatly weakened the power of the wave missile, the combination of steel plus dragon attributes made the aluminum steel dragon really have no resistance to the fighting system. After one increase and one decrease, the damage it received was still not low. Just as the aluminum steel dragon was about to counterattack, Tetsuya's command sounded again. Charge forward, use tile splitting and double kick. Flame chicken disappeared in an instant. The experienced aluminum steel dragon immediately felt bad. This provocative opponent seemed to have something. It opened its mouth and made an extremely harsh sound. Hiss, the annoying sound like metal friction echoed nearby, and Tetsuya couldn't help but cover his ears. Flame Chicken also stopped moving not far from the aluminum steel dragon and showed its figure. The painful look on its face flashed away. Seeing this, Alton Dragon stopped making piercing sounds, and immediately a wave of blue-purple energy appeared in its mouth. After a short period of charging, it sprayed out without hesitation. Chop it open, and then continue to attack. ZHE was not afraid at all, and commanded Blaziken to rush forward directly. Blaziken, who had escaped from the state of chest tightness, dizziness, and irritability, slightly turned sideways, and a dazzling white light appeared on his claws. Down. The blue-purple shock wave was split in half by Blaziken's claws, as if it were a solid object. The remaining shock swept through the sides of Blaziken's body and hit the ground, causing waves of fluctuations. The next moment, Blaziken, which was already very close, appeared directly beside Alton Dragon. Its legs swung fiercely. Dang, the sound of hitting metal sounded again. Alton Dragon reacted very quickly to cover its tail with steel energy to improve its defense, and at the same time, took the initiative to raise its tail to meet it. This move did reduce the effectiveness of Blaziken's attack to a great extent. But it was only this time. The close-range Flame Chicken perfectly displayed its superb fighting skills with its superimposed attacks and speed. Seeing that its tail was so hard, it decisively twisted its waist and raised its other leg that was originally intended to kick the opponent's tail. Bang! The Al Steel Dragon, which was kicked in the head, fell to the ground sideways. Before it could get up, Flame Chicken lowered its center of gravity and attacked with its two legs at an invisible speed. The Al Steel Dragon, which was not small and could even be said to be huge, could not stop retreating like a ball being kicked. However, even in this state, Al Steel Dragon did not stop resisting. Its hands kept waving with a shining silver luster, occasionally causing a little damage to Flame Chicken. Bang! Not long after, Al Steel Dragon was kicked by Flame Chicken onto the rock wall next to the entrance of its cave. Big character explosion. Tetsua's voice came from afar. As Flame Chicken jumped back a few times to get a certain distance, its mouth immediately widened. A big character burning with flames went from small to large towards Al Steel Dragon, whose physical strength was approaching the limit. The Alton Dragon was pressed hard against the rock wall by the big word explosion, and the silver white metal even had a slight reddish tint. When the big word explosion disappeared into the air due to exhaustion of energy, the Alton Dragon could no longer hold on, and the whole Pokémon fell to the ground. Well done. Zaya walked to the side of the Flame Chicken and patted its shoulder with satisfaction. Facing the king level Steel Dragon Pokémon, the Flame Chicken still maintained a crushing attitude throughout the whole process. This is not only a problem of qualifications, but more because of the acquired efforts of the Flame Chicken, which makes it extremely powerful in all aspects. Otherwise, the champion level Pokémon that grows normally at the king stage is strong, but also limited. Next, Flame Chicken panted and responded to Zaya. It is unrealistic to say that there is no consumption at all, but it is more because of the pressure brought to his body by the status skills rather than the damage caused by the Alton Dragon. Poga Prince Pio came to the side of the Flame Chicken with a look of desire. Yes, it is such a power, which is really too strong. It is extremely eager to become as powerful as Flame Chicken. Then he could pin the trainer who teased him every day to the ground and beat him up. Go, go. When Blaziken saw his junior asking, he immediately adjusted his breathing and put his hands on his hips, pretending to be indifferent. This Pokémon is just average, you know, its strength is just so-so to me. The main reason is that I consumed a little energy in the afternoon battle, otherwise I would have won it without even taking a breath. Blaziken boasted about himself without any embarrassment. Prince Bo's eyes lit up when he heard it. ZHE also rolled his eyes, too lazy to expose Blaziken, but walked to the side of Alpha Dragon and observed carefully. He was not worried that Alpha Dragon would recover and attack him, because after being defeated, the arrogant personality of the Dragon Pokémon would not allow the other party to take such an action. ZHE also did not plan to subdue Alpha Dragon, although like Dialga, who is known as the Little Steel Dragon, Alpha Dragon's strength in the shield aspect can be considered very good due to its attribute advantages. But the problem is that when Alpha Dragon releases some skills, it really lacks beauty. It would be fine if it was walking on all fours like the giant rock monster, but it needs to lie down and stand upright on 2 feet to release its skills. It's not that ZHE said anything, its mortal enemy Bangula is much more powerful. Altenrath woke up quietly. As a dragon type Pokémon, it is quite good in terms of recovery speed. Although it can't fight, it has no problem communicating and moving normally. As soon as it opened its eyes, a human came into view. Vertical bar, oh vertical bar, it was startled. ZHE was also scared by this sudden cry. He patted Altenrath's body in annoyance. Don't scream, I want to ask you something. Altenrath blinked his eyes and immediately wanted to angrily show this human a little color. The flame energy coming from not far away made it calm down immediately. Are you ask? Altenrath said. Did you move here recently? ZHE asked without thinking. Although Alten didn't know why the other party knew it, he still nodded honestly. Why? Speaking of this, Alten became angry again. Flame Chicken quietly walked to Zaya's side and acted as a translator. After listening to Alten's story after the translation, Zaya's eyes gradually lit up, as expected. In fact, it's very simple. This Alten was driven out by the dragon elves in the deeper depths. So Zaya observed at the beginning that the surface of the rock was consumed very little, which was not in line with its appetite. This is entirely because Alten has moved here for less than a month, and most of the food consumed is accumulated in the past. The rocks here are only eaten occasionally. As a powerful dragon type elf of the king level, but not a dragon, Alten is of course qualified to live in the deepest part. But unfortunately, this guy provoked one of the most powerful tribes in it, the land shark. Although it resisted, facing a group of quasi-gods with champion level ancestors as the backing, Alten had to run to a slightly less deep place to live. Chapter 477, Finding a Place. Of course, according to the normal version that Altendragon said, it was because it had stayed in one place for too long and wanted to move to another place to live. It just so happened that the group of land sharks disturbed its life and gave it a chance. It was not because it could not beat the group of earth dragons. ZHE also touched his chin. Anyway, it's just a loser. He made the final statement. Altendragon's expression froze immediately. It howled wildly in exasperation. If it had not just lost to this flame chicken and had no strength now, Altendragon would definitely let the human in front of it know what the pride of a dragon type Pokémon is. A ball of water hit its body. Altendragon, who was originally full of energy, immediately wilted, and his 2 eyes turned in circles again. Poga Prince Pio on the side, sprayed a mouthful of water again with disdain. That's it. It stood next to Flame Chicken with its hands on its hips, with a rather imposing manner of a goose pretending to be a chicken. ZHE patted its head in annoyance. I haven't finished asking the question yet. You can't knock him out after I finish asking the question. Poga Prince Bo nodded in understanding. Okay, no problem, I got it. The aluminum steel dragon quickly regained consciousness. After all, with Prince Bo's strength, the damage he caused to it was really pitifully small. If it wasn't in such a bad state, it wouldn't have fainted directly. The aluminum steel dragon roared at Prince Bo angrily. You weak elf, I must let you know what a dragon is. Puff. Prince Bo looked at Zay innocently. This is really not my problem. It was it that bullied me first. I was just defending myself. Prince Bo felt that he was very reasonable. Zay picked it up speechlessly and threw it behind his back. This will never end. The aluminum steel dragon woke up again. But this time, it didn't cry out again. It just stared at Zay's back with eyes full of grief and anger. The dragon fell into Pingayang and was bullied by the goose. It remembered this grudge. Zay almost laughed out loud. He found that the elves in the dragon cave had very different personalities from those in the wild. If it were a dragon type elf in the wild, they would never make such an expression or choice. Maybe I can write a paper to discuss it. Maybe because we live together in the dragon cave. Zay thought for a while, but he quickly shook his head. When did his mind lean towards the researcher? Moreover, if he wanted to use the data of the elves in the dragon cave to write a paper, Yang Mo and the Yulan clan might not agree. Aluminum steel dragon looked at the human in front of him in a daze, distracted and shaking his head. This human, why does he look not very smart? Do you want me to do you a favor? Zay came back to his senses and looked at aluminum steel dragon with a smile, and he already had a mature idea in his mind. Our aluminum steel dragon collapsed on the ground, raised his head, and shouted at Zay. Zay didn't care and said with a smile, "Take me to the place where your group of Tyranitar bullies you, and I'll help you beat them up." And when Altandra heard this, it shook its head frantically. It's a little silly, but not stupid. Although Flamel is a little stronger than it is still in the realm of king level strength. And the group of Tyranitar is a champion level existence. The most important thing is that those guys don't have any idea that they can't bully the few with the many, or the small with the big. As long as they offend, they must be the whole family. But the next moment, its eyes fell on the bright flower on Zay's chest, and it hesitated a little. Maybe it really works. Zay certainly found Altandra looking at the flower. Although he didn't know the meaning of the flower very well, it didn't affect him from making a fuss about it. You saw this, right? I think the land shark's behavior of driving you out is very detrimental to the stability of the dragon's lair. I think it's necessary to talk to them. He showed the flowers further, intentionally or unintentionally. The Alton dragon nodded somewhat unconsciously. Yes, this is too discordant. Originally, at the deepest point, it could still eat some delicious mineral veins and the soil inside is more energetic. Since arriving here, the Alton dragon feels that its appetite is not as good as before. It was in a state of hesitation for a moment. ZHE did not urge it, but just smiled and played with the flowers. The Alton dragon's wandering eyes soon became firm. Anyway, at most he would be beaten up, and the guardian would not watch him being beaten to death, so it would not be a big deal to try. It would be better if the land sharks could know that he was not easy to mess with. It nodded to ZHE with a fierce look. Very good, then it's nice to meet you. ZHE patted the Alton dragon's body very excitedly. This big guy saved him a lot of energy. According to Zyanachan, among the 3 Garcomp tribes in the deepest part, only one has a champion level Garcomp. The leaders of the other 2 are both semi-champion level. Since we are going to capture it, we must choose the offspring of the strongest among them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of this precious opportunity? If Zaya were to look for it himself, he would waste at least several hours. Of course, it doesn't mean that the offspring of the strongest must be the strongest. It's just that the probability is much higher. Maybe there are champion level cubs in the other 2 Garcomp tribes. Anyway, Zaya has already thought about it. As long as there is semi-champion qualification and the personality is not so bad, he will immediately choose to get the approval of its parents to capture it. After all, champion level Pokémon are really pitiful. God knows how he met the champion level Blaziken among a bunch of semi-kings and kings in the black market of Viridian City. Even now, Zaya always feels that his luck was probably spent at that time, so he has been unlucky for so long. If it weren't for the fact that Togekiss' super luck could occasionally work on him as a trainer, he would have no doubt that he would be a non-chief. And even if there really was a champion level land shark, it wasn't that Tetsuya didn't have confidence in himself. He felt that he probably couldn't take it away. Land sharks with such qualifications are basically the future pillars of the tribe. Although there is no particular need to fight for food and territory in the Dragon Cave, it is always a good thing to have a powerful leader. In this case, it is really difficult to convince the other party's parents and elders to take the little guy away. Even if there is a gap in the cubs in that tribe, and there are no outstanding land sharks, then Tetsuya will have to spend more time to slowly search. If it really doesn't work, let Togekiss out. Maybe you can meet a champion level quasi-god on the way. Alatra nudged Tetsuya. What's wrong with this human? He becomes dazed after a while. It can't wait to get back at the Garcomp tribe. Excuse me, so shall we set off now? ZHE also found it difficult to hide his excitement after taking back the unlucky child, Prince Pio, or else who knows how many times Alvaro would have fainted along the way. Quasi-god, Landshark. Speaking of which, he always felt that Prince Pio and Landshark were a good match, but he didn't know why, and he couldn't remember clearly. But he thought it was not a bad thing to follow his instincts. Alvaro howled to signal Zaya and Blaziken to follow, and then ran in a direction deeper into the dragon's lair. From its speed, it was completely impossible to tell that it had just been knocked unconscious several times in a row. Alvaro, please. ZHE didn't let Blaziken carry him forward, but chose the more convenient Alvaro. The main reason was that Blaziken was thin and couldn't carry him well, so he could only carry him in his arms. This made it look a little unsightly. If it was an emergency, it would not matter, but forget it now. The psychic type Alakazam is different. It is quite easy to fly with Tetsuya by telekinesis. If he really can't catch up, it is not difficult for Alakazam to carry people, to move a short distance continuously, but the consumption is still not small. This is a defect of hard power, and it can only be solved when it grows up slowly. Alakazam knew what he should do as soon as he came out, and the blue-purple superpower instantly covered Tetsuya's body. One person and one Pokémon floated slightly on the ground and began to move forward at high speed. Flame Chicken shrugged his shoulders, moved his feet lightly and followed. Ah! Alkaline looked at Alakazam behind him and made a curious cry. This is the first time it has seen such a Pokémon. After sensing that Alakazam is only at the elite level, Alkaline quickly turned his head and stopped paying attention. Too weak, boring. Prince Bo in the Pokéball almost jumped out of the Pokéball and gave it a water gun when he saw this scene. Fortunately, it held back in the end. I have to listen to the trainer and teach this guy a lesson after I finish the business, Prince Bo thought. He was also looking forward to what kind of friend he would have. The surrounding scenes passed by quickly. Under the guidance of Altenro, they came to a desert area almost unimpeded. Altenro subconsciously lowered his voice and pointed to the desert in front of him. This place is where the group of Garchomps live. They raised his eyebrows. The dragon clan really put in a lot of effort. The living environment in this dragon cave is very suitable for Garchomp's needs. Let's go in and take a look. As he said, he pulled Altenro and prepared to go in. The tokens for participating in the Rising Dragon Trial and the pass certificates for the 3 dragon trials are not for viewing. These things of the 10 people were sprayed with unknown liquid by Zyachin. With them, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to make any dangerous moves against the elves in the dragon cave, even a champion level land shark will at most drive him away and will not take the initiative to attack. As Zyachin said before entering, the basic safety of the dragon clan can be guaranteed. But if they really provoke death, then the tokens will not be as useful as imagined. After all, once the dragon elves get angry, it is difficult to recover unless the opponent faints, or they faint themselves 6k a day before May. Strive to Chapter 478, Landshark Group. Because of the light metal properties, Alton only weighs 20 kilograms. Without resisting, it was pulled by Tetsuya with one hand and walked into the desert. The fake newcomer embraced Cosmome, and the real Toki were pulled Alton. Alton stepped on the sand with a confused look on its face. Ouch. Suddenly, it screamed in pain. Turning around, it saw Flame with flaming claws silently put its claws on its back. Ouch, Alton yelled a little unhappy. What are you doing? Are you going to fight again? I tell you, I can't beat you. It yelled a little fiercely. But soon, it knew the meaning of Flame's doing this. And the faint and irritable cry came from deeper in the desert. Alton's body stiffened. It was really familiar with this cry. It figured that Flame just burned it to lure out the land shark living inside. Tetsuya stood there silently waiting. Judging from the sound, it wouldn't take long for Garchomp to get here at its speed. Supersonic Pokémon is not just talk. Although it can't reach Mach 2 like Pidgeot, it's still easy for an adult Garchomp to burst into a state of flying at the speed of sound in a short period of time. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. A dark blue figure also appeared in front of Tetsuya and Blaziken. Garchomp looked at Alton entering its tribe's territory with an unhappy face. Didn't this guy run away to live outside in a shameful way? Why did he become so bold today? You know, although Altoner is not weak, due to its attributes, most of the stronger Garchomps can suppress it when they are both at the king level. So there is another problem with the situation that Altoner told Tetsuya before. That is, the Garchomp tribe does not need to rely on its own champion level boss to deal with it. Just a few Garchomps with good strength are enough to give it a hard time. Of course, Garchomp saw Tetsuya and his 2 Pokémon, but he was always arrogant and didn't take one person and 2 Pokémon seriously. Even if Blaziken showed his king level momentum, it was the same. He silently raised his sickle-like wings and aimed at Alpha Dragon. Alpha Dragon saw that the situation was not good and quickly retreated behind Blaziken. It howled at Tetsuya twice. "Didn't you say you would find a place for me? I'm still injured." Hearing its cry, Garchomp, who was not in a very good mood, also turned his eyes to this human. Finding a place, that means you want to fight? Garchomp's fierce eyes revealed his desire to fight. After all, it was also a king level Pokémon, and it felt that this Blaziken might make it a little more satisfied. It leaned forward slightly and made a fighting posture. Wait. Tetsuya hurriedly stopped. He didn't want to fight Garchomp right here at the beginning. Otherwise, how could he take away his offspring if he gave him a bad impression? Without saying anything, he took out a few tokens. "I'm the trainer who will participate in the Dragon Rising ceremony this time. I came here to meet the strongest tribe here." The strongest tribe? Garchomp, who was ready to fight, blinked his not so big eyes and suddenly found this human very pleasing to the eye. That's right, they are the strongest tribe in the Dragon Cave. Those Dragonite and Tyranitar are not their opponents at all. Garchomp slowly stood up. His nose moved slightly, and soon he smelled a familiar smell from the token that Tetsuya took out. He also knew what the Dragon Rising ceremony that Tetsuya mentioned was. "It's just..." He waved his wings at Tetsuya with some disdain. "What do you mean by meeting a tribe? Isn't it just to subdue its own cubs? It's not stupid." In Garchomp's opinion, although the human in front of him is pleasing to the eye, he is still a little lacking in strength. He pointed in the direction outside the desert. For the sake of the keepers, Garchomp said that he could forgive the other party's behavior of intruding into the territory, but just subdue the cubs. Tetsuya's brows furrowed inadvertently. He never expected that he would not even see the face of the round Garchomp. No wonder the Dragon Rising ceremony is held every 3 years, but there are not many quasi-gods captured from the Dragon Cave. Most of the trainers who enter can only capture non-dragon Pokémon with dragon blood, and a small number of trainers capture only ordinary dragon Pokémon. For example, Tanabata Bluebird, Red-Faced Dragon, Desert Dragonfly, etc. Looking at Tetsuya in deep thought, Garchomp urged him again impatiently. "Hey." Tetsuya sighed, and it seemed that he had to use another method. His hand slowly reached into the space backpack on his back. A piece of light blue scale appeared in his hand, and the unique pressure of the dragon attribute enveloped the nearby area. It was the dragon scale he found on the Longman waterfall of Lebo Mountain, and Tetsuya also got a dragon tooth with it. Since there is no way to go in directly, then lure. Even an adult Garchomp can get certain benefits from the dragon scale. As a reverse scale that only powerful dragon type elves can produce, the function of the dragon scale is not just to make Seathorn evolve into Thorn Dragon King. In other words, it is extremely difficult for an elf with dragon blood to truly become a dragon type elf. Even Charizard can only have dragon attributes after Mega. "I'll give this to you, you take me in." After all, whether I can take the round land shark away in the end also needs the approval of your tribe leader, right? ZHE said to the fierce bite land shark who was staring at the dragon scale. "Of course, if it fails, I have to trouble you to take me to the other 2 tribes." When hearing the first half of the sentence, the fierce bite land shark nodded in agreement. But as ZHE said the second half of the sentence, its attitude became hesitant again. "It's okay for the family group. It's not a big deal to take a non-threatening human into it when they are all family members. But other tribes are different. Although they have a good relationship because of the same race, it is limited to being good. It was still quite troublesome to bring a human in. But the breath from the dragon scales was quite attractive to Garchomp. After hesitating for a long time, Garchomp reluctantly nodded under the surprised eyes of Tetsuya. He breathed a sigh of relief. The dragon fangs could not be taken out for exchange, as their value and function were much stronger than the dragon scales. So if that didn't work, he could only try his luck with the other quasi-god tribes. Tetsuya smiled and handed over the dragon scales. It was definitely a little distressed. After all, the price of dragon scales on the market was very high. But compared with the possible quasi-gods, this price didn't seem to be a big deal. Garchomp stretched out his wings to take the small scales. Under the surprised eyes of the man and the two Pokémon, it opened its mouth and swallowed the dragon scales. So that's how it was used. Tetsuya looked at this scene with some curiosity. According to the use of dragon scales by trainers, basically Pokémon carry them with them for perception and rarely eat them. This must be another use that Garchomp and the others have figured out. Garchomp's attitude obviously improved after eating the dragon scales, except that he still didn't even look at Alpha Dragon. He turned around and wagged his tail at Tetsuya and Blaziken to signal him to follow. Unlike when he came, this time he didn't fly, but walked step by step towards the desert. After putting Algae back into the Pokeball, Tetsuya hurriedly followed with Blaziken. The wind and sand were all over the sky, and the forgotten Alpha Dragon stood there with a question mark on his face. No, why is this development process a little different from what it imagined? After thinking for a while, Alpha Dragon sat down on the sand. It didn't care. Anyway, it said it would take revenge, so it had to wait for that human to come out and ask clearly. Thinking of this, Alpha Dragon grabbed a handful of sand and threw it into its mouth. Although the main source of food is rocks, it is also good to eat sand as a snack occasionally. Its silver white body quickly blended into the surrounding environment. On the other side, deep in the desert, they obviously forgot about the existence of the aluminum steel dragon for a short time. He stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open. On the huge sand dunes, dozens of round land sharks and sharp-toothed land sharks were playing happily. There were also many fierce biting land sharks lying lazily on the sand to take a nap. A simple visual estimate showed that there were at least 40 or 50 quasi-gods here. His breathing became much more rapid. What does 40 or 50 quasi-gods mean? You know, if the number of quasi-gods is compared, it is probably the giant panda that has not been fully protected in the previous life. Compared with the elves such as green caterpillars that can be seen everywhere, each type of quasi-god is extremely rare. It's like putting dozens of gold mountains in front of him. They thought that the tribe mentioned by Zyachan was the kind of people with more than 10 or 20, but he didn't expect that there were more than half 100. This is just one of them. When thinking about the number of all the dragon elves in the dragon cave, Zay's mind was dizzy for a moment, and he almost couldn't help but think about robbing the Yulan clan. No wonder everyone says Yanemo is rich. If he wasn't rich, he couldn't afford to support so many dragon-type Pokémon. Yan the Tyrannosaurus leading the way in front of Zay let out a long roar. Suddenly, dozens of eyes were focused on Zay. Get down, Blaziken subconsciously stood in front of Zay and took a defensive posture. This kind of oppressive force. A trace of sweat involuntarily seeped out of its forehead. A Tyrannosaurus that was visibly larger than its fellow tribesmen around it slowly stood up from the sand. Unit responded to the tribesmen below with the same cry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, The Function of Flowers. The two Garchomps exchanged words with each other. It was obvious that the larger Garchomp had taken the initiative. Zero. They silently called the plugin that he had forgotten for who knows how long. After a period of analysis, a simple blue panel emerged. Gacho category, supersonic Pokémon attributes, dragon plus ground height. 2.34 meters, average value is 1.9 meters, weight 127.4 kilograms, average value is 95.0 kilograms, strength, champion as he expected. This Garchomp, which looked not simple at first glance, was the leader of this tribe. From a feeling point of view, Zaya felt that the strength of this Garchomp was probably comparable to that of Sharona. Of course, Sharona's Garchomp seemed a little smaller than this one. This was because her Garchomp was cultivated from a young age. Pokémon that grow up in the wild will subconsciously make their bodies bigger during the development process, because this looks more deterrent and can effectively protect their own tribe. While the two Garchomps were talking, the round Garchomps and the fanged Garchomps were curiously looking at Zay, a human they had never seen before. Thanks to the divine beast aura on him, these little guys who had not yet evolved into Garchomps rarely lost their temper. As for the other few Garcomps, they looked at Zay lazily and then lay down again. Anyway, their clan leader would solve it, so it was not a big problem. Since their parents did not react, the little guys became much bolder. Several fanged Garcomps and the round Garcomps approached Zay quietly. They curiously surrounded Zay and Blaziken and talked to each other. Blaziken's eyes slowly lit up with blue, which represented the Wava guide. The leader of the Garcomps looked over here and then continued to lecture the Garcomps in front of him. The round Garcomps and fanged Garcomps were obviously startled by Blaziken's Wava guide and the voice that sounded in their hearts. But soon, they started chatting with Blaziken with great excitement. This was the first time that the little guys had communicated in this way. Being active by nature and full of curiosity about everything, they found it very novel. Seeing their friends behave like this, the other round sharks and fierce sharks that were watching from a distance also became a little eager to move. For a moment, a group of golden mountains surrounded Tetsuya. Flame Chicken was a little flustered to deal with such a large group of quasi-god cubs. It never expected that it was just preparing to communicate, but it attracted so much attention. Roar. At this time, the roar of the leader of the fierce shark made all the cubs freeze in place. It directly slapped these embarrassing little guys away with one wing. Under the clever control of force, the round sharks and sharp-toothed sharks that flew out and landed on the sand were not hurt at all. Instead, they shouted happily. Some even ran here to experience it again. The face of the leader of the fierce shark darkened. Roar as the parents of the little guys, the other Garcomps saw that the situation was not good and quickly called back their children. The Garcomp leader nodded with satisfaction. He didn't care about the little guys who were looking around and looked at Zaya and Blaziken. Cha, the Garcomp leader shouted while waving his wings. It said that, although its child brought us in, the cubs of their tribe will not be raised by outsiders, so we went there in vain. However, for the sake of the dragon scale, it can let its child take us to the other two Garcomp tribes. If the Garcomps there approve, their cubs can be taken out as your Pokémon. Blaziken translated diligently. Zaya finally understood why the Garcomp just agreed decisively, considering that guy is the prince of this tribe. However, this is not what he thought. He was aiming for the best round land shark. Moreover, whether it is analyzed from the words of the leader of the fierce land sharks or the situation expressed by the scene in front of him, this group of fierce land sharks is undoubtedly the pillar of the dragon cave. This made him even more interested. But your child just said that. It didn't tell me in advance that the cubs here cannot be raised by outsiders, but only said that you, the leader, need to be recognized. These two seem to be a little different, right? Zaya argued. The leader of the fierce land sharks looked at his useless child with a little irritability. It nodded cautiously. Cha, the leader of the fierce land sharks, waved his wings angrily. You kid, wait for me. I will beat you to death later. Then, it looked at Zaya with a headache. It can't be driven away. As the most powerful fierce land shark in this area, its relationship with the dragon clan is closer than other elves. It doesn't matter if the other party can't come in, but if he comes in, then we still have to give him some face. After all, it was the good-for-nothing brat at home who caused this. He clearly said that human trainers would not be allowed in, but he still did this. I really don't know how to let him lead the Garcomp clan in the future. The Garcomp leader seemed angry. After being silent for about 7 or 8 minutes, it reluctantly stretched its wings in front of Tetsuya. With a slight hook of its claws, it took the bright flower in the pocket of the clothes. Roar, it told you to wait here, boss. It wants to ask. Flame Chicken's translation is always so timely. Looking at the figure of the Garcomp leader flying rapidly into the deeper part, Tetsuya narrowed his eyes. If it's not as he expected, the flower should be cultivated by the guardian dragonite here. He still vaguely remembered that there was a dragon sanctuary in the deepest part of the dragon cave, which Zyozzy entered later. The flowers there were affected by dragonite's power, so they bloomed regardless of the season. He estimated that, if he went to other quasi-god tribes with this flower, he would most likely be able to take a cub with him. This was also the care of the dragon elder for his offspring. However, this group of Garcomp was one of the few exceptions. Perhaps the dragon elder did not expect that he could enter the core area of this tribe. Before coming in, Zyadachan told him that, although the Guardian had always been the most powerful Dragonite, the other Dragon-type elves could also challenge it. Once defeated, the identity of the Guardian would automatically transfer. Among them, the Garchomp tribe, which was the most powerful except for the Dragonite tribe, was the most promising. So it was understandable that the cubs of the most powerful tribe among them would not flow out. I'm afraid that they also held the idea that a Garchomp strong enough among their offspring would be able to take the sacred guardian position from Dragonite. The Prince Garchomp came over a little shyly. It asked the boss, if you have any dragon scales, give it another one and maybe it can try to convince its father. Flame Chicken conveyed it in a somewhat speechless manner. The Sleebite Garchomp is very good at getting something for nothing. ZHE rolled his eyes in annoyance. No more. There is a reason why he didn't think that Leebite Garchomp was so high in status at first. According to Zero's test, the strength of this prince is only at the level of a king. Although it is not bad, compared with the powerful champion strength of his father, it is really a bit like a tiger father and a dog son. However, judging from the other party's personality and habits, it must not be too old, and there is still some potential to be tapped. It's just that there is probably no hope for the champion level. Leebite Garchomp shouted in dissatisfaction. It felt that this human was thinking something very rude. ZHE's expression remained unchanged. How long will it take for your father to come back? Leebite Garchomp thought for a while, and flapped his wings 3 times. 3 minutes? It seems that the Dragon Sanctuary is not too far from here. Zay understood what it meant and thought silently. Seeing that he ignored him, and there were no more dragon scales, the Garchomp soon lost interest. He approached a Garchomp with no gap on its dorsal fin, and showed his courtesy. It was a female Garchomp. However, the other party did not seem to want to pay attention to it. It turned around, and flew to another sand dune. Garchomp didn't care, and followed it without stopping. Is this licking the dragon? A word suddenly appeared in Zay's mind. After all, he is the son of the leader. Why should he act so humble? Flame Chicken was bored and started to tease the round sharks. These little guys who like hot breath are full of affection for Flame Chicken, especially when Flame Chicken releases a little flame. 3 minutes passed quickly. Just as Garchomp said, the leader of the Garchomp returned to the territory of his own group not long after. Its face was a little depressed. Zay, who observed carefully, was delighted. The leader of the land sharks pointed at his cubs unhappily. It said that you can pick one to go, but the premise is that the land sharks are willing. Flame Chicken translated, while looking around the land sharks around him. It felt that the latter one might not be a problem. They grinned and said, ahem, I wonder if you have any new land shark eggs here. These children have lived with their parents for a while, and I really don't want to destroy the relationship between them. Flame Chicken was shocked. So this is the art of speaking, to be able to talk about the Pokémon that he didn't like so fresh and refined. He is worthy of being the boss. TSK, the leader of the land sharks, snorted heavily. He stared at Zay with an unhappy look for more than 10 seconds, and then roared in the distance. A petite land shark staggered up from the ground and flew into a cave in trance behind him. Chapter 480, Round Land Shark Egg. The prince's land shark returned to the original dune at this time. Seeing his partner disappear at the entrance of the cave, he cried out in confusion. The leader of the land sharks glanced at him coldly. What are you looking at? It's all your own fault. The land shark's head shrank slightly. Although his father didn't say anything, he could feel the anger. But after thinking about it, he pretended to be an idle elf and flew to another dune. This time, he changed to a female land shark to chat up. ZHE also thought it was a miracle that this guy was not beaten to death by other male land sharks in the tribe because of his embarrassment. You know, the ratio of male to female in the land shark tribe is 1:1. And in most cases, the strong male land sharks must be slightly more than the female land sharks. He observed carefully and found that except for the one that was most likely the leader's partner, the number of female land sharks in this tribe was far less than that of males. The one that the prince's land shark just licked was also the only single female, a very popular one. Almost one after another, when it ran to the dune to greet its old father, another land shark came over. It might be the unspoken rule in the process of courtship. As the future leader of the tribe, Land Shark did not forcefully insert itself in with its status, but licked another one. But this change was really a bit speechless. If Zero's analysis and Zay's eyes were not wrong, the fanged land shark that Land Shark approached had just evolved not long ago, and its body was also very petite. The nearly 2-meter long land shark looked like a giant beast next to it. In fact, the remaining male land sharks had communicated with the fanged land sharks during this period of time, but the fanged land sharks they chose were likely to evolve in the near future in Zay's opinion. The leader of the land sharks understood the meaning of Zay's strange eyes. Its face became darker when it looked at its child, but it did not say anything further. For wild Pokémon, it is actually a good thing for themselves or their offspring to have multiple partners. When the number increases, there will always be a little fellow who is better than the original. In this way, there is no need to worry about the situation where the tribe has no successors. The stronger the Pokémon, the more so. It is very rare to find a strong male Pokémon with only one partner in the wild. Of course, there are also strong female Pokémon with multiple male partners. For some Pokémon races, the combat ability of females is much stronger than that of males. The female land shark that disappeared in the cave quickly returned to the ground. It flew in front of Zay and casually scattered the 7 or 8 Pokémon eggs in its arms. Suddenly, the round land shark eggs with a dark blue background, light blue stripes and white tooth-shaped patterns fell on the sand, rolling several times. Then it lay down again without even looking at it. Zay was stunned by this scene. No, this is too casual. Although Pokémon eggs are not as fragile as they look, most Pokémon are very careful when carrying them. After all, they are their unborn children. The leader of the Garchomps was not surprised and calmly pointed at the eggs on the sand. Chap, if the pups agree, they can be taken away directly, but if they are eggs, the parents of the selected eggs must agree. Garchomp said so. ZHE also nodded. It was reasonable. After all, although the Pokémon in the eggs can observe the outside world, they still have no ability to choose independently. In this case, it is much more difficult to take the latter away than the former. 0. ZHE also activated his golden finger again. It's not that there are no extremely qualified Pokémon among the already born Garchomps. However, if possible, he still prefers to cultivate a Pokémon from the egg stage. Uranus, Uranus, Uranus. The words Uranus passed by him one after another. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a quasi-god, and it is also a tribe that has lived and developed in the Dragon Cave for a long time. The extremely rare king level qualifications in the outside world are just the minimum standard here. You know, compared with other quasi-gods, the level requirement for the evolution of Lebite Gargoyle is not high, only level 48 is enough. In other words, even a round gargoyle with elite qualifications can evolve into a Lebite gargoyle one day in the future. Of course, this also means that it has to work more than 10 times harder and spend several times more time than its peers. It hardly takes Zero much time to analyze the qualifications of the elves in the egg. Zay quickly finished reading the round gargoyle eggs in front of him. Unfortunately, the best one did not reach the champion qualification, but was only a semi-champion. However, Zay also felt that it was very good to have a semi-champion. For him, the subsequent improvement is nothing more than a matter of how much investment. Then he just stretched out his hand to pick the semi-champion level egg, and a sudden cry interrupted it. Zay subconsciously looked at the sand dunes not far away. The princely bite gargoyle was howling excitedly. That sharp-toothed land shark seems to have given birth to a child. The voice of Flame Chicken rang in Tetsua's heart. Even the voice converted by the Wava guide could not hide its disbelief. Tetsuya blinked. Wow, so fast? No. He quickly reacted and realized that the guy had probably been with sharp-toothed land shark for a while, so he laid eggs at this time. To be honest, this was beyond his imagination. Liquor Dragon suddenly became a pervert. Who would have thought? If the Lebite land shark form is considered an adult, the newly evolved sharp-toothed land shark is naturally a minor. So it is not wrong to say that this Lebite land shark is a pervert. But speaking of this, wouldn't Nidoking Nidoqueen be even more perverted in this case? Tetsuya didn't take this matter to heart. A sharp-toothed land shark with a high probability of being a king and a small probability of being a quasi-king, but now only at the elite level, and a Lebite land shark with a high probability of being a quasi-champion and a small probability of being a king, but now only at the king level. The eggs laid by these two Pokémon basically have the potential to fluctuate around the king level. Ignoring the leader of the Garchomp who ran to see his grandson excitedly, Zay quietly picked up the quasi-champion level round Garchomp egg. But the boss was not there, so the next process could not be carried out. He had to bring the egg to the dune, where the new egg was born. The two Garchomp father and son were looking at the small egg happily. For the quasi-god tribe, even if the base number is not small, it is very good to have 7 or 8 eggs born in a year, and it takes time to hatch. The ones that Zay just picked are all the new eggs in the past year. Compared with the elves who give birth to a bunch of eggs in a lifetime, the egg-laying rate of quasi-gods is indeed extremely low. Apart from other things, if a Pokémon like Caterpillar is given enough food and a mate, within 2 months, a large forest will be occupied by its descendants of unknown generations. I'm ready. Zay raised the egg in his hand and was about to say something. The blue light screen that Zero imprinted in his eyes flashed away. Cha looking at Tetsuya holding up the Pokémon egg, the leader of the Garchomp shouted in confusion. What is he doing? Throwing the egg? Nothing. Tetsuya's face was suddenly covered with a smile. I just want to ask, which Garchomp egg is this Pokémon egg the offspring of? Cha the prince beside him patted his chest proudly. It was me. I see. Tetsuya nodded thoughtfully. In that case, I want to choose it as my future partner. Cha. Z. Two Garchomps and a Blaziken shouted in confusion at the same time. Because the egg that Tetsuya pointed out was not the one in his arms, but the one that was just born next to the sharp-toothed Garchomp. Yes, it's it. It was born as soon as I arrived. I think we are very destined. Tetsuya calmly explained the reason. Well, indeed, a champion level round Garchomp egg was born as soon as I arrived. If this is not fate, then what is it? On Zero's panel, the qualification of the round land shark in the Pokémon egg was clearly the champion. Tetsuya suddenly felt that the prince, Garchomp, was fully worthy of the position of the future leader of the tribe. Look at the quality of his offspring, giving birth to 2 in a year, 1 semi-champion and 1 champion. This efficiency is unmatched. If it continues to give birth, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before the guardian of the Dragonite changes from Dragonite to Garchomp? The leader of the Garchomp didn't express his objection explicitly. Anyway, according to the meaning of the guardian ancestor, this human trainer must take a round land shark away. Compared with the egg in Tetsuya's hand, it thinks it's better to let the other party take the new one. After all, although its strength is as high as the champion, it still can't judge the potential and qualifications of the Pokémon inside at the egg stage. But no matter how you look at it, the offspring born by the prince and his genuine Garchomp partner should be better than those born with the sharp-toothed land shark. This time it was the prince's turn to be unhappy. This is his child. Although it's not the first one, it's also very valuable. Without saying anything, Zay took out a bunch of materials that are extremely beneficial to the growth of dragon-type Pokémon. This was what he got from a trade with Yanmojim a week before the Dragon Ascension ceremony. Prince Gargoyle grabbed all the materials and did not forget to give some to Sharp-Tooth Gargoyle, and then decisively pushed the newly born egg to Zay. Zay's mouth twitched slightly. He probably knew who the female gargoyle learned from just now. All I can say is, well done. Chapter 481, Unusual Movements Deep in the Dragon Cave. Garchomp was also very satisfied. These materials were not that precious to him. After all, the Dragon Clan was very generous to them. It was just that with so many children to raise, and the share of each Garchomp was basically fixed, it was under a lot of pressure. It also had its own little calculations. First of all, this unknown human trainer had good character, otherwise the flower would not appear on him, and the guardian would not let him take the cup away. Secondly, he was very rich. With so many materials and dragon scales, Garchomp firmly believed that he would have more things, which was a good thing for his unborn child. Finally, this human trainer was also quite outstanding. Although he looked down on the flame chicken on the side. After all, He felt that his dragon bloodline was very noble, but it did not prevent him from recognizing the other party's strength. From the perspective of momentum, Garchomp felt that he and him were about 50-50. This human was so young, he should be a genius among trainers. The genius trainer and the offspring of the genius Garchomp were a perfect match. Garchomp shook his head and was very satisfied with his choice. As a mother, Garchomp didn't object. It could feel the powerful aura coming from Flame Chicken, and it also knew that it was not a bad thing for its child to follow the other trainer. So, under the confused expression of the leader of the Leebite Garchomp, the two Pokémon parents reached a consensus in almost half a minute. They smiled and stuffed the round Garchomp egg with quasi-championship qualifications into the arms of the leader of the Leebite Garchomp. Sorry little guy, you and I are quite predestined, but your brother or sister is more predestined than you. Feeling the vibration of the egg in his arms, the leader of the Leebite Garchomp fell into deep thought for a while. It always felt that something was wrong, but it couldn't tell. Zay was holding another egg and laughing foolishly. The champion qualified Leebite Garchomp. He. What fat, Leebite Garchomp is yides. He decided that in the future, he would let the little guy inside deal with the one of Serona. We are all champions. There is no reason why we can't beat it. It just so happens that the little Togekiss is not very happy to rely on attributes to suppress Pokémon. Isn't this a coincidence? They can completely imagine Serona's astonishment later. Yeah, even if there is 0, the training period of Quasi-God will take at least 2 years, just in time. After a simple calculation, Zay's eyebrows began to flutter. Let you cross the line, I will teach you a lesson. Next Blaziken called apologetically to the Leebiting Garchomps. Sorry, my brain as a trainer sometimes has some problems, but he is still very powerful. I can have my current strength at the age of more than 1 year old thanks to the boss. Leebiting Garchomp was shocked. What the hell, more than 1 year old? Question mark? The Leebiting Garchomp leader was also a little confused. It can sense that Blaziken is very young, but this is too exaggerated. At the age of Blaziken, it seems to be just a round land shark that eats dirt all day. The foolishly happy Zay didn't notice that the flame chicken beside him was pretending to be cool, and it also made the Leebite Garchomps further improve their opinion of themselves. The Leebite Garchomp leader waved his wings and hit his child with some regret. Look at him, and then look at you. You are lazy and gluttonous all day long. Leebite Garchomp relied on its thick skin and flesh, and didn't care at all. Put a piece of rock with dragon energy into its eyes, and it squinted its eyes comfortably. The beating of its own father actually helped it absorb better. The round Garchomp egg in Zay's arms swayed slowly, and then tried to turn around very stiffly, as if it was reluctant to admit that its father was like this. It was just that it was still in the egg form, and it was a little too difficult to turn. Zay was recovered from his ecstasy by its behavior. He carefully took out the incubator and nutrient solution from the space backpack, and put the Pokémon egg in. The scarcity of quasi-gods is not only due to the egg-laying rate, but also it is much more difficult to hatch them after they are born than ordinary Pokémon. Even with the incubator and nutrient solution, ZAGE estimated that it would take at least 10 days. Compared with its predecessors, this time can be said to be quite long. The leader of the Leebite land shark came over with some curiosity. Is this thing able to speed up the hatching of the Pokémon eggs? The Yulan clan also provided them with nutrient solution, but they were careless and obviously not very good at taking care of their offspring. So later they gradually gave up this idea. Anyway, in the relatively long life of Leebite land shark, it is not a big problem to spend a few months or even half a year to hatch its own children. Well, I will probably stay in Yanmo City for a while, and I will leave after it hatches. Then I will see if I can talk to Cyanochan and bring you and land shark to see you. Fixing the instrument firmly on his body, ZAGE raised his head and said to Leebite land shark. Leebite land shark was more satisfied. This human, not bad. I just don't know if it will be a little autistic when it finds out that its child has such high potential. I guess it won't with its personality. Then, ZAGE also began to communicate with Garchomp through Blaziken. Each champion level Pokémon is unique, and their development directions are different. However, they are of the same species and are grandfather and grandson, so the champion level Garchomp can surely provide considerable help to this unborn little fellow. This is indeed the case. No matter how well human trainers know Pokémon, they are always inferior to Pokémon themselves in some areas. Garchomp gave quite a few alternative uses for air dragon type materials. ZHE also felt that it was time to revise the second plan for the cultivation of Garchomp that he had formulated before. Moreover, he could do one of them now. Wait a moment, ZHE said to Garchomp, and then his hand could not stop groping in his space backpack. After groping for several minutes, he took it out with a happy face, finally found it. The Prince Garchomp instantly appeared in front of ZHE. Its eyes were fixed on the tooth-like prop in ZHE's hand, and saliva was faintly flowing from its mouth. Its father showed no mercy this time and slapped it far away. This is for his unborn grandson. You can't let it be destroyed. The leader of the Garchomp looked at Zaya with a little surprise. It didn't expect that this human trainer actually had a dragon's fang, and the quality was not low, just because it mentioned it casually. You know, out of respect for the ancestors, dragon's fangs are also rare in the dragon's cave. Most of them are buried underground with the skeletons. Only a small number will be provided by the guardian to the dragon family and the outstanding dragon elves. But no matter what, this is a good thing for the round land shark. The leader of the Garchomp immediately began to instruct Zaya. Zaya carefully scraped off a very thin layer from the dragon's fang, and then ground several pieces of materials with dragon attribute energy such as star fragments into powder. After mixing them together, he added the juice squeezed from the berry fruit and the giazen fruit. The thick seasoning flashing with red and yellow light. No, the breeding material was born. Zay took out the Pokémon egg very gently again, and covered it with these materials bit by bit. The blue Pokémon egg seemed to know that these materials were good for it. The light flickered and extinguished, and the thick cultivation materials became transparent to the naked eye, and then disappeared on the eggshell. Is this alright? Zay looked at the leader of the Liberton land sharks. According to it, when these materials are mixed together, the round land sharks inside will naturally have a stronger perception of dragon energy. The leader of the Liberton land sharks nodded. It seems that except for the dragon's fang, they are all very ordinary dragon materials, but in fact, the types of materials have been studied after a long period of development of their tribe. Even the dragon controlling clan does not know the existence of this thing. If they had not subdued his grandson, the leader of the Liberton land sharks would not have told the other party so easily. The Pokémon egg fell into silence, as if it was full. They did not add nutrient solution to it when he put it in the incubator. The energy of those things is enough for the round land sharks inside to absorb for several days. The prince flew back in a bit of embarrassment. Seeing that they had lost the dragon's fang, it sighed silently. If it had known this, it would have sold itself. It would only take a few decades, and it would be the same if it came back to inherit the tribe. The old man would not have died so early. The leader of the Libite land shark showed a trace of ferocity. It knew its child very well, and it could naturally guess its thoughts. If they had not been here, it would have let this useless guy lie on the ground for at least 10 days and a half months. In the desert, Zay perfectly integrated into the Libite land shark tribe. Since he had already subdued the champion qualified round land shark, the goal of this trip was achieved, and he didn't even want to go to other tribes. What if there was someone with the same champion qualification? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for him? Everything was very calm. Until roar. The deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the dragon cave in an instant. Libite land shark, who was talking and laughing with Zay, immediately raised his head. A suffocating breath suddenly burst out from its body. Zay only felt a flash before his eyes, and the huge Garchomp disappeared silently. He immediately stood up and looked towards the direction of the cry with a serious face. If I remember correctly, the place where the Garchomp leader took the flower just now was there. Deep in the dragon's lair, the dragon's sanctuary, where the guardian dragonite and some dragon type Pokémon live. Something happened. Zay muttered to himself. Chapter 480 to the vast dragon cave. At the same time, outside the dragon cave, the dragon trainers who were praying with their eyes closed opened their eyes at the same time. Perhaps it was an illusion. A blue-purple light flashed in each of their eyes. It seems that some people couldn't help themselves after all. Zio-chan, who was at the front of the crowd, said in a cold tone. People are always like this. Desire and greed are endless. The dragon elder on the side was very open-minded. She slowly stood up with a cane. The ceremony has to go on. I'll leave it to you here. I'll go in and take a look. Yes. The dragon trainers all lowered their heads and returned to their original appearance. The dragon elder slowly walked to the shore and whistled. Roar, a dull cry echoed on the water. A full-egg dragon Pokémon suddenly appeared in the air. It has two gorgeous blood-red wings and a long tail. Its body is dark blue, and its head, neck, limbs and the inside of its tail are all blood-red. The lower jaw and abdomen were covered by 3 pieces of shell, which were the hard shells before it evolved. There were 2 blood-red bulges above its eyes, and 3 small triangular wings on each side of its head, which were used to maintain balance and further increase its flying speed. It was a quasi-god of the Hone region, Dragonite. The combination of intimidation and overconfidence made it appear particularly strong, even when it was not in battle. The undisguised powerful momentum enveloped the whole scene. Okay, let's get down to business. The dragon elder smiled and stroked Dragonite's head. Dragonite, who looked extremely fierce, but actually had a very rough personality, was as obedient as a child in front of the dragon elder. It silently lowered its head. The dragon elder took a step and sat on its back as usual. Roar, with another loud roar, Dragonite instantly rushed towards the entrance of the dragon cave with great momentum. The dragon trainers, who were a little overwhelmed by its momentum, smiled helplessly. None of them expressed any concern about the actions of the dragon elder. How could the human trainer guardian be a weakling compared to the guardian Dragonite in the dragon cave? It is no exaggeration to say that, if the dragon elder was not old and had difficulty concentrating his energy to support long-term combat command, all the dragon trainers present might not be able to defeat him. After all, the lifespan of dragon-type elves is generally much longer than that of ordinary elves. The stronger the strength, the longer the lifespan. Although it is not as exaggerated as the ghost-type elves. By analogy, the dragon-type elves that the dragon elder has subdued at this moment are at most the appearance of human prime years, which is the period of the strongest comprehensive combat ability. Even if the dragon elder's elves are slightly weaker, they are not worried about anything happening in the dragon cave. Not to mention the groups of elves inside. The relationship between the guardian Dragonite and the dragon elder is also unusual. That is a very powerful quasi-god elf. They are just curious now, which guys among the 10 people who went in had bad intentions. After catching it, the dragon trainers didn't mind letting the people behind them know what the dragon's wrath was. Concentrate, Zio-chan said lightly with her eyes closed. The dragon trainers, who were still a little distracted, immediately put away their various thoughts. In front of them, the dragon's fangs, that had been baptized by the promotion ceremony, were emitting a faint light. As they flashed, they were vaguely synchronized with the breathing of the dragon trainers. Why not? Wasn't my flower given by the guardian? Can I still do anything bad to it? On the sand dunes, ZHE was negotiating with the Prince Garcomp. He wanted to go to the dragon's sanctuary to take a look. As the deepest part of the dragon's cave, that place is generally not open to the public. Even few people know about it. ZHE only knew that such a place existed, but he didn't know where and how to enter. If you want to get in, you have to rely on the native elves here. There is no doubt that Garcomp in front of him is the best choice. But facing Zay's inquiry and request, the Prince Garcomp shook his head decisively and frantically. It's okay to bring someone into his family group. He still has some face, not to mention that this human is not ordinary. But if he brings an outsider into the dragon sanctuary, Garcomp has no doubt that his father will skin him alive. Even among the dragon clan, there are only a few people who are qualified to enter the dragon sanctuary, and Zay is naturally not among them. He knows very well that this is completely different from the previous behavior. Even if Zay brings out the flower, it won't work. Is that so? Zay touched his chin thoughtfully, his eyes slightly lit up. He smiled at Garcomp and simply released Pidgeot and Alido. Beep. Pidgeot tilted his head in confusion. Let's go over there and take a look. Just take a look. Zay leisurely took Alido to sit on Pidgeot's back and pointed to the direction where the leader of Garcomp left. Pidgeot immediately understood what his boss meant. While lamenting that his trainer had an unusual way of thinking, it immediately left the ground. Garcomp's face became anxious, and he hurriedly chased after the man and the Pokémon as they left. Blaziken, who stayed where he was, rolled his eyes. This dragon was too easy to fool. You have to know that Pidgeot's speed is definitely ahead of Garcomp's. With the protection of Alido's telekinesis, there is no need to worry about Tetsua's body not being able to hold up. As a result, Garcomp was still able to barely keep up with Pidgeot's route of action. This is definitely a trick. Blaziken felt that his IQ completely crushed the opponent. He put his hands on his hips with some complacency. Then, looking at the trainer and his friends who turned into a black dot and disappeared in the distant sky, Blaziken's face froze again. No, you rode on Pidgeot and left, then what should I do? Its expression suddenly became a little painful. Get off! He kicked his legs hard on the ground, and the sand in the sky flew in place. Blaziken quickly burst out at its fastest speed to catch up with its trainer. For it, who had experience in seaside training, it was not difficult to move at high speed on the sand. It could even be said to be quite easy. The only problem was distance and stamina. Blaziken never expected that this dragon cave could go so deep. Tetsua didn't expect it either. Although Pidgeot slowed down due to the Garcomp behind him, it still exceeded the speed of sound by a little bit. At this speed, Pidgeot flew for more than 2 minutes before reaching the end. A rough estimate is that the distance is at least about 50 kilometers. This is because the location of the Garcomp group is relatively deep, otherwise it is unknown how far it would have to run. Looking at the long river and several waterfalls in front of him, Tetsuya squinted his eyes. Beat Pidgeot quickly and consciously landed on the ground. Alido, leave it to you. Tetsuya patted the psychic fighter beside him. Alido retracted the telekinesis covering the trainer and nodded silently. An unknown force spread from its body. Pidgeot waved its wings somewhat uncomfortably. For some reason, it always had a palpitation. For a moment, there was no movement nearby, except the sound of the river. Until a familiar dark blue shadow followed. Garcomp shouted at Tetsuya anxiously. No, you are going to kill me. Are you going to let my unborn child take my place? Tetsuya rolled his eyes. To be honest, this Garcomp is really unreliable. But from the look of it, it doesn't seem to care that Tetsuya is here, just complaining out of habit. Tetsuya frowned, which shows that the other party is very confident that he can't find the entrance to the dragon sanctuary. He looked at his own psychic Pokémon. Alido's strength has improved quite a bit recently, but it still takes time to go from elite to quasi-king, which may have given Garcomp confidence in this regard. But ZHE also doesn't think that anything can escape the perception of superpowers. If it doesn't work, it's not strong enough. Don't you see that Mew Dream can do whatever he wants? His superpowers are definitely super powerful. Similarly, Nancy is not much worse. Garcomp looked at Pidgeot with great curiosity. It's not that there are no Pidgeots in the Dragon Cave. Tanabata Bluebird and Sonic Dragon are classified as flying egg groups. ZHE had suspected that his own Pidgeot's father might be one of them. But this is the first time that Garcomp has seen a Pidgeot like this. And there is a faint fluctuation of dragon energy on the other party, which makes it even more strange. Facing Garcomp's scrutiny, Pidgeot lay lazily on the ground and enjoyed the pleasure of water vapor on his body. Ah, comfortable. Pidgeot turned over leisurely. Living in the room at the Pokémon Center every day this week, it was almost scorched by the heat from Blaziken. Every night, it could only survive by snatching ice Vulpix from Tetsuya's arms. As for the fate of his trainer, Pidgeot said that humans have air conditioning anyway, so it's not a big problem. And that Blaziken guy is so well behaved next to his boss that the heat from his body doesn't radiate at all. Pidgeot felt that it was just jealous of his rapid improvement in strength. Alas, there's nothing he can do. Who told him to get the power of the Ho-Oh? Pidgeot fluttered a little. Maybe this is the boring life of the strong. Thinking of this, the dust in the distance gradually grew bigger. The red figure was looming in it. After a while, the panting Blaziken appeared in front of the dragon and the bird. Down it complained to Pidgeot in a bad mood. Pidgeot rolled over to show that he couldn't hear or see. Garcomp suddenly felt that he was redundant. Alido over there opened his eyes almost at the same time as Blaziken arrived. Its blade pointed slightly at a waterfall. Tetsuya was stunned for a moment, then he understood. I see, is that so again? He suddenly realized. Chagacomp looked incredulous when he saw Alido's instructions. No, how did he find it out? When it was brought here by its father, it was completely confused. How did a little guy with only elite strength find the hidden entrance to the dragon sanctuary? Of course, Garcomp didn't know, and it was all thanks to Tetsuya's giant rock monster. After the harvest at the capital waterfall, Tetsuya recorded this incident. Chapter 483, The Sanctuary Behind the Waterfall, The Daring Poachers. That's right, just like the hidden cave behind the waterfall in the capital. The entrance to the dragon sanctuary is hidden behind the waterfall. Ordinary people and ordinary elves would never think of it. After all, it is too rare. Even if he was used to hearing the story of the Monkey King and the water curtain cave in the Flower and Fruit Mountain in his previous life, ZHE had never thought of this before. Just kidding. The probability of there being a cave hidden behind the waterfall is really pitifully small. Unless it is man-made. ZHE didn't think of letting Alido explore the back of the waterfall at the beginning. Of course, it is unrealistic to explore the river with telekinesis. God knows when it will be explored. The skill used by Alido just now is the psychic type future prediction. The role of future prediction in battle is more reflected in avoiding the opponent's attack and delaying the attack on the opponent. In normal use, the effect of future prediction is a bit strange. In short, as the name suggests, using the psychic type elves that predict the future can predict fragments of events that will happen in the future. The stronger the strength, the more unclear the perception. Otherwise, it would be like a video with countless ultra clear mosaics, blurry and short. Elite level Alakazam is naturally not much better, but it is definitely more than enough to find an exit. If it weren't for the fact that this is a dragon cave, the energy fluctuations of the dragon attribute are too strong to affect the perception. Otherwise Alakazam wouldn't be so difficult. Chagacomp stood firmly in front of the waterfall and shook his head at Tetsuya. It really can't go in. It will get into trouble. How about this? I'll let the guardian talk to your father, and I won't blame you. Tetsuya didn't want to fight with Garcomp, so he said so. Garcomp sighed please. It's not really stupid. Even if the guardian came forward, can't the other party control the family education? If I beat my son, even the guardian's words would not work. Even if my father gave the guardian face at that time, a beating after returning home was inevitable. Garcomp didn't want to lose face in front of the females in his tribe. Otherwise how could he play happily with them? For a moment, Zay and Edward locked at the edge of the river. He didn't say anything, just crossed his arms and watched Garcomp silently. Boom, the sound of violent water flow was endless. Countless water vapors filled the vicinity, and the temperature of the air was obviously more than a little lower than that of the desert. Garcomp, which was in good condition, gradually became weak. Although it is not weak to water, it has the ground in its attributes and hates such an environment. This is why their tribe is a distance away from the dragon sanctuary. Quasi-gods like Dratini all live along the river under the waterfall. How about this? You pretend to be knocked unconscious by Blaziken, and then I go in. Okay. Zay thought of another trick. This time Garcomp hesitated, and it did not clearly express its opposition. Indeed, in this case, it seems that his father can't blame himself, but he has tried his best to stop it. He just can't beat it. Wait, can't beat it? Garcomp suddenly felt that he was not very good. How could he not beat that little chicken? The other party is less than 2 years old. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing if he lost? Zay observed its expression and immediately understood its thoughts. So, Blaziken and Pidgeot beat you together, and you were beaten up by a group. Chagacomp nodded decisively. This was more like it. It was acceptable to lose in a 2-on-1 battle. But what it didn't know was that Pidgeot was only a little more than a year older than Blaziken, and it hadn't even turned 3 yet. Even if the two Pokémons were added together, they might not be a fraction of its age. So it wasn't much better. Garcomp slowly spread its wings. Hit it lightly. Just leave mark. I will faint by myself. Pidgeot and Blaziken, who understood what it said, were a little speechless. Blaziken hurriedly prayed that the little guy who would hatch from the egg in the future would not learn from its father. This was not just losing a dragon, it was completely losing a Pokémon. A spark and an air slash instantly hit Garcomp's body. Garcomp let out a long, artificial roar, rolled a few times away from the water, and fell on a rocky area. Tetsuya fell silent as he watched its almost zero acting skills. Forget it, let's go in. He didn't say anything, but secretly decided to educate Garcomp on how to be a good egg in the next period of time. He didn't want his trump card that could compete with Blaziken in the future to become a joke. Tetsuya raised his leg and prepared to walk towards the waterfall. Invisible superpower fluctuations enveloped him, making him walk on the water as if it were flat ground. Behind him, Blaziken and Pidgeot were already prepared. The surging fire energy and sharp flying energy were ready to go. They were no longer the same as when they first came to Johto. They didn't need more cooperation at all. They only needed to release their energy to temporarily stop the waterfall. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Bang, two figures suddenly rushed out of the waterfall, and they seemed to be holding something in their hands. Tetsuya immediately recognized the other party's identity. They were Bugideo and Buking, who were in the first echelon before the 3-dragon trial. So these two people were the ones who were causing trouble? No, it should be said that there were 3 people. Recalling the fake identities of the other 3 siblings, Tetsuya understood that the remaining guy named Bugid was either sold out or was covering the retreat. In fact, there was no difference between the latter and the former. Covering the retreat in such a place was equivalent to being sold out. Bugideo and Buking, who fell into the water, or Hunter R and Hunter K to be precise, also found Tetsuya at the first time. Damn it. The two of them immediately felt bad. Although they didn't know how the other party got here, they were enemies, not friends. After the two appeared, Tetsuya quickly returned to the shore and raised his voice. Don't hide, I have seen you, and you can't get out of this river, come out, he said to the 2 black shadows underwater. Hunter R and Hunter K under the water looked at each other, and as they floated up, they stretched their hands to their waists. Come out, Venusaur, and Coconut Tree. Go, Flamahorn, Infernape. As the Pokeball broke through the water, 5 Pokémon of different sizes crowded on the shore. Tetsuya moved quickly and soon distanced himself. 5 kings, it's a bit troublesome. His face was very serious. Even if Flame and Pidgeot could fight 1 against 2, they couldn't win in a short time. Not to mention that he didn't know if the other party had any hidden tricks. So, it seems that he has to deal with the trainer first. His eyes quickly shifted to the 2 villains. Then he was stunned. At some point, a dumbfounded Alakazam appeared beside the other party. Forgive Tetsuya for using dumbfounded to describe Alakazam. For this kind of Pokémon with super high IQ, this adjective should not appear. But unfortunately, the other party's lifeless eyes gave Tetsuya this first impression. Experimental subject? Tetsuya's face suddenly sank. Having seen the rocket team's Tokiwa Forest research base, he could naturally imagine what kind of harm this Alakazam had suffered. Sure enough, no matter what time it was, he felt that such a person didn't deserve to live. But in this way, the plan to behead him could be declared a failure. Although the Alakazam didn't look like it could actively attack, it had no problem protecting the other party with its powerful superpowers. I just don't know why it didn't use teleportation to take people away. Maybe it was also because of the sequelae of the Pokémon experiment. ZHE didn't want to think too much. Griffin, I'll leave the platypus to you, okay? He said to the prince who suddenly appeared beside him. The prince changed his frivolous look, and the whole Pokémon looked murderous. Don't really think of a Garcomp too stupid, they are natural dragon warriors. All the physical appearance of a body is born for fighting, and they can also perfectly exert their strength and abilities. It flapped its wings. It didn't deal with only one platypus as ZHE said, but regarded the Flamahorse as its opponent. Both of them are at the king level, and fighting 1 against 2 is the pride of this dragon Pokémon. Besides, it has a good resistance to fire. Alright, let's make a quick decision. ZHE did not interfere with Garcomp's choice. He felt that this big guy could do it. And in this way, Pidgeot and Blaziken could quickly decide the winner in a 2-on-3 fight. What a proud brat. Hunter K, the sturdy man, whispered disdainfully. He didn't know the strength of Blaziken and Pidgeot, but he felt that his Pokémon would never lose to a group of little guys. Don't underestimate the enemy. Hunter R said that Garcomp is not weak. Well, her attention was not on Zay. Leave quickly after you deal with the opponent. This time, you must ask Team Rocket for more money. Damn, no one told us that there are still those guys in there, Hunter K said with gritted teeth. Obviously, their experience in the Dragon Sanctuary just now was not very pleasant. Hunter R tightened his shirt. The bundle of test tubes inside contained the target of their operation this time. Bulbasaur, green grass field, Venusaur, hypnotic powder, coconut tree, seed bomb. She didn't say much, but immediately threw herself into the battle. Pidgeot, Storm, Moltres, Jet Flame. Ignoring the battle over there with Garcomp, Tetsuya also started to fight against this unknown female poacher. He admired her for her courage. Chapter 484 All Unexpected. In fact, since Du ascended the throne of the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, fewer and fewer poachers have the courage to come to the Dragon Cave to cause trouble. Not to mention that the Johto Alliance has vaguely shown the intention to select the 4 heavenly kings of Johto and let Du serve as the regional champion. Everyone thinks that this will happen soon. After all, the significance of Yanmo City to the Johto Alliance and its status in the Johto Alliance are quite large and quite high. It is completely the right choice for the leader of the Dragon Clan to serve as the regional champion. And compared to selecting a new 4 heavenly kings and then selecting a possible champion from them, both the top leaders of the Johto Alliance and the ordinary people hope that Du will take the position. This is a powerful trainer born and raised in the Johto area, and the Pokémon he cultivated are also very representative. Not to mention the 2 regions of Kanto and Johto. The Dragon Messenger Du has a huge number of fans and followers all over the world. But for some rampant poachers in the Johto area, this is not good news. Du's character needs no further explanation. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, he has been running between the cities and fields of the 2 regions for many years, solving countless problems of all sizes. Although the other 3 are not unprofessional, they are undoubtedly inferior to this one. The extremely high sense of responsibility and innate sense of justice make Du almost dislike all dark organizations, and make all dark organizations unwilling to be noticed by Du. Because his attention often means that they are going to be unlucky. You know, even the most powerful dark organization is unwilling to face the investigation and targeting of a champion level trainer. 99% of the dark organizations have no ability to fight back when facing Du and can only be caught together to siege Unsha. If it is just the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, it would be fine. In name, the 2 regions are managed together, but there will definitely be some troubles in actual operation, and the dark organizations can still survive in the Johto region. Once Du becomes the champion of Johto, the dark organizations in the Johto region will undoubtedly usher in a purge. Not to mention running to Kanto, there is still Team Rocket, and Sasuke's methods are very powerful. Either die rather than surrender, or surrender and be incorporated. Although it is much better than being caught by the League, how can a trainer who becomes a poacher or a member of a dark organization be an obedient guy? Unless they are forced to do so, they will definitely not go to Kanto. Not to mention Hone and Sinnoh, the 2 mortal enemies, Team Aqua and Team Magma, are fighting each other so hard that it has reached the point where, if you are not one of them, you are the enemy, and they will fight to the death. Team Galactic also has a very long history and has a very high level of mastery of the dark side of Sinnoh. In other words, it is one of the few dark organizations that refuses to train minors as reserve forces. Others may not know, but ZHE also knows that this is entirely the confidence given to Red Sun by the wealth left by Team Galactic. When you go to the Sinnoh region, most of the buildings you see are funded and built by the consortium established by Team Galactic and the wealthy people they have cultivated. It is no exaggeration to say that the wealth held by Team Galactic may be only slightly less than that of the Bell-Rich family. In such a situation, in order to prevent Du from focusing on himself first, all the poaching organizations in the Johto region tacitly gave up the action against Yanmo City. Although dragon type elves are valuable and powerful, you have to have the life to use them. Therefore, ZHE also felt that the 2 poachers in front of him were too bold, entering the Dragon Sanctuary to steal things. The other party thought that Du was no longer able to use the knife, or that he was too arrogant. He did not recognize that the two guys in front of him were the leaders of the gull poaching group he had encountered before. After all, disguise is a common thing for poachers. As long as they are not caught, their identities will not be exposed in a short time. The luminous powder fluttered towards the flame chicken and Pidgeot under the green light of the green grass field, and the three heads of the coconut tree also emitted a strong light. After a short period of accumulation, countless fist-sized green light balls were ejected at high speed with extremely strong impact. In the process of moving forward, it even further boosted the attack speed of the hypnotic powder. Dan Flame Chicken's face was calm, and he rushed forward without any concern. Its mouth was shining with violent flame energy. Boom! The huge pillar of fire seemed to cover the entire sky in an instant. It was called a jet of flame, but in fact, compared with the attack range of the flame vortex, it was not much smaller, and the power was even greater. Don't forget, in addition to its own abilities, Flame Chicken also carries an extremely powerful unknown fire item. Combined with multiple factors, although it is only a beginner in the king level, in terms of the intensity of the flame, Flame Chicken is not inferior to some semi-champions. The red flames, that were a bit dazzling, immediately engulfed the attacking seed bombs and hypnotic powder. There was not even much movement. When the hot air spread throughout the area, the skills of the Venus fly and the coconut tree disappeared without a trace. Hunter R's pupils shrank. This was impossible. She had never seen a fire Pokémon that could offset all attacks with jets of flame in this situation. You know, with the blessing of Bulbasaur's green grass field, the seed bomb attack used by the coconut tree is no less powerful than the destruction of the general Pokémon using the death beam. Even if it carries charcoal with a 20% effect, it should not have such a performance. Hunter R suddenly realized that there might be something wrong with her information. Damn it. There was a hint of anger in her eyes. For poachers, intelligence errors are absolutely not allowed to happen, otherwise losing your life is a matter of minutes. There has been a mistake in the Dragon Sanctuary, and this is the second time. Bulbasaur, Solar Beam. Looking at the sky-high tornado formed by Pidgeot behind Moltres, Hunter R decisively chose to let his trump card Bulbasaur to carry out the frontal destruction. As a flying type ultimate move, Storm is an unbearable existence for grass type Pokémon, and it is not much worse than fire type skills. If you want to destroy the already formed Storm, only the grass type ultimate move Solar Beam or Leaf Storm can do it. Compared with Leaf Storm, which has great side effects, Solar Beam, which only needs to be charged, is obviously more than a little better. Coconut Tree, Sunny Day. At the same time, Hunter R even let his Pokémon use weather moves to further shorten the time it takes for Bulbasaur to use Solar Beam. They smiled. It was just a temporary solution. Sunny Day is also a huge boost for Blaziken. The fire system is matched with the hot weather, which is a perfect match. Ignoring Pidgeot, who was controlling the storm, they believed that it would find a suitable opportunity to cut in. He once again commanded Blaziken to attack. Charge Flame Attack. The unparalleled tacit understanding made Zaya not even have to say who the target of the attack was, and Blaziken reacted immediately. The surging flames instantly covered Blaziken's entire body. The afterimage of the flames remained in the air, and the speed was so fast that Hunter R had no way of knowing where Blaziken was. Bang shua! The next moment, a huge tree flew backwards and fell into the river. It was the coconut tree that had just used Sunny Day. Although Hunter R had made Venusaur defend to a certain extent, the two whips were just for bluffing in the eyes of Blaziken. In that gap, Blaziken said that he could dodge it by walking. This was of course an exaggeration. As a king level Pokémon, Venusaur's whips were actually swung very fast, and it was so dense that it was impenetrable. But no matter how dense it was, there was a limit. For Blaziken in the state of charging flames, it was not difficult to dodge by relying on the Wava Guide to sense the gap. Venusaur, use Leaf Blade, Coconut Tree, Seed Machine Gun. Hunter R's head was full of sweat, and he hurriedly commanded his Pokémon to fight back. With the help of the water flow, the subsequent damage to Coconut Tree was less than Titsuya expected, and it did not enter the burning state. However, it was not a big problem. Venusaur, like a pitcher plant, swung its huge mouth to the sky, and the leaves on it swarmed out, like a sharp blade trying to spread out Blaziken. To the right of Blaziken, Coconut Tree, who had used telekinesis, to pull himself out of the water, was also preparing to use his skills. Facing the situation of being attacked from both sides, Blaziken was not afraid at all. "Boss, help." A funny voice sounded in Tetsua's heart. Tetsua rolled his eyes. "Get out of the way, then fire kick." Facing the trainer who didn't want to talk, Blaziken chuckled. With a kick of his feet, it disappeared from the spot. The speed increase brought by the charged flame attack plus the effectiveness of the two acceleration characteristics, the speed of Blaziken now almost reached the peak. Bang bang bang. Venusaur was not a weakling either. Although the trainer couldn't capture the opponent's position and give instructions, it also manipulated the leaf blade to try its best to attack Blaziken. However, it didn't succeed. Countless leaf blades hit the ground, and they had no effect, except stirring up layers of smoke and dust. Not only that, the flying dust further concealed the traces of Blaziken. When the leaf blade was exhausted, the Blaziken also disappeared from everyone's and the Pokemon's perception. "Pay attention to defense." Hunter R's nervous words came. The Venus flycatcher shook its leaves slightly to show that it understood. The coconut tree next to it took this opportunity to walk onto the shore. There was no chance to use its seed machine gun. Use telekinesis to catch it. When the coconut tree recovered a little, Hunter R issued another order. It's not good to always be on the passive side. It's really annoying to be suppressed when the attributes are not superior. Wow, the coconut tree shouted, and the noisy sound from its three heads made ZHE frown. The blue-purple superpower fluctuations lit up in the six eyes at the same time. Then, bang, the Venus flycatcher, which was still on guard, flew straight into the sky. Below it, the flame chicken claws that retracted its right leg burned again. The floor in an instant could not escape its perception. Dig a hole? Hunter R looked at the place where the flame chicken came out with an ugly face. The other part, his blue eyes, also fully explained how to avoid perception. With the help of Wava Guide, Flame Chicken can completely dive deep underground and then break out of the ground in an instant to attack. Flame Chicken's mastery of Wava Guide is not a hidden strength, and Hunter R also knows this. But she didn't expect that in less than half a year, Flame Chicken's control of Wava Guide has improved so much. Hunter R couldn't help but touch the two shrunken Pokeballs in her pocket. If it doesn't work, this is the only way. I hope that guy didn't lie to me, she thought silently. The appearance of Tetsuya undoubtedly caused great damage to this operation. But as an experienced poacher, Hunter R is not without a backup plan. Otherwise, she would have been in the Alliance's prison to taste free meals. Looking at the battle between Garchomp and Hunter K on the side, under the command of the trainer, Garchomp was slightly at a disadvantage with 1 against 2. 3 minutes, at most 3 minutes. If it takes longer, you have to use that. Her lips moved slightly, and the voice was transmitted to Hunter R's ears through the headset. Hunter R nodded inadvertently to show that he understood. It seems that the backhand has a great side effect. What they didn't know was that Zaya heard their conversation clearly. No one would have thought that such a subtle sound could be heard in the chaos of 8 Pokémon. But, 3 minutes, aren't you too confident? Zaya grinned. Blazer, Flame Fist, Pidgeot, attack. Downbeat Flame not far away, and Pidgeot in the storm immediately responded. Boom, the long charged solar beam shot out from the center of the huge flower on the back of Bulbasaur. The violent energy fluctuations and light made all Pokémon subconsciously dodge. The green grass field, the sunny day, the long charge, and the same attributes. These 4 things come together. Bulbasaur's solar beam is definitely a trick among tricks. In Hunter R's eyes of astonishment and a little surprise, Pidgeot directly controlled the storm to hit the solar beam. A brat is a brat. The Pokémons under his command don't know what it means to take a break. She sneered and felt a little relieved. Then, she immediately raised it again. Storm, which hit the solar beam, was not hit by a big hole by the solar beam at the first time, but was stuck there. The tornado, rotating at a very high speed, even had the tendency to consume the energy of the solar beam. What a joke. Hunter R's teeth were about to be broken by himself. No, why is this? Why are the Pokémons of the guy on the opposite side more outrageous than each other? Storm was facing the solar beam that was strengthened many times. She didn't understand why this situation occurred. ZHE would definitely shrug if he knew. Although the holy fire of the King of Phoenix mainly improves Pidgeot's ability in the fire system, he and Pidgeot have also found that it has a further effect after recent training. That is the control of wind, or more accurately, the control of the atmosphere. For Pidgeot, who is a flying system, this is much more useful than the enhancement of the fire system. Not only is the flying speed far superior to that of its peers, Pidgeot has also made great progress in the use of flying skills recently. Storm eliminating Sunbeam is just one of the medium difficulty breakthroughs. On the other side, Venusfly and Coconut Tree were also extremely embarrassed when facing the close range attack of Blaziken. The two Pokémon were almost thrown into the sky by Blaziken's feet and hands, in turn to experience a rare flying experience. The telekinesis and Vine Whip acted on Blaziken, and each time it was broken free in less than a second. Bang, a fierce flaming headbutt mashed Coconut Tree into the ground, and Blaziken grabbed the two leaves beside Venusfly and smashed it hard at Coconut Tree. The two Pokémon who should have been partners were hurt by each other's bodies at the same time and wailed. Fire Whirlpool, end them. Zay, who was directing Pidgeot to attack Venusaur, also took the time to tell Blaziken. In his opinion, it was almost time to end this battle. Down Blaziken nodded, jumped back several times to distance himself, and then opened his mouth for the nth time. Hunter R's hands were already tightly grasping the two Pokeballs in his pockets. Roar. At this moment, a dragon roar filled with anger sounded. The water curtain in the sky exploded. An invisible shadow directly blasted the waterfall, carrying a suffocatingly powerful momentum towards the battlefield between the two sides. Pop, in the blink of an eye, the Venus Flycatcher and the Coconut Tree were slapped away. The flamingo that was preparing the vortex of fire was not spared. It flew backwards and hit the rock beside it without even reacting. What the hell? 4K6 today, and make up for it tomorrow morning. PS. It's all because of someone in the group who asked me to read the novel. Chapter 485, Angry Guardian, Reverse Scale State. Tetsuya and the two poachers were all confused. The Pokémon that suddenly appeared and could not be caught, after knocking away Blaziken and the others, aimed at several other Pokémon. Alakazam, Pidgeot, Venusaur, Flamahorse, and until Garchomp, the Pokémon's movement slowed down a little, but it was still difficult to see clearly. 9 Pokémon were hit hard and flew out one after another. For a moment, the end of the dragon's lair was left with only the sound of water and waterfalls. The only survivor, Alakazam, gritted his teeth to resist the opponent's momentum and raised his two swords with difficulty to protect the trainer. This appearance. Looking at the general shape of the figure, Tetsuya couldn't help but groan. Roar. The angry dragon roar came. The figure that dealt with all the standing Pokémon finally appeared. Sure enough, it's Dragonite. Tetsuya's face suddenly sank. If he was in the mood to rub his fat under normal circumstances, it was different now. Because this suddenly appeared Dragonite, its eyes were red, and even its whole body was covered with a layer of faint red light. Dragonite in reverse scale state. Category: Dragon Pokémon attributes: Dragon plus flying height 3.0 meters. Average value is 2.2 meters. Weight 306.3 kilograms. Average value is 210.0 kilograms. Level 3 God. In reverse scale amplification. At this moment, Zero's panel finally appeared. Zay's attention was completely attracted by the level it displayed. Level 3 God. This level of Pokémon, except for the mythical beasts and fantasy beasts, he has only seen 2 so far. The first one was Liubo's messenger bird, and the second one was the Dragonite in front of him. The guardian of the Dragon Cave, the main Pokémon of the previous Yanmo Gym Master. Zay's forehead was involuntarily permeated with sweat, because of Dragonite's powerful dragon power, and his mind was running rapidly. The two poachers must have stolen something very important to make the guardian Dragonite, who is said to have a very good temper, fall into the state of reverse scale. Is it the legendary Flame of Prayer? But it sounds like it is not easy to store and carry. These two guys don't have it. Or maybe it is the offspring of this Dragonite, Dratini? He thought of many reasons in an instant, but without exception, they all seemed to be a little wrong. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will be angry. This sentence is a basis for the name of the move reverse scale. This extremely powerful dragon skill move is not just an attack skill for most dragon elves. In the previous Pokémon game, the move reverse scale is actually very simple. It is nothing more than not listening to commands and continuously causing huge damage to random enemies, and falling into a state of confusion after the end. But in the real Pokémon world, reverse scale also has a strong function of improving ability. When extremely angry, dragon elves can burst out with extraordinary strength and speed, and at the same time, exude extremely powerful dragon power. Researchers believe that this is caused by breaking through the restrictions of the brain on the body. Of course, it is inevitable that one will lose reason to a certain extent during the use, and fall into confusion after the use, and even leave a lot of injuries. In short, the emotion of extreme anger is a basis for most Pokémon who master the move of reverse scale to use this move. For some Pokémon, such as Dragonite, such an extremely angry emotion is not difficult to achieve, and some Dragonite will even fall into the state of reverse scale for no reason. But for Dragonite, the 4 words extreme anger are quite difficult to achieve. The honest, steady, and kind-hearted Dragonite is recognized as a Pokémon that will not lose its temper. The only possible situation is that its reverse scale is pulled out, and it will immediately fall into a crazy state. But no trainer with a normal mind would do this. This is completely courting death. So it is difficult for ZHE to imagine what the poachers did. Hey, what did you take? Thinking of this, ZHE simply asked the 2 poachers directly. The 2 poachers who came together unknowingly looked at Zay in astonishment. No, it's already this time. Why is this question necessary? It's the magical flame that has been burning for 500 years without extinguishing, and only a little bit was taken. Hunter R glanced at Tetsuya, thought for a while, and replied to him. Obviously, facing this extremely strong Dragonite that was in a rage and could not distinguish between friend and foe, the 3 people could only temporarily form a united front. Otherwise, any one of them would be defeated in an instant. Moreover, Hunter R also had a trace of regret in his heart at this moment. Although she knew that this mission was not easy, she was still attracted by the conditions offered by Team Rocket. The main reason was that she did not expect such a big mistake in the middle. Impossible, this guardian alone will not fall into the reverse scale. Looking at the Dragonite that was looking at the 3 people with a rare fierce look not far away, Tetsuya did not dare to move and could only stand there and speak. Although Zayana-chan did not tell him the specific location of the Dragon Sanctuary, she mentioned the situation of this guardian Dragonite to him. The previous gym leader dedicated his life to protecting this sacred area. Dragonite was influenced by him, so he often lived a leisurely life in the deepest part of the Dragon Cave. When the previous gym leader died, Dragonite inherited his master's will and has been protecting this land and guarding this place. In other words, it doesn't have much feelings for the flame at all. The significance of the flame is mainly for the dragon trainer. When you guys were fighting to grab the flame, did you do anything else? Zaya asked very quickly. Hunter R and Hunter K were stunned, looked at each other, and then understood each other's thoughts. Hunter K swallowed his saliva. When we came out just now, Dragonite didn't look like this. Maybe there was a problem with our guy, who was left behind. Fuck. Zaya couldn't help but lose his quality for once. Isn't this nonsense literature? You two are obviously asking each other to die. How can the other party not make trouble? If he is a trainer specializing in water, that bastard wouldn't let his king level Pokémon flood the place. Tetsuya's face was very ugly. If that was really the case, he felt that Dragonite's appearance seemed normal. If someone broke into your house, stole your things, and then flooded it, you would be very angry. Roar. Another familiar dragon roar. The guardian Dragonite, who had just stood there, rushed towards the 2 poachers again with red eyes. No, why? Hunter R asked for the nth time. Judging from the distance, the kid named Tetsuya was obviously closer to Dragonite. Dragonite in the reverse scale state could not distinguish people at all, and could only act on instinct, but it actually bypassed Tetsuya to attack them. What's the point of talking about a united front now? Survive first. Go, damn guy. Hunter R's face suddenly became ferocious, and the mask on his face didn't fit well. With a flick of her hand, she threw 2 ordinary Pokeballs. Lee quote asterisk 2 noisy bird calls sounded. Fuck, oh. Zaya broke through the defense twice in a short period of time. Two-headed Chimera. What came out of the Pokeball was a strange Pokémon with two bird heads. It was not a Tootsie with one head missing. But, lightning Moltres, Zaya's mouth twitched constantly. Moltres' body suddenly split into two heads like a two-headed dragon, one for Moltres and the other for Zapdos. Is Team Rocket behind this? Is this the reason why they attacked the three god birds? Genetic experiment? Want to create another Pokémon similar to Mewtwo? But it looks like it's still a half-finished product. Otherwise it should be three heads. Zaya, who is familiar with a lot of information, immediately connected everything. Cloning plus fusion. Team Rocket's technology is a bit too dark. He didn't even know where to start. It seems that the birth of Mewtwo not only brought Sakaki an improvement in the top level combat power, but also benefited the Rockets a lot in the biotechnology related to elves. Think about it. Although the birth of Mewtwo is extremely coincidental, no matter how you look at it, as the only artificial mythical beast at present, and even the existence of an artificial first level god, the data of its birth process must have great scientific research value. It is not impossible for the Rockets to create the so-called three-headed mythical bird with this. Moreover, according to the analysis of Tetsuya and Zero, the defects of the two-headed mythical birds in front of them are too great to be made worse. If they want to reach the level of normal elves, it must be impossible for the Rockets to do it in a short time. Watching the three-way melee without distinguishing between enemy and friend, they silently recorded. The emotions are confused and unable to distinguish between enemy and friend, but there is no adverse reaction between the two heads. The strength is very strong, but it has not reached the third level god. The two heads should be much stronger than the general champion level Pokémon. The physical condition is poor, the attack method is more energy attack, the defense is weak, and it is suspected that the support time for combat is limited. Too long a battle will cause the gene to collapse. The reaction is slower than the normal champion Pokémon, but the two heads are enough to deal with it. The dominant heads of the two-headed monster birds are Moltres and Zapdos. It seems that there is no pattern. There is no relationship between the body and the dominant head. Zay is more or less a half researcher, plus the knowledge system of trainers and breeders. He quickly cooperated with Zero to record the situation of the opponent. This is quite precious information and data. Showdown beat the three Pokémon panted and gathered around Zay. Perhaps because of its original strong strength, Guardian Dragonite was not completely affected by the state of the reverse scale. It was a sign that he didn't attack Tetsuya, but attacked the two poachers farther away. It was also a sign that he showed mercy to Garchomp, Moltres and Pidgeot. Look at the 5 Pokémon over there. Their bodies are covered with scars and they are still unconscious. The strength of a level 3 god is completely different from that of a heavenly king. Garchomp looked at the Guardian, who was completely different from his usual self, with some worry. Don't worry, there's no way we can't win. Tetsuya saw Garchomp's worry and comforted him casually. Although there was a vague trend of 1 against 2, Guardian Dragonite was not at a disadvantage at all. He even took advantage of the two-headed birds not being able to distinguish between friend and foe and let them kill each other occasionally. If it weren't for the fact that an island state was clearly in front of him, Tetsuya would have thought that Guardian Dragonite was awake. This was completely caused by its powerful fighting instinct. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the two-headed monster bad was composed of Moltres and Zapdos. If it was Articuno, Dragonite would have been in a lot of trouble. The fourfold restraint of the ice type is not just talk. Even Dragonite, which has extremely strong physical strength, will be greatly affected. Next, Flame Chicken was a little anxious. Yes, it is a good thing to win the fight, but after the fight, it will be our turn. Dragonite's control can only be effective when there is an enemy that it wants to target more. Otherwise, the reverse scale state will only make it destroy everything in front of it until its physical strength is exhausted. It's okay, you can take over when the time comes. ZAGE didn't look anxious at all, and he was in the mood to tease Flame Chicken. Flame Chicken rolled his eyes. It likes challenges, but doesn't want to die. If it was a champion level Pokémon, it would dare to go up, but it would be better to forget about Dragonite, which has entered the 3rd level god realm. Someone from the Yulan clan will come soon, but we do have to make some preparations first. silently closing the record of 0. ZHE also called over a few Pokémon. Alido, how are you doing? Tetsuya asked, looking at Alido who was clearly not injured, but was still exhausted and panting. Alido gave him a bad smile. Psychic power characteristics. Tetsuya's face was serious. With powerful strength and dragon attribute energy, Dragonite's psychic power was almost transformed into substance. This dragon power was no worse than the oppressive characteristics of the mythical beast. Only the elite level Alido had extremely strong psychic power as a psychic Pokémon, otherwise it should have fainted at this moment. Even so, Alido's condition was almost the same as that of Blaziken, or even worse. I can take you away from here when necessary, Alido said in Tetsuya's mind through psychic power. No need, not yet. Tetsuya decisively rejected it. Gardevoir can create a small black hole with its life to protect the trainer, and Alido of another evolutionary path will naturally not be much worse. But the price is too high. No matter what time it is, Tetsuya does not want his Pokémon to protect its life in this way. Let's do this. He began to command Flame Chicken to make the final preparations just in case. According to the time, it should be almost time. Tetsuya's eyes were full of calmness. In sharp contrast, there were two poachers lingering on the battlefield on the other side. In the battle between three extremely powerful Pokémon, the two trainers without Pokémon protection were like ants. Not only did the disguise masks fall off, but their bodies were covered with scars and their clothes were almost in tatters. The only thing to be thankful for was that they were still alive. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Mega Flying Dragon, the special ability of the Dragon Elder. Damn it, Team Rocket is a bunch of lunatics. Hunter looked at the two bird Pokémons above her head and felt terrible. As a well-known poacher team leader with certain dreams, she certainly knew the names of the Threabads and their appearances. But she never thought that when she set the Threabads as her lifelong capture target, Team Rocket had already started genetic experiments on them. And it was obvious at a glance that they were not the kind of random ones. She thought that the member of Team Rocket gave her Bixius's Dark Ball at that time, and wondered why the Dark Ball was no different from an ordinary Pokeball. After calculating, there were two monsters like this inside. Fortunately, we didn't do it when the third brother said to release it to sea. Otherwise, Hunter K dodged the intertwined flames and lightning, and was extremely grateful, and hated the Hunter P who was left behind. He felt that his boss's choice to sell the third brother this time was absolutely correct. This kind of guy should not be his partner. Goddamn, let it out to sea. This is fatal. I guess we are going to get caught this time. It's really unlucky. The two people were still cursing in this situation. It must be said that this can be regarded as a very good mentality. As poachers who have been rampant for a long time, they are also prepared for going to jail. Anyway, according to the laws of the Alliance, it should not be a problem to stay alive. Compared with the current situation of wandering on the line of death, the two poachers would rather be taken away by the people of the Alliance now. At least their safety is guaranteed. I still have a lot of information about the Rocket team. When I hand it over, I may be able to get a good ending. Hunter R has begun to think about how to make good use of the information in his hands, if he can survive. Yeah. Hunter K looked at her with a fake smile. Suddenly, the two separated tacitly and began to avoid the attack from above. At the moment, when they knew they could not leave, they made the most selfish decision. What a ruthless person. ZHE, who was not far away, looked at the actions of the two and smacked his lips. They are indeed crazy people who dare to attack Silver Mountain on time. After the other party's disguise mask fell off, ZHE also naturally recognized their identities immediately. After all, in the Johto area, the gull poaching group is still very famous. He just didn't expect that Team Rocket could actually get its three leaders to go out at the same time. Although one is not as good as Hunter J, if these three leaders act together, the cost may be higher than asking Hunter J. But it seems that there will be no good show to watch in Silver Mountain this year. ZHE also began to lose his mind unconsciously. As for why, isn't this nonsense? Without the 3 leading bosses, what can the group of minions do? Speaking of leaders, the structure of the gull poaching group is also loose. These 3 guys just control most of the power. Once there is no restraint, it will fall apart in a matter of minutes. By the way, could it be that Sakaki took this opportunity to control the poaching groups in the 2 regions? These 3 idiots really fell for it. ZHE also felt that his idea was very likely to be true. By the way, Team Rocket can also test the combat effectiveness of the 2-headed monster birds. This is simply Team Rocket's style. Go back and ask Kojiro if he has received any poaching missions recently. He quickly came up with an idea. Team Rocket wants to expand, and Kojiro will definitely be the first to participate in the relevant actions. To put it a little outrageously, this can also be regarded as his qualifications in Team Rocket. After all, he is the eldest son of the Sasaki family, and it is not too much to have some privileges. If this is true, Team Rocket's exaggeration speed is much faster than he imagined. I really want to know how strong Muto is. ZHE couldn't help but sigh. Judging from the time Team Rocket was showing off its skills when Muto was born. If you say that there is no connection between the 2, he absolutely does not believe it. Before this, Team Rocket's various actions were not so exaggerated as to casually target the legendary beasts. An unpleasant scream sounded. I saw the head of a 2-headed monster bird, the lightning bird, being tightly grasped by a claw of dragonite. The eyes of the lightning bird's head were almost white to the sky, and it seemed that it was about to suffocate. Feeling the bad condition of its body, the molters, which should be considered a symbiotic relationship, could not sit still. Flames ignited on its beak and pecked at dragonite. A silver white flash directly hit the face of Molter's head and threw it away. The tendency of the neck and body to separate made the 2-head scream at the same time. Dragonite waved its claws, and the force of rotation made the 2-headed monster bird wrap up like a ball. The small wings on its back waved slightly, and Dragonite, which caught up with the 2-headed monster bird in an instant, slowly raised its right foot in the air, like kicking a football. Boom. The 2-headed monster bird was blasted straight into the ground and its life or death was unknown. Not coming yet? Tetsua's face changed from calm at the beginning to a little anxious. This is different from what Xiao-chan said. Didn't they say that the Dragon Elder would arrive within a quarter of an hour if something happened? It's almost more than 20 minutes. Looking at the holes dug by the flame chicken behind him, Tetsuya swallowed his saliva. If it really doesn't work, I can only pray that Dragonite won't find me when I sneak into the ground and won't use any moves like Earthquake. After all, its brain should not be very good in the reverse scale state. And when one 2-headed monster bird created by genetic technology is defeated, the fate of the other one is needless to say. Under the attack of Dragonite's left punch and circle, the second 2-headed monster bird can't tell up, down, left, and right in the sky. It only took 2 or 3 minutes for it to follow in the footsteps of its companions. In 2 huge pits on the ground, 2 elves with extremely twisted body postures were breathing in and out. Is the time up? They raised his eyebrows and stopped the timer secretly. 11.5 minutes, unexpectedly long. He thought that the genes of these 2 elves would collapse in less than 5 minutes. Unexpectedly, under the continuous attacks of Dragonite, they still lasted for a long time. No, it could be that they used technology similar to the Dark Ball to recover from injuries with vitality. Anyway, for a 2-headed monster bird with genetic defects, lifespan is meaningless. Zaire also quickly thought of another possibility. No matter which one it is extremely bad news for the Alliance that the Rockets have such a man-made object. Because this means that those senior cadres with numbers have truly had the power to compete with the champion in a short period of time. I just don't know how much it costs. If it is not high, the top leaders of the Kanto and Johto alliances will have a headache next. Come back, Pidgeot. Thinking of this, Zaire also took back the only Pokémon that is not easy to hide into the Pokéball. Although Pidgeot expressed opposition and hoped to stay outside so that he could take his boss away if something happened, he did not think that Pidgeot could avoid Dragonite's pursuit in his current state. While Dragonite was dealing with the 2 poachers, Zaire hurriedly ran behind a boulder and prepared to hide underground from the hole here for a while. Roar, not far away, a dragon roar different from Dragonite sounded. There's eyes lit up immediately after half of his body entered the hole. Very strong. Flammelian's Wava Guide and Alido's superpowers immediately responded. Dragon Star Group. An old voice that sounded familiar to Tetsuya resounded through the sky. He climbed out of the cave and looked up into the distance. Above the elves covered by orange light, an old woman with a cane was standing steadily. As if she felt Tetsuya's gaze, the old woman looked at him and smiled at him. Tetsuya swallowed unconsciously. The Dragon Elder is so strong. Roar under the Dragon Elder was naturally Dragonite. The orange light gradually gathered from its whole body to its mouth. A huge orange ball of light surged with heart-pounding energy fluctuations. With a roar to the sky, Dragonite immediately threw the ball of light into the sky. The next moment, countless orange lights, like falling meteors, densely rushed towards the Guardian Dragonite in the reverse scale state. So beautiful. Tetsuya couldn't help but exclaim. But hidden under this beautiful scenery is an extremely powerful force and destructive power. Boom 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 in the blink of an eye. The nearby venues exploded, as if they were bombarded by missiles. Tetsuya's ears were filled with violent explosions. Ledo the superpower covered him, and he felt like he was alive. Thank you, Alido. Tetsuya patted Alido's body, and then cast his eyes to the location of Dragonite. In just a few seconds, it flew from the far sky to the nearby. Dragonite's roar sounded again. Obviously, although the Dragonite of the Dragon Elder is also extremely powerful, it is still powerless against the 3rd level God level Dragonite. Even though Dragonite has experienced quite intense battles. Get ready, get close. The Dragon Elder, who was leaning on a cane, squatted down and patted his old friend's head lightly. Dragonite nodded, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit when he looked at Dragonite. The blood-red wings flapped vigorously, and the strong wind drove its huge body forward quickly. The white light enveloped it in an instant. Mega Evolution. Go. A red crescent that cuts through the sky. Roar amidst everyone's slightly dull eyes. A brand new Tyrannosaurus appeared in the air. The two wings twisted and stuck together to form a huge crescent-shaped wing. The head, neck, and torso became slender, the limbs became shorter, and the tail became slender, and the body was perfectly streamlined. The top pair of triangular wings on both sides of its head grew significantly, and the middle pair extended forward to the nose. Together with the unchanged pair of wings at the bottom, it looked extremely fierce. The gray shell of the lower jaw fell off, revealing smooth red skin, and the outer shell of the abdomen became like a vest-style armor, and a pair of red half-rings appeared at the base of the hind legs. The legs gathered in the gap could not be seen clearly, and the already extremely fast flight reached a higher level. Just as the Dragon Elder shouted just now, the mega-evolved Super Tyrannosaurus was a red crescent that cut through the sky. With its huge wings, surrounded by high-speed airflow, Mega Dragonite rushed towards Dragonite with great rage, as if to cut it in half. Although Dragonite in the reverse scale state did not have much rationality, it also knew who was strong and who was weak. Its hands began to shine with purple fluctuations, and it looked a little bigger than usual, as if it had expanded. Roar, the short dragon claws slammed into the dive state of the Dragon God. But no one could say that the latter would definitely win. Even though it has been greatly improved after Mega Evolution, it is not so easy to cross from champion to 3rd level God. Dragonite's strength is still above Mega Dragonite. Violent fluctuations surged from the place where the two Pokémons fought, and the sandstorms formed, made it impossible to see the situation of the battle clearly. ZHE could only understand a little from the retelling of Blaziken and Alido. The Dragon Elder. The only thing he didn't understand and was worried about was the Dragon Elder on the back of Mega Dragonite. What did the other party rely on to dare to do this? Even as strong as a Cien Zibber, they dare not rely on their own bodies to directly enter the battle between the champion level and the 3rd level God level elves. At this time, a ball of purple light that was much smaller than the two dragon type elves attracted Zay's attention. What is that? He squinted his eyes involuntarily to see more clearly. A pair of old hands had already let go of the crutches that had been tightly grasped. Although his body was extremely thin, he stood steadily in the center of the most intense battle. The same fluctuations as the dragon type energy gathered around the Dragon Elder. Be good, calm down and be calm. The dragon elder stretched out his hand with a kind smile and tried his best to stroke the dragonite in the reverse scale state. Under him, Mega Tyrannosaurus gritted his teeth and persisted and would never move away even if Dragonite attacked. Gradually, Dragonite's attack power weakened. The blood red color on his body and eyes gradually faded. A somewhat silly cry sounded. Dragonite, who seemed to have returned to normal, looked at everything in front of him blankly. Raw Super Dragonite roared at it in displeasure. The elder dragon on its back put down his hands tiredly. It's okay, it's okay. She comforted the guardian Dragonite in front of him with a smile. It was only a few seconds, but the elder dragon seemed to have exercised all day. Guardian Dragonite was naturally familiar with the elder dragon. After closing his eyes and thinking about it, he immediately understood what had just happened. A thin layer of red covered his eyes again. Seeing that the situation was not good, the elder dragon once again forced himself to stroke Dragonite's head. After repeating this several times, Guardian Dragonite finally returned to its most normal state. Carefully looking at the two poachers frozen by Dragonite, the elder dragon said nothing. She got off the back of the Dragonite that had returned to normal and looked at where Zaya was. Zaya also came out consciously. Elder, what a coincidence. A total of 8,000. I made up for yesterday's, thinking that it would not be good to post one alone, so I posted them together. Chapter 487, Dragon Sanctuary. There are even more deadly people. You kid, it seems like you have a good harvest. Looking at the Garcomp following Zaya, the Dragon Elder, who knew almost every dragon type Pokémon in the Dragon Cave, spoke tremblingly. But after personally experiencing the scene just now, Zaya would not really regard this woman as an old woman who was powerless. What kind of old woman could calm a third level god in the reverse scale state? Zaya glanced at the fat man next to him who looked silly. Without the blessing of the reverse scale state, its strength is now stable at the champion. This also made him feel relieved. At least it shows that the strength of this Dragonite is still within the reachable range. However, it is undoubtedly one of the strongest Pokémons at the champion level. Otherwise, no matter how much the reverse scale state is improved, it cannot cross to the level of the third level god without a good foundation. Sensing Zaya's gaze, Dragonite tilted its head, then smiled and raised its claws to greet this human. After calming down, it could smell the flower fragrance of Dragon Sanctuary left on the other party. Combined with the Garcomp next to the other party, Guardian Dragonite quickly remembered the human trainer mentioned by Garcomp leader and did not long ago. Speaking of which, it was the little guy next to him who gave the flower to the other party. That's right, for Guardian Dragonite, Elder Dragon is a little guy who grew up under its watch. After all, it is a Pokémon cultivated by Elder Dragon's father. It is no exaggeration to say that when Guardian Dragonite was born, Elder Dragon was still nowhere to be found. Elder, how did you calm Dragonite just now? After a brief exchange, they still couldn't suppress his inner curiosity. He certainly knew that the Yulan clan had its own unique secret skills, which is one of the reasons why there are so many dragon trainers in Yanmo City. When he was studying with Nobuhiko in Jinhuang City, the other party once mentioned to him the training method of the Yulan clan trainers. Unlike the Azure Gym, which focuses on physical training, according to Zinian, the Dragon Clan pays more attention to the perception of energy, especially dragon energy. In addition, there is a place like the Dragon Cave. Almost every trainer of the Dragon Clan has been trained and cultivated since childhood, and can resonate with dragon-type elves after adulthood. The weaker ones will cultivate elves that do not have dragon attributes, but have dragon blood, such as Charizard and Gyarados. The stronger ones, then the real dragon-type elves and even the quasi-gods among them will become their elf partners. The most talented ones, such as Xianachan and Du of this generation, will be recognized by the excellent and outstanding among the quasi-gods. Speaking of which, Du is actually not a normal situation, because at the beginning, he only got the recognition of a small dragon, which is the lowest in talent among the Dragon Clan. Of course, even if it is the bottom, it is relatively speaking. It is impossible for a normal new trainer to get the recognition of a small dragon with dragon blood. Although Charmander is the most gentle in its family, and they tend to be stubbornly loyal to their masters, the presence of dragon blood will amplify Charmeleon's irritability and stubbornness and Charizard's self-willed personality traits in advance. This will make Charmander, which was originally suitable for the 3 starters, a nightmare for most trainers. After all, no one wants to wake up early in the morning to find that their tent and sleeping bag have been burned clean, right? But what no one expected was that it was with Charmander and even Charizard, which evolved soon after, that became the leader of the generation of the dragon family. Even a quasi-god can only be defeated helplessly in the face of this combination of one person and one Pokémon. This led to Do's main trump card adding a Dragonite, and also the name of the Dragon Messenger. It can be said that every champion level trainer is the protagonist in his own life and the lives of those around him. Facing Tetsuya's question, the Dragon Elder did not mean to hide it. This was not a very secret news, it's just the use of dragon power, but now there are only 3 people in the entire dragon clan, including me, who can do it. Her tone was very flat. Dragon power. Tetsuya muttered to himself. The other 2 could guess that it must be Xiaochan and Do. This kind of use has nothing to do with age. It's purely based on talent. Who else can be more talented than these 2? The Dragon Elder shook his head helplessly. It's just dragon power. The so-called dragon power is just a name imposed by outsiders. The reason why we dragon trainers can make dragon Pokémon become our partners is based on the resonance of hearts, not the so-called dragon power. The existence of dragon power only allows us to touch the proud hearts of dragon Pokémon. It is of no help in gaining recognition. Tetsuya did not comment. But in his opinion, being able to touch the hearts of Pokémon is the biggest help, and it is a dragon Pokémon that is recognized as difficult to touch. Of course, it was mainly because most dragon-type Pokémon cubs had powerful elders following them. Otherwise, no matter what kind of cubs they were, they would be very cute when they were just born. Well, just talking about personality. As for Pokémon like Mud Garbage Mountain, Zaya said that he was still a little sorry. He had no ill intentions, but he really couldn't accept it. However, Zaya didn't dwell on this issue for too long. He looked at the waterfall leading to the dragon sanctuary not far away. What happened in there? Why is Dragonite so angry? The Dragon Elder stroked Dragonite's body with one hand and explained, it's almost the same as you thought. The 3 poachers who sneaked in were quite ruthless. They caused great damage to the dragon sanctuary while stealing the flames. The most important thing is that the bastard left inside destroyed a piece of stone that Dragonite cherished very much. A stone. Zaya blinked. There was no flooding, just a simple stone. The Dragon Elder saw Tetsuya's confusion and sighed. That stone was left by my father in the Dragon Sanctuary. Every time he entered the Dragon Sanctuary, he would sit on that stone and chat with Dragonite. Since his death, Dragonite has been active nearby, guarding the Dragon Sanctuary and the Dragon-type Pokémon inside. When the Dragon Elder said this, Dragonite beside him also made a wrong cry. To it, that was the only trace left by its trainer. However, Leader Garcomp should still be repairing it inside. I wonder if it can be repaired. The Dragon Elder added. Tetsuya suddenly realized. No wonder he said that he seemed to have forgotten something. It was probably because Leader Garcomp was not there. It is rare for a champion level quasi-god to be a repairman. Why don't you let me go in and take a look? Maybe I can help a little. Looking at Dragonite with his head down, Tetsuya said subconsciously. The Dragon Elder was stunned for a moment, then nodded cheerfully. Okay, I remember you have rock-type Pokémon, right? It's at the peak of the quasi-king level, and it can really help a lot. ZHE also regretted what he said just now. After all, the Dragon Sanctuary is not open to outsiders. It would be fine if he sneaked in without any trouble and the owner turned a blind eye to it, but wouldn't it be strange to ask for entry at this time? Unexpectedly, the Dragon Elder actually agreed to let him in easily. Facing ZHE's somewhat surprised expression, the Dragon Elder did not explain much. The power of dragons can not only sense the hearts of dragon-type Pokémon, but also the emotions of humans. ZHE was very sincere when he said that just now. That's why the Dragon Elder agreed so readily. And to be honest, she was also a little worried that Garcomp couldn't recover. Destruction is always easier than repair. Even though Garcomp, whose attributes are ground plus dragon instead of rock plus dragon, has champion level strength, it is still unknown how much he can do. That guy's not suitable for such delicate work. He is not professional enough. Among the Pokémon, the only Pokémon with rock plus dragon attributes are baby Tyrannosaurus and its evolved form, Ograjaw. When the Silph group developed the fossil resurrection technology, this type of Pokémon was sent to the Dragon Cave as soon as possible. But on the one hand, they have not been resurrected for a long time, and they are still quite unfamiliar with the control of energy. On the other hand, their habitat is also quite far away from here. It will undoubtedly waste a lot of time to go back and forth. This is even more true for other dragon Pokémon without dragon attributes. The Boscadora that Zaya met before is actually a good choice for repairing rocks, but the area where it lives is at least dozens of kilometers away from here. Even at the speed of Dragonite, it will take at least 7 or 8 minutes to go back and forth. This is based on the premise that the Boscadora is put into the Pokéball. Therefore, Zaya's giant rock monster has become the best option at this time. Come on, come in with me. Landshark, please keep an eye on these two people and don't let them run away. The Dragon Elder leaned on his cane again and walked towards the waterfall step by step. Landshark naturally would not disobey the Dragon Elder's words. He happily ran to the ice that froze the two people and sat down obediently. The two poachers who were still conscious inside were almost desperate. They also heard the Dragon Elder's explanation. Who would have thought that an ordinary rock in the canyon would have such a background? If I had known earlier, I would have stolen it by a different route. It was unlucky to say that the rock happened to be in the middle of the best theft route, otherwise they would not have been idle to destroy a rock. The Dragon Elder fumbled by the river and triggered some mechanism. The waterfall immediately stopped flowing, revealing the entrance behind it. Not only that, a series of stone pillars that rose one after another also emerged from under the water. The Dragon Elder jumped on it casually, and the way he moved on it was as flexible as a young man in his 20s. Zaya didn't hesitate much, and quickly followed, after taking back Moltres and Lido. Dragonite and Dragonite followed slowly behind. When they arrived at the entrance, a canyon landscape that looked like a line of sky came into Zaya's sight. Next to it, two machines that looked like hot air balloons were lying quietly. The Dragon Elder walked onto one of the machines and waved to Zaya. Dragonite and Dragonite skillfully tied the reins for themselves. Zaya's mouth widened slightly. Wow, to champion level quasi-gods are pulling, and they asked who else is there. And it seems that these two Pokémon have done this for the first time, and they are very skilled. Needless to say, the speed of such a hot air balloon is naturally fast. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the scenery behind the canyon suddenly became clear. It was a vast world that was no different from the outside world. Continuous mountains, winding rivers, lush forests and wide plains. This place is more comfortable than the Dragon's Lair. This is the result of Dragonite's efforts over the years. It wasn't so beautiful before. The words of the Dragon Elder were full of sighs. Dragonite deserves the title of Guardian. The only problem is that it doesn't look lively here. Even dragon type elves can't be seen. ZHE also thought that there would be many more powerful individuals in the Dragon Sanctuary. They don't live here. It's too small. The Dragon Elder said without thinking. ZHE scratched his head embarrassedly and was secretly shocked. Not here. That means there are indeed many, right? The elf world is so big, it's easy for the Alliance to find a place for dragon type elves to live. There's no need to worry about their safety. Thinking of this, Dragonite and Dragonite in front also swooped down with hot air balloons. After landing on the ground, looking at the leader of the land shark who was pinching small stones with his dragon claws not far away, ZHE couldn't help but want to laugh. This is really Zangfei learning embroidery, and it's a big and strong version of Zangfei. There were even some sweat on the head of the Garchomp leader. This thing is too dragon consuming. It didn't even notice Tetsua's arrival. On the ground next to it, a human and several Pokémon were unconscious. Pangoro, come out and see if it can be repaired. Tetsua threw out his Pokéball without saying a word. Pangoro didn't say anything at first, but carefully sensed it. Dangoro. Under the surprised eyes of Dragonite, it nodded calmly. It looks fine, but Garchomp is not good at this. Tetsuya and the Dragon Elder also felt relieved. The confused Garchomp leader was quickly taken aside by the Guardian Dragonite. The earthy yellow rock energy fluctuations kept hovering nearby. The Ga comp leader only then noticed Tetsuya and the Dragon Elder. Oops, the dragon is lost. This was its first reaction. It can only be said that the prince's character is not without reason, and this family is not much better. At this time, a faint dragon roar was heard again. Who is it again? Looking at the direction where the sound came from, the Dragon Elder frowned rarely. ZHE didn't know what happened, but from the reaction of the Dragon Elder, it is not difficult to infer that this is a guy who is more suicidal. I will take a day off tomorrow. I really can't write at the beginning of the month. I stumble and have a headache. Someone gave me a leader. I think I have to update 6k a day this month to make up for his arrears. It's great to be rich. It's really great. Chapter 488, Meet the New Dragon. However, ZHE also frowned. The dragon roar just now was different from all the dragon type Pokémon he knew. If I had to describe it, that dragon roar was sharper, and it made people feel uncomfortable. Tyrannosaurus, go take a look. The Dragon Elder instructed Tyrannosaurus, who was lying on the ground, to rest. The damage it suffered in the battle with Dragonite just now was not small. After all, it was a 3rd level god level attack. However, under the strong vitality and recovery ability of the dragon type Pokémon, Tyrannosaurus's condition was almost visibly getting better. ZHE also estimated that this might also be related to the environment of the Dragon Sanctuary. When it was in the Dragon Cave just now, Tyrannosaurus's expression was not as comfortable as it is now. As the Dragon Elder spoke, Tyrannosaurus also spread his wings and flew towards the place where the dragon type Pokémon just made a cry. Don't we need to go over and take a look together? ZHE also asked subconsciously. No, Tyrannosaurus can handle it, and there are Pokémon protecting it over there. Don't worry. The Dragon Elder shook his head. Champion level Pokémon, even without a trainer's command, can easily fight multiple elite level Pokémon or even quasi champion level Pokémon. If there is really something, just shout loudly, and Dragonite will be there to provide support quickly. Besides, the Pokémon she mentioned about protecting there are not weak at all. ZHE also nodded. Since the owner doesn't care, there is no need for him to say more. However, he is still curious about the cry he has never heard before. The progress of the restoration of the rock monster is very smooth. It is mainly because the poachers did not smash the stone into pieces. Think about it. What kind of person would break a stone blocking the road into slag under such circumstances? Most people who would do this are mentally ill. In short, it took less than a quarter of an hour for the rock monster to restore the rock to its original appearance. That is, the rock type Pokémon can sense the subtle changes in the texture inside the rock. Otherwise it is unknown what strange shape it will be restored to. Looking at the restored rock, Dragonite let out a happy cry. It walked carefully to the rock and poked it gently with its claws. Dangoro. Pangyangua, he called out. Anyone or any elf could hear the helplessness in its tone. Dragonite raised its claws and patted its belly. It looked at Pangyangua and then at Tetsuya. Then it flapped its wings and flew to its other nest. When it returned half a minute later, Dragonite was holding a piece of yellow scale tightly in its claws. The leader of the Libite land shark on the side almost popped his eyes out. It seems that Dragonite likes you very much, and the same goes for Zyachans. You seem to be very suitable to comprehend the power of dragons and become a dragon trainer. The elder of the dragon said with a smile. This is Dragonite's thing, and it naturally has the right to dispose of it. But what she didn't expect was that Dragonite would so decisively give this piece of dragon scale to the little guy in front of him. You know, this is the dragon scale that Dragonite shared himself. The dragon scale of a Dragonite that is champion level in normal state and can even reach level 3 god in reverse scale state. Its preciousness is even higher than most dragon teeth. Although it has no amplification effect, it is the best breeding material for dragon type Pokémon, especially for cubs. It is no exaggeration to say that, as long as the method is appropriate, the cubs of dragon type Pokémon can completely shorten the growth period of half a year with this scale. Is it really for me? ZHE was a little hesitant. This thing is really expensive. Dragonite squinted and nodded happily. For it, this scale has long been useless. Guardian Dragonite is a peculiar among dragon type Pokémon and has no intention of giving birth to offspring. So the scale will be given away sooner or later. The only difference is that it is given to the little guys in the tribe or to the human trainer in front of it. Anyway, this trainer gave it a very good sense and helped it repair its own trainer's rock, so it's nothing to give it a dragon scale. The leader of the Garcomp blinked his eyes with envy. But after thinking about it carefully, after this human obtains it, won't he have to use it on his grandson? This is a good thing. Anyway, according to the habits of most Pokémon that leave the dragon cave, they will eventually return here. At that time, maybe they can expand the tribe together with their brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, the mouth of the leader of the Libite land shark opened wide. Roar. The roar of the Tyrannosaurus also rang in the sky. Tetsuya and the Dragon Elder subconsciously looked up. With good eyesight, they could instantly see the person that Tyrannosaurus was holding. Matsumoto Matsushita. Tetsuya blurted out the other party's name. This ghost-type specialized trainer who was wearing a black robe from head to toe left a very deep impression on him. Especially the Jenga family Pokémons around the other party, who could be called the Ghost King. But the difference in strength was obvious. Under the interference of Tyrannosaurus, all the ghost-type Pokémon around the other party disappeared. It was not difficult for Tetsuya to imagine their situation. They probably fainted and lost their ability to fight. Of course, their trainer was not much better. The black robe he was wearing had been shredded into pieces, and he was completely unconscious. Bang! When he was about 7 or 8 meters above the ground, Dragonite threw Matsumoto Matsushita to the ground without any hesitation, making a loud noise. Tetsuya's mouth twitched. If his method of entering the dragon sanctuary was similar to breaking in, then his fate would probably be similar to this guy's. Looking at the trainer who fell to the ground, the Dragon Elder shook his head helplessly. Money can move people's hearts, she sighed. Tetsuya nodded silently. Not only that, dragon-type Pokémon also represent strength and status, which cannot be measured by simple money. But he was curious about what the purpose of this ghost-type trainer coming here was. You know, in his memory, there is no dragon-type Pokémon with ghost attributes. Thinking of this, the dragon roar he just heard rang again. But compared to the last time, this time it was undoubtedly not so uncomfortable, but inexplicably lively. ZHE was a little confused. Pangan brought the dragon scales given by Dragonite and quietly came to his trainer. Well done. Putting aside his doubts for the time being, ZHE patted Pangan to show encouragement. This kid didn't want anything in particular, so sometimes he didn't know how to reward him, so he could only praise him more. Who made Pangan the most worry-free Pokémon in his team. Speaking of which, it's time to think of a way to improve Pangan's potential. It's almost the bottom of the team. But the potential of Pokémon can't be improved just by saying it. Pidgeot and Dragonite are completely exceptions. Not all Pokémon have such good luck to be favored by the mythical beasts or to merge and mutate with the energy of the mythical beasts. Otherwise, the world would have been full of champions. For rock-type mythical beasts, Regirock or Turajan. ZHE frowned and thought. Ground-type mythical beasts are not impossible. But for the single rock-type giant rock monster, it is naturally better to have a mythical beast with the same attributes. But these two mythical beasts are not easy to meet. Let alone Terrakion. It is far away in the Unova region, and if you want to go there, you have to wait until the trip to the Johto Alliance is over. Although according to Tetsuya's plan, he is going to Hone, but it is not a big problem to change it for the giant rock monster. As for a Jirok, this person is in Hone. The problem is that no one knows where the rock pillar among the 3 pillars was sealed by humans in ancient times. Or in other words, where it was sealed by itself. It is much more difficult to find it than to find Terrakion. Forget it. Why think so much? It is not so easy to meet a mythical beast. Tetsuya shook his head and laughed at himself. Maybe he had an illusion because he had met the mythical beasts one after another recently. In fact, these powerful elves live in places where few people go, and ordinary people may not see them in their lifetime. Besides, the improvement of potential is not only possible for mythical beasts, humans also have corresponding means. It's just that the investment is huge and the probability is not stable. For example, the use of evolution stones. Don't worry, I will definitely let you catch up with the guys, or even be better than them, he said to the giant rock monster beside him. The giant rock monster nodded silently, without a trace of disbelief in his eyes. It always believes in its trainer and is unwavering. HMPH, a low groan sounded. Tetsuya looked up and saw that it was Matsumoto Matsushita who woke up. I was caught. Matsumoto Matsushita's eyes were full of pity, but it was just a pity. It seems that he had already prepared to be caught. Who is? The dragon elder immediately prepared to interrogate. She didn't believe that an ordinary trainer would know the existence of that group of elves. It's Team Rocket. They came to me and told me that there is a dragon sanctuary deep in the dragon cave, and there is also a dragon tomb inside, where a group of elves with both dragon attributes and ghost attributes live. Matsumoto Matsushita broke everything without saying a word. Under Tetsuya's surprised eyes, he said to himself, those guys disguised themselves very well, but they couldn't escape the surveillance of ghost-type elves, so I discovered their identities. Ghost and Psychic are the two most easily used elf attributes for surveillance. Whether it is psychic perception or the invisibility ability mastered by ghost elves, most human instruments and elves cannot detect it. Team Rocket. Tetsuya sighed slightly. The dragon elder immediately found something wrong. Why? You know? She didn't think that Tetsuya had anything to do with Team Rocket. She was just asking. Tetsuya nodded and briefly told the dragon elder what had happened some time ago and explained his speculation about the two-headed monster bird. As the dragon elder, he naturally knew about it, but he probably didn't pay much attention to it because he was busy with the dragon rising ceremony recently. I see. The dragon elder paused and fell silent. Matsumoto Matsushita looked at Tetsuya with some curiosity. Is it a plan against the three sacred birds? It seems that he was used as a gun. Despite this, he did not have the slightest dissatisfaction. It's just because he's a weakling. It's normal. Matsumoto Matsushita has long been accustomed to such rules. If possible, please tell me the names of those dragon-type ghost elves, okay? He suddenly pleaded with the dragon elder. The dragon elder glanced at him. Dron Messiah, Doran Kai, and Doran Baruto. Thank you very much. Matsumoto Matsushita responded excitedly. He didn't feel like a prisoner at all. Perhaps it was because he had such a deep affection and pursuit for ghost elves that he went deep into the dragon sanctuary knowing that it was extremely dangerous. Zaya listened to the names of these three unheard of elves, and his eyes also revealed a light of interest. Just when he was about to ask if he could go and see. They are coming. The dragon elder raised his cane and pointed to the distance. Zaya looked up and saw that a group of elves he had never seen before were flying towards him. The smallest elf must be Doran Messiah. They have a wide and flat head, two prominent eyes, a pointed mouth, and a relatively narrow body. They have two small hands and horns, and there seem to be two small horns under each horn. There is a connection between the tail and the abdomen. The color of the connection part is darker and there are three thorns. The slightly larger Duranki is an enlarged version of it, with clearer patterns and a somewhat transparent tail. The head of the largest Duran Baruto has become sharper, and there are 4 more holes like launch ports on the horns extending to both sides, and the end of the tail has become completely transparent. The most peculiar thing is that Doran Mija is either lying on the top of Duranki's head, or nesting in the hole on the horn of Duran Baruto. It seems that they are a group of dragon-type elves with good feelings. On their hands and feet, the elves of the ghastly family who have lost their fighting ability are being tied up. Matsumoto Matsushita, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but get nervous. The dragon elder felt his emotions. Don't worry, our dragon clan will not treat elves in the same way as Team Rocket. There was a lot of sarcasm in her words, but it undoubtedly made Matsumoto Matsushita relax a lot. ZHE looked at the group of elves that suddenly arrived with curiosity. The little dragon Messiah was obviously in the same mood. They had never seen anyone other than the dragon elder. Many one after another, the dragon Messiah flew down from the body of Dragonki or Dragon Baruto. They began to circle around Zay. Unlike other ghost-type elves, they did not feel any discomfort because of them. Dragonite grabbed a dragon Messiah and patted its head. I don't know what the two elves said, but the dragon Messiah immediately flew high into the sky and found its parents. I counted the chapters IO, and there are about 29 chapters left from the time it was put on the shelves. Mainly because there is an additional leader and a few rewards of 10,000. Otherwise there shouldn't be so many. and if the monthly ticket target is achieved before the 7th, there will be 3 more chapters. So there will be a total of 32 chapters, 4k each. Damn, if I try my best to pay it back, I can pay it off in a month or 2, but I really want to give up RRRPS. Old readers know that, since I'm a scumbag author who must use leave notes, the number of updated chapters each month ranges from 27 to 29 chapters, and the total number of words fluctuates around 110,000 words. The update time is a little after 11 PM, and there is a high probability that it is exactly on time at 59 minutes. So, as long as it is extra, it will be considered as added by me. Doghead to save my life. Chapter 489, Passage to the Sea. The relationship between Doran Boruto and Doran Mija is similar to that between Ironfish and Megafin, but there are also big differences. At least the evolution of Doran Mija does not require Doran Boruto as a condition. In the wild, Doran Boruto will launch Doran Mija at the speed of sound as a means of attack after the battle begins. Because of its ghost attribute, this method will not only not hurt Doran Mija, but will make them look forward to it. The Dragon Elder introduced the ghost dragon in front of him to Zaya with a smile. Zaya was amazed. It seems that, if they go to the arena, they have to check the launch port. As a trainer, he thought of this almost immediately. It can only be said that his brain circuit was slightly jumpy. Under the very detailed popular science of the Dragon Elder, Zaya soon knew why no one had seen Pokémon like Doran Mija before. Doran Mija is essentially not a modern Pokémon. They mainly lived in ancient times. It's just that with death, they became ghost Pokémon and wandered around their former residences. There is no doubt that it is not easy to turn into a ghost-type elf after death, even for a dragon-type elf with strong spiritual power during his lifetime. Therefore, in order to give birth to a dragon messiah, the existence of a dragon tomb is crucial. In addition to the elf cemetery created by the environment of the dragon cave, there are very few elf cemeteries in the world that can meet the name of dragon tomb. Places like the Pokémon Tower in Kanto, the Lost Tower in Synopsis, the Sending God Mountain in Hone, and the Tower of Heaven in Unova, the elves buried there can be said to include almost all known elves. The ghost-type elves that can be bred are mostly ghastly and float. Moreover, most dragon-type elves, when they are old and dying, have the habit of running to the desolate wilderness to spend the last period of their lives alone. Perhaps they don't want other elves to see their weak side. Of course, after becoming a ghost-type elf, the biggest advantage is that you don't have to worry too much about lifespan. Many people even think that ghost-type elves have no concept of lifespan. The only condition that supports their survival is life energy. After all, judging from the survival time of the ghost-type elves found in the ruins, the oldest of these guys can even be traced back to the time before humans were born. If ghost-type elves were not really suitable for research, most wealthy people would probably spend a lot of money on them. Many the flying dragon messiahs weighed back and forth in front of his mother as if telling something. Zaya secretly took a look with Zero. The strength of the quasi-champion level of the Dragon Boruto was the strongest individual in the tribe. But, the Dragon Messiah is quite cute. Zaya closed his eyes and thought as he looked at the little guys who were spinning around him until there were after images. If he didn't close his eyes, he would be almost knocked out by these elves. Maybe because they had never seen outsiders before, the Dragon Messiah seemed full of energy. Not only Zaya, but even Pan Yangui, who was always calm and liked to take care of elf cubs, was a little overwhelmed. Looking at the several dragonites moving in and out of his body, Pan Yangui didn't know what attitude he should take to face them. It's not good to drive them away, because their parents are watching. If he doesn't drive them away, Pan Yangui said that he is not a pervert and likes to be moved in and out of his body by other Pokémons. This feeling is very uncomfortable. So his rock-made face can't help but show rare emotions. Zay shook his head after reluctantly opening his eyes. Come back, Pan Yangui. A red light flashed. He even found that Pan Yangui was relieved. This is a very rare situation. But what Zay didn't expect was that Pan Yangui was freed, and he suffered more. The dragonites who had never seen Pokeballs were obviously very interested in the red light just now. They crowded together, with their heads stacked up, staring at the Pokeballs on Zay's waist. If Zay never left empty Pokeballs outside, he would have no doubt that these curious little guys would automatically get in. Oh, no, that's good. He scratched his head. The Dragon Clan can't ask for this kind of voluntary entry to go back. Dragon plus Ghost, and it's an extremely rare individual that doesn't absorb life energy, and it won't even conflict with psychic elves. How great is that? Unfortunately, under the Dragon Elder's faint smile, ZHE was too embarrassed to shamelessly take out the empty Pokeball and put it on his waist. He secretly made up his mind that he must change this bad habit after going out. Anyway, he couldn't throw out an empty Pokeball during the battle. If he encountered such a good thing again, wouldn't it be? You know the Galar region, right? The Dragon Elder suddenly asked. ZHE nodded. I know. What's wrong? He picked up a Dragon Missile's neck to prevent it from entering his body. He was a little curious about the reason why the Dragon Elder suddenly mentioned the new region. The Alliance discovered that there are several Dragon Missile tribes living there. After comprehensive consideration, they are going to designate them as quasi-gods in the Galar region. The Dragon Elder said the heavy news lightly. Zaya's face rose. In other words, he just missed the chance to get at least 2 quasi-gods for free. He sighed. Elder, don't hit me so hard. The eyes of the Dragon Elder were full of smiles, but she dragged out the syllables and didn't say anything else. Zaya looked at the Dragon Elder eagerly. He had a feeling that he was about to make a fortune. Since you have put in so much effort, I can give you a chance. The Dragon Elder didn't keep it a secret for too long and paused on the cane in his hand and said, was Zaya's help great? Absolutely. Because no one expected that the 3 poachers would make such a fast progress. It was mainly because they accidentally broke the rock left by the previous generation of the Dragon Pavilion Master. As a result, the Guardian Dragonite went berserk instantly, and all the attention was focused on the unlucky guy who stayed behind. If Zaya hadn't stopped the other 2 poachers at the exit of the Dragon Sanctuary for a few minutes, the furious Dragonite in the reverse scale state might have lost their tracks. It was difficult for the Dragon Elder, who was far away from the exit of the Dragon Cave, to arrive in time. You know, in addition to the entrance of the Dragon Cave, there are other more hidden entrances and exits. Although not many people know about it, with the ability of Team Rocket and the action plan, the other party must have informed the 3 poachers. With the other party's strength, it is not too difficult to escape from the dragon trainers guarding those entrances and exits. Once they run away, it will be a big trouble. Just like the quasi-god Kabukara on Silver Mountain. The reason why those poachers and dark organizations don't have much idea about the Yukara Cubs is entirely because the Johto Alliance has been guarding them well for many years. Since its establishment, no one has been able to steal a Yukara Cub. Most people were crushed into powder by the angry Bangara. A few lucky ones basically cannot do without the benefits of eating free meals for the rest of their lives. The great effort and disproportionate success rate make these profit-seeking guys of little interest in quasi-god cubs. If you have this time, you might as well try your luck in the wild. At least there is still some hope, and the danger is not that great. Although the poachers did not steal the dragon elves this time, the symbolic value of the flames in the dragon sanctuary even exceeds the value of most quasi-god cubs. Once the rockets get it, and you sit to make trouble, the Dragon Elder can fully imagine what the result will be. By then, I'm afraid that Du will have to go back to Yanmo City to take charge of the Dragon Cave. In this way, the rocket's goal must have been achieved. Without Du, who likes to make trouble the most, many of their actions can be carried out smoothly. This is what is called not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves thinking about it. Before the incident, everyone would think that this was a matter of great disparity between investment and return, especially now that Du is so young. But as long as it succeeds once, those disgusting guys will flock to it. The Dragon Elder knows the character of those guys too well. Dragonite gave the dragon scale to Zaya to thank him for his help in repairing the rocks, not on behalf of the Yulan clan. When she made the decision to bring Zaya into the Dragon Sanctuary, she was ready to let him take one more elf from the Dragon Cave. As the human guardian of the Dragon Cave, the Dragon Elder naturally has this right. And I think Du will support her. That guy has proposed more than once to open more Dragon Cave quotas for civilian trainers. Really? ZHE was a little numb from the success of good news. First, he encountered a newly born round shark egg with champion potential. Although he paid the price of a dragon scale, he was soon compensated by a better one. Then he was told that he could have a chance to capture the second dragon Pokémon. You know, with his ability, he would take away at least a quasi-god of the quasi-champion level. This is not insignificant for the Yulong family. After counting inside and outside, his gains from this trip to Yanmo City are terrifying. Of course it's true. Can I change what I said? The Dragon Elder said unhappily. Yes, yes, yes. ZHG nodded in agreement. Elder, who are you? You keep your word and promise. His face was full of flattering smiles. Just kidding. Anyone else would kneel down to the Dragon Elder after hearing this news. Okay, just recognize her as your godmother. But you still have to pass some small tests. The Dragon Elder said quietly, squinting his eyes and enjoying Zay's praise for a while. Zay was not surprised. It was just like what happened in the land shark tribe just now. If he hadn't bribed the prince in advance, the other party would probably not hand over his child to him so easily. The recognition of the Dragon Elder and Dragonite played a role more like a stepping stone. It's hard to say who is more important, but the opinions of the elves' parents are obviously a very critical factor. The test mentioned by the Dragon Elder, to put it bluntly, is that Zay has to convince the parents of the elves he wants to take away. What kind of test is it? I'm ready. Zay's face was full of eagerness. Failure? Sorry, these two words don't exist in his dictionary. Today Zay will leave it here, and he will definitely take the two quasi-gods away. The Dragon Elder smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, the test is not here. As she said, she raised her cane and pointed to the quasi-champion level Dragon Boruto in the sky. That guy will take you there. Go there. Where to? Tetsuya was confused for a moment. Dragon Cave, Dragon Sanctuary, Dragon Tomb. It was hard for him to imagine that there were deeper areas behind these places. Let's go. The Dragon Elder took the lead and walked onto the back of the Tyrannosaurus. The quasi-champion level Dragon Boruto also landed on the ground with two dragon meshes nested in the launcher. After staring at Tetsuya for a few seconds, it tilted its head and signaled him to sit on it. Tetsuya climbed onto the back of Dragon Boruto hesitantly. Unlike the transparent tail, its back gave people the same feeling as a solid body, and it was surprisingly very suitable for carrying people. Many Dragon Mesha poked his head out of the launch port. The body twisted into a strange arc, and then stretched out his tongue to lick Tetsuya's face. It was a little cold. Tetsuya subconsciously shuddered. However, Dragon Mesha seemed very happy, and excitedly shared the joy with the partner on the other side. So, the other half of his face also became the toy of another Dragon Mesha. Tetsuya wanted to cry, but had no tears. Now on the backs of the parents, he did not dare to make any gesture of rejection. God knows what the temper of the big guy under him is. Anyway, judging from the behavior just now, he is still a bit arrogant and not easy to mess with. Anger on Boruto seemed to feel the hyperactivity of the two little guys above his head and shook his head unceremoniously. Swish's heir immediately had the opportunity to see how Doran Messiah was catapulted and flew away. Fortunately, the direction they flew away was right in front of them. So as Doran Boruto moved forward, the two of them quickly returned to their usual nest. This time, the two Doran Messiahs were much quieter. Zaya breathed a sigh of relief. HMM. He subconsciously sniffed this smell. Boom, the loud sound echoed in his ears. Looking down, a turbulent blue appeared in front of Zaya. He opened his mouth in surprise. This is the ocean? Yes, this is the passage from the Dragon Cave to the ocean. The Dragon Elder looked at the passage in front of him and opened his hands. The place you are going to is the real core of the Dragon Clan, and it is also the place where many powerful dragon elves live for a long time. You can call it the Dragon Islands. Chapter 490, Islands on the Sea. Dragon Islands? Zaya repeated the name. Just by hearing it, he could imagine what kind of place it was. No wonder he felt that there were not as many elves in the Dragon Cave as he imagined. Especially the high level elves. Although the elves of the champion and quasi-champion level barely add up to double digits, this is a dragon cave. Apart from anything else, the strength of the elves owned by Do is almost comparable to that of an entire dragon cave. The Dragon Islands are located on the vast ocean, surrounded by storms, and the sea is even more turbulent and full of reefs. Except for Dragonite and Dragon Boruto, even the rest of the Dragon Elves would find it difficult to get there. The Dragon Elder pointed his cane at the sea and said proudly, "This is why people have never discovered the Dragon Islands." The rest of the people who don't know the truth are at most wondering why there are so many Dragon Elves in the Dragon Cave, and they don't think about the deeper reasons. After all, normal people would not dare to think that in the distant ocean, there is a group of Dragon Elves living on a hidden archipelago. I see. They nodded mechanically. This news was really a bit surprising. But then again, in that case, how did the rest of the Pokémon get there? They quickly thought of the key to the problem. From the Dragon Elder's description, there must be quite a few Pokémon living on the Dragon Islands. But if only Dragonite and Dragon Ball can easily reach there, how did they do it? It can't be that they helped to transport them. It's okay for cubs, but for a big guy like the Boscadora we met before, I'm afraid even Dragonite can't carry it for a long time. The Dragon Elder smiled, but didn't say the specific method. They also reacted. They must have their own special passage, which naturally can't be known to outsiders. It's already a good opportunity for him to be taken there by Dragon Ball, to capture a new Dragon Pokémon. Sorry, I'm too excited. They apologized quickly. The Dragon Elder didn't take this question to heart. No matter who knows this news for the first time, they will be surprised and lose their composure. Then let's go, she said as she jumped off the back of the Tyrannosaurus. Fuck. ZAGE was almost scared to death. Roar, a familiar dragon roar came out. Suddenly, a yellow figure rushed out from the rocks on the seashore and caught the Dragon Elder. Tyrannosaurus glanced at ZAGE who was making a fuss with disdain. Really, he has never seen the world. It shook its tail and turned around to return. Although it is not impossible for Tyrannosaurus to cross the storm and reach the Dragon Islands with its strength, it is not necessary. With this time, it is better to go back and reminisce with its friends in the Dragon Cave. It has not been in the Dragon Cave for quite a while. ZAGE saw the look in Tyrannosaurus' eyes and understood what it wanted to express. His face turned black immediately. No, let's be honest, who would have thought that the Dragon Elder, who is so old, still likes to play exciting things. This is hundreds of meters high. Even with the power of dragon, if it falls down, it will probably lose half its life. Dragonite didn't care what the human trainer above was thinking, and just staggered to catch up with Dragonite in front. Dragonite's speed is naturally needless to say. Dragonite's speed was also somewhat beyond Tetsua's expectations. It looked like a big guy, but it could easily keep up with Dragonite's forward speed. Of course, this was also related to the fact that there were two people sitting on the bodies of the two Pokémons, and their respective speeds were not at their highest. But even so, Tetsuya thought it was quite powerful. Dragonite is very light, probably because it has ghost attributes, so it can fly very fast and is very flexible. The voice of the Dragon Elder reached Tetsuya's ears. Tetsuya was stunned at first, and then he realized that this was probably another way to use the power of dragon. From this point of view, this dragon power is not worse than the power of wave and superpowers. Sure enough, we can't underestimate these old predecessors in the trainers. He sighed secretly. Although it is a big burden for trainers and Pokémons to fight with all the members, the older the trainers are, the weaker they are. But this does not mean anything. Like Elder Dragon, with the help of the power of dragon, ZAGE also feels that it is no problem to be a real champion level trainer in a 3v3 battle. If there are more, the energy and body may not be able to hold up. After all, the victory or defeat of Pokémon battles is not only related to the Pokémons on the field, but the trainer is also a crucial link, and the stronger the strength, the more so. But even so, after 2 people and 4 Pokémons flew over the vast ocean for nearly 2 hours, ZAGE saw some traces of the so-called Dragon Islands. Thick grey clouds covered the sky, and tornadoes raged in the sea. ZAGE could fully feel the ruthlessness of nature. Facing the strong wind coming towards him, he squinted his eyes involuntarily. And then, the Dragonite carrying Elder Dragon in front of him issued a dragon's roar with strange fluctuations. Instantly, ZAGE felt that the airflow around him became much more normal. But it was limited to the surroundings. It comes from the ability to control the weather during the period of Dratini and Haxorus. No wonder only Dragonite can do it. ZHE also quickly understood the reason for this situation. It is not an unknown secret that the Pokémon of the Dratini series can control the weather. Almost all trainers know it. But for the final evolved Dragonite, it does not need to use this ability most of the time in the battle. Because its strength is strong enough. It is only when facing the influence of the natural environment that such an ability can be of great use. He even suspected that with the number of Dragonites controlled by the Yulan clan, it is entirely possible to improve the surrounding environment if they control the weather together. But in this way, the concealment will be lost, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. As for Dragonite, ZHE also looked at it below him, whose body was vaguely turning transparent. While worrying about whether he would fall, he also knew the opponent's reliance. For ghost-type Pokémon, they are not afraid of these things at all. Dronbaruto is classified as an invisible Pokémon for now. I think with your ability, it's not difficult to guess what it can do. The Dragon Elder said. This time, she spoke directly. ZHE also nodded. There are so many types of Pokémon with special abilities, and ghost-type Pokémon are the best among them. Among the ghost-type Pokémon, Jenga can merge into the shadow and contain a different space in its body. Dream Demon can distort space to create illusions, and can also create runes to make humans have fantasies. Cursed Doll can burst out powerful power in a short period of time if it is pierced with a needle. This is also one of the reasons why most people stay away from ghost-type Pokémon. Compared with some other Pokémon, they are indeed a bit weird. In comparison, the special ability of Dronbaruto seems a bit useless. It seems that it can't do anything else except making humans invisible. ZHE also swore that he definitely didn't want to do anything bad with invisibility. He just felt that this would make him feel quite safe in the wild. And it can also deal a good blow to those poachers. The invisibility of Dronbaruto actually pulls you into the so-called spirit world, so you will not be affected by the external environment. Of course, this is also a great consumption for it, and it needs the help of Doran Misha. And not all Dronbaruto can master this ability. The Dragon Elder seemed to see what Zaya was thinking and explained patiently. I don't know if it was his illusion, but Zaya always felt that the other party wanted him to take a Doran Misha to cultivate. After all, the Dragon Elder did not say that he could only take away Doran Misha's Pokémon, but all dragon Pokémon. Zaya naturally asked the doubts in his heart. He felt that with the personality of the Dragon Elder, he would not hide such things from him. Hearing him ask this, the Dragon Elder also sighed. I do have such an idea. The specific reason is that they are ghost-attributed Pokémon after all. Don't you think it's strange that there are no Doran Misha tribes in the Dragon Cave? Her eyes revealed helplessness. As a dragon-type elf, although the ghost-type attribute is consistent with the legendary Hades dragon, it is still rejected by most elves. Some dragon-type elves even believe that their birth is due to the resentment of their own clan's predecessors. In this case, only the deep in the dragon sanctuary, only the guardian dragonite will be tolerant enough to them. Therefore, these children have never experienced communication with other dragon-type elves since they were born. This is why they are so excited to see you. As the Dragon Elder narrated, ZHE could even feel the sadness coming from the dragon ballot under him. In the big family of the Dragon Cave, only they, as ghost dragons, could not integrate smoothly. I guess it would not be good for anyone. Moreover, from the situation just now, these guys have a rare gentle and obedient personality. It is natural that they will suffer a great psychological blow if they are misunderstood like this. Is that so? ZHE fell into silence. From an emotional point of view, it is not that he cannot understand the feelings of other dragon-type elves. Even he himself did not have a good sense of ghost-type elves before. The main reason is that there are too many examples of ghost-type Pokémon harming humans, and their reputation is even worse than that of some forest bullies. At least forest bullies will not attack you for no reason. Ghost-type Pokémon may well want to kill you with a prank mentality. In the wild, most Pokémon will stay away from places where ghost-type Pokémon exist. But from another perspective, ghost-type Pokémon are not all bad things. In other words, most of them are not bad in nature, but they just don't have the human concept of good and evil. Among the group of ghost-type Pokémon trainers, there are even many examples that show that ghost-type Pokémon are closer to their trainers and more obedient than other types of Pokémon. But no one is willing to believe it. So, Elder, do you want them to feel the life that normal Pokémon should have? He asked. If it is just an internal communication within a group, it is not very different from normal Pokémon. Fighting for territory, making friends, and eating happily. This is the daily life of Pokémon. Perhaps, unlike what people think, ghost-type Pokémon play pranks just to attract attention and make friends. They suddenly realized something. The only problem is that this friendship is somewhat dangerous because of their abilities. If they don't mind, I'd be happy to have one of them as my partner. Thinking of this, he said sincerely. The Dragon Ball, which had been silent from the beginning, rarely made a sound. A long red tongue swirled up from its body and licked Itsua's face. To be honest, it was a bit creepy. But Itsua felt that he seemed to be a little familiar with this feeling. In the middle of summer, the effect of ghost-type elves is no less than that of ice-type elves. Thank you for your hard work. He squatted down and stroked the head of Dragon Ball and comforted it slightly. Perhaps because he was an orphan in this life, he could understand the other's feelings. However, the reason for his loneliness was just because he was too lazy to care about those childish guys. Since he started traveling, he has made quite a few friends. The Dragon Elder looked at Itsua's actions with a smile. She dared not say that she would let every Dragon Messiah have a good life, but finding a suitable trainer was her duty as the guardian of the Dragon Cave, wasn't it? The young man in front of her would surely not disappoint her. In a strange silence that too quickly passed through the dark environment with howling storms, what came into Zay's eyes was an extremely peaceful and tranquil island. No one would have thought that there would be such a place in a storm. Yin Dragonite seemed very excited at this time and shouted again. Roar, yin, ao, woo. Various dragon roars came from all directions, and Zay felt his ears vibrate. Let's go. I'll show you the Pokémon here. You are the only foreign trainer who has come here in recent years. The Dragon Elder smiled and called Zay to land on the island under his feet. There, a group of Dratini, Haxorus and Dragonite were looking up at him. As soon as they landed, they rushed over and surrounded the Dragon Elder's Dragonite. This is its home. The Dragon Elder explained. Chapter 491 Choice. Looking at Dragonite, who was entangled by Dratini and Haxorus, so that he couldn't move, Zhe also laughed. I'm afraid that this scene can only be seen here. The gentle wind swirled over the island. The situation on the island is very different from the environment outside. Standing on the island and looking out, in the storm, fist-sized hail roared in the air with heavy rain. The huge thunder and lightning were deafening, and a series of electric grids were built in the air. Above the sea water was churning and jumping, and countless whirlpools were hidden under the sea. Even water elves were unwilling to live in such an environment. But all this stopped abruptly at a certain point. The invisible line divided the archipelago and the outside sea into two distinct areas. On the other side of the line, there were howling winds, lightning and thunder, but on this side, it was quiet and peaceful. This made Zhe marvel at the magical power of the elves. There are more than 400 members of the Dragonite clan living on this island below our feet, which is almost half of their members in the world. Note 1. The Dragon Elder introduced Zhe with some pride. This is a hidden place that our Yulan clan found for dragon-type elves. At the beginning, there were not even elves here. The Dragon Cave is the bottom line of the Yulan clan. That is for those who don't know the specific situation. In fact, the Dragon Islands hidden in the sea are the place that the Yulan clan has been guarding. The Dragon Cave is at best just like a bridgehead. But even so, the number of dragon-type elves in the Dragon Cave can be said to be very large, otherwise it would not be sought after by so many people. More than 400? They sighed unconsciously. As a regional quasi-god, the exact number of Dragonite has always been a mystery. And today, he got an answer, nearly 4 digits. To be honest, this number is pitifully small compared to those common elves. It is not an exaggeration to say that, even if you go to a small-scale wild forest in Kanto, the number of caterpillars in it may be more than this. But you have to know that this is Dragonite, the quasi-god of Kanto. Even among all the quasi-gods, this guy's strength is recognized as the strongest. More than 400 of them gathered together. Even if there were many Dratini and Hakron, ZHE had no doubt that they had the power to easily destroy the city. Several Dratini looked behind their parents and stared at ZHE. It was the first time they saw humans other than the Elder Dragon and a few others. Meow meow. The Dratini stared at the Pokeball on ZHE's waist curiously, whispering to each other. However, none of them came up directly like the Dragonites did before. Unlike the outgoing Dragonites, the Dratinis are notoriously timid and shy, so it is normal for them to behave like this. Dragonite, you play here first, I'll take him to some other places. The Elder Dragon said to his Dragonite, and then walked towards the east of the island. Zay followed her quickly, while 2 Dragonites and a Dragon Baruto floated slowly above his head. Since the nearby environment is maintained by the Dragonites, this place is also the most central area, and the islands, where the other dragon-type elves live, are scattered around. If you are sure you want to use that opportunity to try to subdue a Dragonite, I will take you to the island where they live. But before that, I have to tell you that Dragonites are not so easy to cultivate, and the difficulty is higher than that of most quasi-gods. You can think of them as an alternative version of the 3-headed evil dragon. On the way, the Dragon Elder patiently told Zay about the information about the Dragonite clan. Zay really didn't know much about this race of quasi-gods that he had never known before, so he listened very carefully. Gradually, he understood why the Dragon Elder said so. You must first know that the strength of dragon-type elves is recognized, and so is their weakness. Strong means that their final evolutionary form's combat ability is generally higher than that of ordinary Pokémon. Weak means that, before reaching the final evolutionary form, they may not even be able to defeat ordinary common Pokémon. This is also related to their long growth cycle. When dragon-type Pokémon are still in their initial form at level 30, Pidgeot has already evolved into Pidgeot. Even if dragon-type Pokémon are excellent in all aspects, they cannot make up for such a big gap. The round land shark egg that Zay got in the dragon cave is not bad. The evolution curve of the Lebite gargoyle family can be regarded as an outlier among dragon-type Pokémon. At around level 24, it evolves from round land shark to sharp-tooth land shark, and at around level 48, it evolves from sharp-tooth land shark to Lebite gargoyle. Although it is about 10 levels higher than ordinary Pokémon, compared with other dragon-type Pokémon that can only evolve to the second form at level 40, Lebite gargoyle family can really be regarded as very good. However, the situation of Dalmesia and round land shark is just the opposite. At around level 50, it evolves into a Dragonite, and at around level 60, it evolves into a Dragonite. Their evolution curves are no less impressive than those of the 3-headed dragon family. No wonder Tetsuya said that the Dragonite he had seen before was not lower than the Quasi-King, and the Dragonite was not lower than the King. The evolutionary level requirements of these guys are here, and like the 3-headed dragon, before evolving into a Dragonite, and Dragonite also have great defects. The combat ability of the initial form of Dragonite is quite weak. In addition to the inherited skills, the only skills that can be mastered are Lightning Flash, Scare, Bite, and Stalker. The rest can only be mastered by the teaching of other Pokémon. In the wild, it usually comes from the help of companions and parents. This is not bad. Tetsuya feels that his ability in this area is still okay, and he can even be a school teacher. Don't forget that his partner has a Lido, a Pokémon called the God of War, and the number of skills he has mastered is exaggerated to the extreme. So this problem is not difficult for him to solve. But there are some problems with Dragonki. According to the Dragon Elder, Dragonki is classified as an Ani Pokémon. In simple terms, they are the type of Pokémon that feel uncomfortable if they don't take care of their cubs. The Dragonki that Zay saw before all carried a dragon Megia on their head, because only in this way can they not feel irritated. Otherwise, Dragonki will easily go berserk. There have been cases where Dragonki took other dragon Pokémon cubs and put them on their heads. The combat power of this period is not bad. After all, it started as a Quasi-King of level 50, and the skills it mastered were almost trained during the Dragon Megia period. Even its speed can easily reach nearly 1/6 of the speed of sound, which can be said to be quite fast. The problem is that psychological factors interfere with Dragon Ki very much. Moreover, in this way, it is equivalent to that it cannot participate in the regular battle stipulated by the alliance during the Dragon Ki period. Because the Pokémon on the head is 2 against 1, which is illegal. Is that so? Zay frowned involuntarily. To be honest, this is a bit troublesome. The Dragon Elder nodded helplessly. This was why she could hardly find anyone who could be a trainer for Dragon Meshia. These problems were too big. Trainers with weak abilities could not solve them, while trainers with strong abilities could choose other dragon-type Pokémon to train. Just like the 3-headed dragon. As a quasi-god in the Unova region, the number of trainers who trained it was pitifully small. However, Dragon Balotto does have an exclusive skill. The Dragon Elder added. Is it the ability of the Sonic Jet Dragon Meshia? But it seems that it can't be used in the official battle. Tetsuya has an excellent memory, and he was very impressed by this. The main thing is that he can tell that he is a biological child. Hahaha, the name of that skill is Dragon Arrow. The normal attack method is indeed very strange. The Dragon Elder said with a smile, but even if there is no Dragon Messiah in the launch port, Dragon Baruto can still use this trick. Otherwise, facing some powerful elves, even if Dragon Messiah is a ghost type, it may not be able to escape unscathed. As a parent, Dragon Baruto is not that bad. The Dragon Baruto above Tetsuya's head shook his transparent tail in dissatisfaction. It was as if he wanted to launch it, but it was obviously these little brats who wanted to play all day. Is it similar to feather dance? I see. Tetsuya easily understood the principle of this skill. So, have you made a decision? As they talked, the two had crossed the island and came to the seaside at the other end. The Dragon Elder cast his eyes on Tetsuya. Of course. Tetsuya raised his eyebrows. I decided to use Dragon Messiah. He made his choice without hesitation. Dragon plus ghost attributes are still very tempting. As for the problems that exist in each stage, Tetsuya is confident that he can solve them. If it weren't for this, the Dragon Elder wouldn't have taken the initiative to bring up this matter with him. Good. The Dragon Elder was very happy that Zay made such a choice. If it really doesn't work, he can also let him come to the Dragon Cave to take away a Dragon Messiah during the Dragon Age, she thought to herself. Anyway, he can return it when the time comes. Compared with Rampage, not being able to participate in regular battles is not a big deal. Let's go. The Dragon Elder took Zay to the small raft, parked on the seashore. Prince Bo, leave it to you. Poga Prince Bo appeared in the sea and consciously tied the front body of the raft to himself. After confirming that the trainer was seated, it took a deep breath and dived into the sea. Note 1. The inspiration for this place comes from the Dragonite Island during the journey, and then it was modified. I'm afraid that some readers who haven't seen it will say that there won't be so many quasi-gods, so I specifically explain it here. Chapter 492, Dragon Baruto, Fighting. The distance between islands is not too far. With the help of Prince Bo, Zay and Elder Dragon quickly arrived at the island where the Dragon Messiah tribe lived. At this moment, it was almost midnight. The bright moonlight fell on Zay's body, which was a little cold. Boga okay, go and have fun, but don't run too far. You have to come back when the time comes. Boga. After letting Prince Bo, who was excited to see the sea, move freely, Zay also came up. This island gave him a completely different feeling from the Dragonite Island, and it seemed very quiet. Swish swish under his astonished eyes. Dragon Baruto did not make a sound to call his companions, but directly raised his head and shot 2 Dragon Messiahs into the sky. The dazzling energy light shone in the sky. Zay's mouth twitched. This is really a unique way of calling. Elder Dragon waited quietly with a cane. In recent years, she has invested a lot of energy in the Dragon Messiah family, so it is not surprising. The two did not have to wait for long. With the return of Dragon Messiah, their other companions living on the island also came to the beach. The entire night sky was instantly filled with blue. Woo, a Dragon Bato that was obviously much larger flew out. It landed on the ground and rubbed its head against the Dragon Elder. Good evening, I'm sorry to bother you. Woo Dragon Bato shook his head. For them, who are ghost type, the night is actually much more energetic. It looked at Tetsuya on the side. Then he tilted his head. This is the trainer I picked for you. Do you want to see it? The Dragon Elder introduced. Hello, my name is Tetsuya. Nice to meet you. Tetsuya also greeted him naturally, and it was completely impossible to tell that he was going to take away someone's cub. Another champion, woohoo. In fact, he was very excited. On Zero's panel, this Dragon Boruto, who was suspected to be the leader, was undoubtedly a champion level elf. This also meant that there was a high probability that there were young individuals with champion qualifications in this group. After all, not all descendants of champion elves were as disappointing as that prince. Dragon Boruto's narrow eyes silently stared at Zay. It had no objection to the young cubs in its family group going out to explore. Just as the Dragon Elder said, this was a good thing. Before turning into a ghost-type elf, Dragon Boruto had also been to many places to train himself, so he had such a strong strength. It slowly nodded to Zay as a greeting. The Dragon Meshius seemed to know that one of them would become the companion of the human in front of them and be taken away, and they all ran out from their parents' heads. Eyeing, they made flattering calls around Zay. But to him, the calls sounded a little strange. The test is very simple. Since the leader has approved your behavior, you only need to pick another Dragon Boruto to defeat, and you can take away Dragon Mesha. It can be regarded as a proof of your and the elf's strength. The Dragon Elder communicated with the Dragon Boruto leader and told Zaya good news. At least he didn't have to worry about fighting against the parents of the Dragon Mesha he chose. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if it was this leader. However, even so, it is not easy. Because every Dragon Boruto starts at the king level, or the final evolution of the quasi-god, the strength is self-evident. If a quasi-champion level is selected, Zay will not be able to deal with it. As the Dragon Elder said, this is a double test for him and his elf partner. This is it. Zay did not hesitate at all and made a choice almost immediately. The Dragon Boruto he pointed at flew out lazily. A hint of smile flashed in the eyes of the Dragon Elder, but he didn't say much. In that case, let's fight here. Zay had no objection. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Pidgeot. Beep. The strange Pidgeot appeared under the moonlight, with a completely different orange light faintly revealed on his body. Perhaps in terms of combat ability alone, Blaziken and Pidgeot are on paragraph. It's just that this battle is against the Flying Dragon Ball. In this case, Pidgeot is much more suitable than Blaziken. Moreover, from the perspective of attributes, although both are restrained, Pidgeot's flying skill attacks will not be resisted too much by Dragon Ball. Really, it would be great if that little guy Ice Vulpix is now at the king level. Zay was a little helpless. This battle must be extremely difficult for him. It is not common to be a master of reverse attributes, and the advantage in attributes can determine the outcome. But for Dragon Messiah, he has to fight hard. Then, the battle begins. The Dragon Elder, who was the referee, did not give Zay too much time to think, and issued the order very straightforwardly. Pidgeot, move at high speed. Beep. With a crisp bird cry, a few strands of dazzling white light flashed on Pidgeot's body. Wind was visible on both sides of its wings. Since the attributes are restrained, then use the difference in ability to win. For Pidgeot, its speed, which is almost unrivaled among all the elves, is its strongest point. Sure, in an instant, the huge Pidgeot disappeared into the night sky. The night became its best means of concealment, and it was less likely to be discovered than in the daytime. Floating in the air, Dragon Boruto narrowed his eyes. Raw, the overwhelming dragon breath gushed out of its mouth. As a king level elf who has lived for an unknown period of time, it has a lot of combat experience. Dragon Boruto can sense the life fluctuations of Pidgeot, but he also knows clearly that he cannot attack the opponent. The only way is to use a large-scale attack to stop the opponent. Tear it apart with Steel Wing, and then use your wings to attack. Silver light shone in the sky. A blade of light that seemed to split the night sky split the dragon breath of Dragon Boruto in two, and in the blink of an eye it approached its body. Dragon Boruto said nothing, and his figure gradually disappeared into the air. Beep. Feeling his wings waving in the air, Pidgeot also turned flexibly and rose into the sky. His sharp eyes scanned around at high speed, but he still couldn't find the opponent's position. Tetsuya's eyes flashed. Use Tornado to wrap yourself up. Pidgeot nodded slightly, and his body immediately rotated along a fixed trajectory. The sand and dust on the beach were rolled up by it, forming a huge windroll. Swish at this moment, the sound of breaking through the air sounded. The two attacks instantly hit Pidgeot's body. The faint red light shattered into light spots and scattered. Beep! Pidgeot let out a painful wail. Is this locking? They's eyes were very solemn. Facing Dragon Boruto, he didn't even know what fixed skills the other party had. This locking skill was also beyond his expectations. You know, there are not many elves who can master this skill. If it weren't for the locking, Dragon Boruto's Dragon Arrow would not be so easy to hit Pidgeot. The Dragon Arrow caused a lot of damage to Pidgeot, and the use of Tornado was forced to stop. Dragon Boruto's attack is still not over. Its body was suddenly covered with a layer of dazzling purple light, and the energy fluctuations were so strong that Prince Bo, who was swimming in the sea in the distance, couldn't help but look up at the sky. Dragon Dive? They certainly knew what this skill was. It was too representative. Swallow returned dodge, and then returned the favor to the divine bird. He was not at all flustered. With the speed at a disadvantage, he felt that this choice of Dragon Boruto was not a good one. Two rays of light, one white and one purple, flew wantonly in the sky. Just like what ZHE thought, the white light Pidgeot was much stronger than Dragon Boruto in terms of flexibility and speed. Even with the pressure of the Dragon's Dive and the speed blessing, Dragon Boruto still couldn't attack Pidgeot smoothly. The energy gradually dissipated. Dragon Boruto's body was exposed to the air. Beep! Pidgeot's body drew a beautiful arc in the air. In the blink of an eye, it came from below to Dragon Boruto's back. Dragon Boruto immediately felt bad, and prepared to turn around, to deal with Pidgeot's attack. The golden bird of God swooped down to the ground with it, as if it had fallen from the sky. Under the influence of the flying energy, Pidgeot's body seemed larger than usual. Roar! Dragon Boruto rarely roared. As a dragon-type Pokémon, it is not less proud. With its big mouth opened, its sharp teeth bit the Pidgeot in the state of the bird of God fiercely with the evil energy. Beep! Pidgeot cried out in pain again. But it did not stop attacking, but gritted its teeth, and slammed Dragon Boruto to the ground. Boom! The violent collision caused all the sand to splash. Purple claw marks flashed in the air. Clang! Pidgeot, who reacted very quickly, and covered his whole body with steel wings as a protection, perfectly protected himself. However, it also lost the opportunity to cause further damage to Dragon Boruto, and had to fly into the sky again with the power of the dragon claws. Dragon Boruto got up from the ground panting. The right side of its body was covered with scars. Obviously, it was not easy for it to resist the divine bird with its bite and dragon claws. Especially when it failed to stop Pidgeot, it was even worse. The two elves looked at each other. Beep! Roar! Pidgeot swooped down from the sky, and Dragon on the sand took advantage of the situation. The bird and the dragon wrestled together in an instant. Keep your distance, use S/. They certainly couldn't let the overzealous Pidgeot fight with his weaknesses, so he immediately gave the order. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Subjugation. Two quasi gods joined the team. Beep! Pidgeot calmed down immediately after hearing Tetsuya's command. After taking a normal tail swing from Dragon Ball, it quickly flapped its wings to gain distance. Dragon Ball did not chase after it, but took this opportunity to take a few breaths to recover a little. The opponent's close combat ability was obviously beyond its expectations. Before absorbing the holy fire, despite the excellent physique brought by strong chest muscles and the keen observation brought by sharp eyes, Pidgeot's close combat ability was still not very outstanding due to its own physical characteristics. This is also a common problem of most bird elves. After all, they don't have huge fists like Charizard or Dragonite to attack. Once they swing their wings or make claws, the body will inevitably lose balance for a short time. Facing a strong opponent, the opponent cannot help but seize this flaw to attack. In contrast, although Dragon Ball's limbs look quite slender, its close combat ability is not weak, especially the long tail and huge head swinging with force that cannot be underestimated. But in the collision just now, Pidgeot not only did not fall into a disadvantage, but even suppressed Dragon Ball. It's the wind. It seems that the environment seems to have some advantages. The elder dragon on crutches was very keen to discover the reason for this situation. Pidgeot is better at close combat than other similar creatures. The sharp claws are specially cultivated. The more important reason is that the battle site of the two Pokémons is at the seaside, and the seaside is often accompanied by wind. For Pidgeot, who is very good at controlling and even integrating the wind, it is not too difficult to use the wind to eliminate the impact of body imbalance. That being said, the difficulty can be imagined. Otherwise, bird Pokémons would have become a popular choice for battles, instead of appearing in the trainers' teams as flying manned Pokémons. The battle in the sky is still going on. After pulling away, Pidgeot immediately condensed the flying energy on his wings. Dozens of air blades flashed with a frightening cold light and flew towards Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball looked at the incoming air slash and twisted his body calmly. The strange and beautiful rhythm further increased its momentum. Dragon Dance, also known as Dragon Dance. For most Dragon-type Pokémon, this is a very important skill. It can not only be used to improve one's attack ability and speed, but also to dodge the opponent's attack. Under the dance of Dragon Boruto, most of the air slashes passed through its body by a millimeter, and only a small part caused damage to it. Compared with the amplification effect of Dragon Dance, this small injury is nothing. Under the moonlight, Dragon Boruto suddenly stopped dancing. With a flick of its tail, the whole Pokémon disappeared from Tetsuya's sight like Pidgeot before. Needless to say, Pidgeot did not hesitate to continue attacking, but also burst out at high speed. Under the cover of the night, for a while, only the sonic boom in the air could be heard, but the Pokémon could not be seen. Tetsuya's brows gradually frowned. Indeed, Pidgeot's speed is still higher than that of Dragon Boruto. Even when the high-speed movement state lasted, Pidgeot's speed was still not comparable to that of Dragon Boruto, even though the opponent had the mysterious power of Dragon Dance. The problem was physical strength. Dragon-type Pokémon were notoriously long-lasting. Pidgeot's physical strength was naturally the best among its peers, but now it was not a chase between peers. If this continued, Pidgeot would most likely be the first to be exhausted. Once exhausted, the final result was self-evident, and this was not the situation Tetsuya wanted to see. We have to limit it. His mind was spinning frantically. Shadow clone, then use feathered. Tetsuya's voice echoed on the empty beach. Pidgeot, in flight, glanced at a certain position behind it, and it could sense that the opponent was there. The frequency of its wings flapped again. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Boruto, who had been unable to catch up with it, was pulled away by a distance. Dragon Boruto was not in a hurry at all. How many times could Pidgeot come up with such an explosion? Each time was a huge consumption of physical strength, and it seemed completely meaningless to it. The next moment, the figure of Pidgeot appeared in the air. Beep. The huge wings spread out. Dozens of Pidgeots covered the sky tightly. The already dim night made it even harder to see clearly. Before Dragon Boruto caught up to attack, all the Pidgeots folded their wings and fell to the ground. Dooho. A gleam of light flashed in Dragon Boruto's narrow eyes, and after circling, the body rushed towards a Pidgeot quickly, not being affected by the shadow clone at all. Very good. ZHE also showed a satisfied smile. Use feather dance. With the help of the shadow clone, feathers flew all over the beach, making it impossible to see clearly. Who the ghost-type Dragon Boruto didn't care about these, and rushed straight towards the Pidgeot that he sensed to have signs of life. He opened his big mouth and gushed out blue-purple surprise. The Pidgeot that fell to the ground and was attacked seemed to react a bit slower. When Dragon Boruto's attack came, he just raised his wings containing steel energy to defend himself. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Dragon Boruto's eyes. It seemed that he had won this battle. Excited, he didn't care about the effect of feather dance that greatly reduced his attack ability. Anyway, he was going to win, right? Beep. Pidgeot, who was hit by the dragon's breath, let out a painful whine. Then, under Dragon Boruto's stunned gaze, Pidgeot suddenly turned into bubbles and dissipated into the air. Duo Dragon Boruto was stunned in place. No, what was going on? He was sure that this Pidgeot was real, with a breath of life, and could resist. But this disappearance. Pidgeot, come again. Use the divine bird smash. Beep. Pidgeot, surrounded by strong light, let out a high-pitched cry. It hit Boruto's dark body from the right rear at an extremely tricky angle. Boruto was still thinking about what had just happened, and the sudden huge force made him feel severe pain. Roar! It couldn't help but open its mouth and roared. Bang! With the sound of its body colliding with the sand, the roar stopped abruptly. Pidgeot panted and flapped his wings very reluctantly to reach a high altitude to look down at the situation on the ground. The substitute plus feather dance plus divine bird smash. Even though Yusu's recovery effect is quite good, its physical strength has almost reached the lowest point. What a beautiful fighting method. The Dragon Elder clapped his hands in admiration. First, mix the substitute with the shadow clone to attract the attention of Dragon Ball, and then use the energy fluctuations and breath of feather dance to cover the preparation stage of divine bird smash and the position of the main body, and finally succeed. It's good for ordinary trainers and Pokémon to do the first one. The difficulty of the second one is that even most of the king level trainers dare not guarantee that they can do it. Sure enough, young people are young people, and they get old. There was a sigh in her words. Tetsuya smiled shyly. No, it's all thanks to Pidgeot's own efforts. Ha 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 ha, what a cunning boy. The Dragon Elder would not take Tetsuya's words seriously. The efforts of the Pokémon are certainly important, but the trainer who formulates the training plan is the core element of this combat method. Otherwise, why can't we see Pokémon of the king level or above in the wild make similar moves? The more the Dragon Elder looked at Tetsuya, the more he liked him. No wonder that kid do thinks so highly of you. He has a good eye. Ha ha ha. As for the result, in the eyes of the Dragon Elder, the result came out the moment Feather Dance was used. Although Feather Perch will temporarily make Pidgeot lose the flying attribute and turn it into a general Pokémon, so that the Divine Bad Slam cannot enjoy the increase of the attribute consistency bonus. But don't forget, before this, Dragonite had already suffered a Divine Bad Slam. In addition to the fragmentary damage, even if it was replaced by Dragonite of the same level, there was no way to guarantee that it would not be knocked unconscious. What's more, Dragonite's overall ability is biased towards attack rather than defense. Sure enough, as the dust cleared, the Dragon Ball with eyes in the shape of circles appeared in front of the two and all the Pokémon. Beep! Pidgeot excitedly cried out in the sky. Although it is usually lazy, its desire to defeat strong enemies and become stronger is no less than that of other Pokémon. Otherwise, Blaziken's strength would have surpassed it. Thank you for your hard work. Come back and rest. Not long after, Tetsuya took out the Deluxe Ball and took back the Pidgeot who had just released his joy. Winning is winning, but this guy's condition is not much better. If he continues to be so presumptuous, he may lose his combat ability because of flying. That would really be a shame for bird Pokémon. How the leader of the Dragon Ball twisted his body and came to Tetsuya's side, sticking out his tongue and licking his face. It seems that he has truly won the recognition of this powerful Pokémon. Woo! The leader of the Dragon Ball turned around and howled in the direction of the tribe. At its call, all the Dragonites separated from their parents and flew here. Even the slightly restless Dragonites restrained their emotions under the control of Dragon Bato. The Dragonites stood in a row to share the fruits, one after another, forming a long line like a train. They stared at Tetsuya with curious eyes. Wait a minute, I suddenly remembered something. Patting his head, Tetsuya said to the Dragon Elder apologetically, and then threw another Pokeball. Alaga, come out for a moment. Lido? Alaga, who appeared on the beach, looked at his trainer in a strange way. Well, aren't you a psychic type Pokémon? I'm afraid you are not used to getting along with ghost type Pokémon, so I asked you first. Tetsuya said, touching his head. He should have confirmed it long ago, but the good news one after another made him forget it a little. Although judging from the feedback from Malaga in the Pokeball, it probably won't have any opinions, but it's better to ask. Otherwise, conflicts in the team would be annoying for the trainer. Lido shook his head. It's okay, I don't feel any evil in them. On the contrary, they have more of the same breath as dragon Pokémon. That's good. Tetsuya nodded with relief. Psychic Pokémon's aversion to dark Pokémon and ghost Pokémon is not the result of energy, but the mind. They have powerful superpowers, and stay away from evil minds, especially Pokémon like Lido who are more righteous. But Dragon Barto's heart is not evil, and it will not devour life energy, so you don't have to worry about this. The Dragon Elder also understood Tetsuya's concerns and explained cheerfully. She didn't think it was wrong. On the contrary, Tetsuya's actions just confirmed the answer he had asked her before at the Yanmojim. Rose the Dragon Messiahs made an unknown cry. ZHE also smiled. So are you going to stay here and take a look, or go back to the Pokeball to continue resting? Let's take a look. I also want to know the last partner as soon as possible. Alito said that he was still a little curious. That's right. According to what Zay said to his partners before, once the number of Pokémon he officially captured reaches 12, which is the current upper limit of the number he can carry, he will not cultivate new partners in a short period of time. Unless the strength of all Pokémons reaches his expectations. Otherwise, Zay does not have so much energy to take care of a group of partners at the same time. The other 8 Pokeballs on his waist also shook, and they felt that what Alito said made sense. Just stay here and don't scare them. We'll get to know each other when we go back, ZHE said angrily. The Pokémons heard this and thought about it, and it made sense, but they still observed the Dragon Messiahs curiously through the Pokeballs. The Doran Messiah here are all the young individuals. Because of their lifespan, they don't have such a high pursuit of giving birth to the next generation, and usually a newborn will be born every few years. Seeing that ZHE was about to start choosing elves, the Dragon Elder gave additional explanations. ZHE also nodded to show that he understood. Zero, he muttered in his heart. His eyes swept over. During the battle just now, Zero did not stop analyzing. Except for some individuals who are at a later stage of growth, the potential of most of the Doran Messiah cubs has been displayed on their panels. King of Heaven, King of Heaven, King of Heaven. A water of king level qualifications appeared in ZHE's eyes. Although there are also dragon type elves with low qualifications, there are still very few that cannot evolve to the final form. Like the Doran Messiah clan, the extremely high evolution level also destined that their lower limit of qualifications will not be low. The Dragon Elder watched ZHE choose Doran Messiah with a smile on his face. In her opinion, this is the other party not using the potential to measure the selection of elves, but looking at which one is more suitable for him. This undoubtedly made the Dragon Elder quite satisfied. It must be said that this was a strange misunderstanding. The misunderstood Tetsuya was frowning at the moment. What he didn't expect was that there were no champions among the Doran Messiahs. Even the semi-champions were not many. He didn't think that the Dragon Elder would lie to him. It seemed that he could only say that his luck was a little bad. Maybe the leader didn't give birth to a cub, as the Dragon Elder said. Semi-champion is not bad. It's not easy to meet a champion potential. Tetsuya comforted himself. A champion qualified round land shark and a semi-champion qualified Doran Messiah were already exaggerated harvests, and he couldn't ask for more. It was just that it was always a little disappointing. He restrained his good mood and stretched out his hand to a semi-champion qualified and outgoing Doran Messiah. So, little guy, are you willing to be my partner? Rose, the chosen Doran Messiah, was stunned at first, and then squinted his eyes and nodded happily. Rose, it called softly and flew to Zaya's side, sticking out its tongue and licking Zaya's face uncontrollably. It's so itchy. Ha 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 ha. Zaya shrank his neck because of it. He took out a pre-prepared luxury ball from his backpack. In this case, then I've decided to subdue you. BIU. The luxury ball drew a perfect arc in the air and landed on Duolang Messiah. The red light instantly enveloped its entire body. The opened luxury ball slowly closed, and the sound of subjugation sounded. Duolang Messiah became Zaya's partner without any resistance. Congratulations. The Dragon Elder smiled with satisfaction. 4K6. Chapter 494. Returning with a full load, probably. Hehe. Thank you, Elder Dragon. Thank you too. I will take good care of it. They smiled and assured the surrounding Dragon Messiahs. Although they felt a little sad for temporarily losing a companion, the Dragon Messiahs knew that this was a good thing. They have always wanted to see the outside world. Rose, the Dragon Messiahs followed one by one and circled around Zay, as if saying goodbye to their chosen companions. A red light flashed. The newly subdued Dragon Messiah ran out with tears in his eyes. Rose. The calls came one after another at the seaside. After playing in the waves, Prince Bo sneaked his head out of the sea and looked at the dragon messiahs with a look of yearning. "You're back." They immediately found this little guy who went out to have fun. Prince Bo smiled happily and nodded. Then he exerted his body strength and rushed out of the sea. "Next year when you go to Hone, you can swim more often. There are fewer rivers in Johto." ZHE didn't care about Prince Pio's wet body and patted its head. Prince Pio's eyes lit up. As a water type Pokémon, it certainly prefers a watery environment, especially the ocean. It was okay when it was Pokémon. Although it was good at swimming, the width of the underground river in the Maribo Mountain was enough to meet the needs of its smaller body. But since it was captured by ZHE and evolved into Prince Pio, it has not swum freely for a while. Today is the first time. Poga Poga Prince Pio happily turned in circles. ZHE also smiled and shook his head. So, Pokémon is really a very simple creature. Even hearing about next year will make you feel extremely excited. But speaking of it, you don't have to wait until next year. After the matter in Yanmo City is over, he still has to complete the commission given to him by Professor Kanmu. The Pokémon Marine Research Institute is not so much to be opened on the mountain. Shuaze, who was distracted, suddenly felt a chill on his face. He wiped it casually and saw Prince Bo turning into red light in a panic and returning to his Pokéball. "You little guy," they scolded with a smile. There was no need to think. It must be Prince Bo who threw the seawater on his hair onto him. Ledo, the eyes of Alido beside him lit up with blue and purple light. Under the effect of telekinesis, the water on Zay's body immediately splashed out. "You too." He rolled his eyes. "You must have noticed Prince Bo's actions a long time ago, and you had to wait until it was done before using telekinesis." Alido blinked innocently. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." "Bad boy, even more naughty than when you were a child." ZHE shook his head in annoyance. All of them have been led astray by the big brother Pidgeot. Pidgeot, who was lazily lying on the ground in the Pokéball to rest, suddenly shuddered. The bird's head tilted. "What's going on? Was it hurt by that ghost guy?" There was a trace of doubt and puzzlement in its head. It turned over in boredom, and the warm red light flashed by. Pidgeot closed its eyes comfortably. "Whatever it is, sleep first." Rose Dolmaia quickly finished saying goodbye to all its partners and flew to its new partner, the human trainer. It has been living on the island and is not very clear about what a human trainer is, but it should be the same as the Dragon Elder. That is a good person. Rose had opened its big eyes and landed on Tetsuya's head. Tetsuya was a little amused. Speaking of which, for some reason, his head seems to be very popular with Pokémon. It was like this at that time, and it was like this for Chickadee, Ice Vulpix, and Dolmaia. But in comparison, Dolmaia is undoubtedly the most suitable one. Dolmaia likes to make his hair look like a bird's nest, while Chickadee and Ice Vulpix have barbecued hair and a quick frozen top of the head. If he hadn't protested strongly and asked them to stay on his shoulders, he would probably have only a buzz cut now. Doran Messiah swung his tail happily. It's not big, but it's also very light. Doran Messiah. Category: Sorrowful Pokémon Attribute: Dragon plus Ghost Pokémon Height 0.54 meters, average 0.5 meters, weight 2.2 kilograms, average 2.0 kilograms. Features: penetration, can penetrate the opponent's barriers or substitutes to attack. Hidden features: cursed body, when attacked, sometimes the opponent's previous move becomes temporarily unusable. Skills: surprise attack, inherited, dragon tail, inherited, lightning flash, surprise, bite, stalker level, level 10, novice, potential, quasi-champion cultivation plan, in the planning stage. Looking at the detailed panel given by Zero, Tetsuya touched his chin and fell into deep thought. The characteristics of the Doran Messiah clan are still interesting, and they will not change until the Doran Boruto period. According to the Dragon Elder and his observation, another common trait is the Eternal Purity body, which has the effect that the ability will not be reduced by the opponent in most cases. Compared with the penetration trait, it is hard to say which one is better. Take the battle between Pidgeot and Dragon Ball as an example. If the trait of the King level Dragon Ball was penetration instead of Eternal Purity body, then Pidgeot's stand tactics would die at the beginning. and the final result would be completely different. Penetration, but it can ignore the stand and directly apply the damage to the main body. The clone of the shadow clone is not affected because it is not a shield but an illusion, and it has no possibility of bearing damage at all. In this case, it is doubtful for the injured Pidgeot to use Feather Dance and Divine Bird Slam smoothly. Having said that, if he didn't know that the opponent's trait was Eternal Purity Body, ZHE would not dare to let Pidgeot adopt such a fighting method. As for the hidden trait Curse Body, ZHE didn't want to look at it too much. This kind of special effect trait that is triggered repeatedly by the European Emperor is truly sometimes under the command of him, a half African. Of course, if it is triggered occasionally in a fierce battle, it is also a very good thing. The sudden pause in the attack is the best moment to decide the outcome. However, the skills mastered by Dragon Messiah made ZHE very satisfied. The inheritance of the surprise attack plus the Dragon Tail is almost certain, because there are no other ghost type elves living here, except Dragon Messiah and Dragon type elves. The possibility of letting Dragon Messiah inherit ghost type skills is really small, but this Dragon Messiah has mastered all the other 4 regular skills. It seems that its companions in the tribe are quite good. ZHE also thinks that the rest of the skills that need to be mastered gradually can be handed over to himself and his predecessors. To be frank, he does not think that his elves have any shortcomings in skill mastery at present. This is also true for the weather skills that he did not know last year. As long as Dragon Messiah can listen to his lessons obediently, it will be easy to quickly understand and master the skills. As for the training plan, that is still in the planning. ZHE also smiled helplessly. After all, Zero and he are not gods, and it is impossible to come up with a training plan out of thin air. For an elf like Dragon Messiah, that has never been recorded or known before, Zero and he need a certain amount of time to learn and infer. He can cultivate ghost type elves, and he can cultivate dragon type elves, but the combination of the two is not as simple as 1 + 1. By the way, Elder. Zaya looked up at the Dragon Elder who was chatting with Doran Baruto. The Dragon Elder wanted to know what he was going to say. Don't worry, after I go out, I will have someone give you all the information of their clan, and also my personal thoughts on their cultivation. Of course, it's for reference only. Thank you very much. Zaya hurriedly thanked him. With this thing, he can save a lot of time. Of course, confidentiality must be kept confidential. After all, it took someone who knows how long to collect this information. In this world, information is the greatest wealth. Then he touched his head a little embarrassedly. If possible, can I buy some dragon elves breeding materials from the Yulan family? Elder, you know that these things are too rare in the market, and it's not about money. With the insect net as a source of funds, he is naturally not as pursuing money as before. At least there is no problem in supporting 2 teams of elves, even if there are 2 dragon quasi-gods in them. But soon, ZHE realized that he was overthinking. Okay. The Dragon Elder nodded indifferently. No one or force has more dragon elves breeding materials than the Yulan family. The dragon energy is extremely abundant and the vast Dragon Cave, Dragon Sanctuary and even Dragon Island produce an incredible amount of related materials every year. If not, they can't support the expenses of so many dragon elves. Besides, ZHE is not unwilling to pay. Why not do something that can clear inventory and make money? She handed ZHE a list. There was no need to specially ask someone to sort out this stuff, as the Dragon Clan was already doing related business. The Dragon Elder said, "This is the external price. If I give it to you, I can give you a 10% discount, but you can't wrestle it." No, thank you, Elder. Zay was almost numb from saying thank you. He clicked on the list and was stunned for a moment, thinking that he was quite rich. Let's not talk about the 9-digit dragon teeth and dragon scales. After all, these things are extremely expensive, not to mention that the effects on the list are all good. But why are the 3 tree fruits for breeding dragon elves, melee fruit, Liba fruit and Gyazin fruit, so expensive? Moreover, what are the formulas of those energy cubes? Why are there 13 corresponding formulas for just one Dragonite? Zay's head was full of question marks. Being good at mathematics, he quickly calculated the total cost of breeding 2 dragon elves to the 2nd form, which was nearly 9 digits. If you think about the final form, it will at least double or triple. If you go further to reach the potential limit of semi-champion or even champion, it will be at least 10 digits. Zaya's left hand with the watch was shaking constantly. This was not what he thought. The price in the market doesn't seem to be that expensive. Zaya asked hesitantly. The Dragon Elder explained kindly, yes, but they don't have so many, at most a dozen, mainly because the Dragon Clan sells without limit. Zaya covered his chest and felt a pain. Wholesale is more expensive than retail? Question mark. This doesn't conform to the normal rules of buying things. He cried and wanted to cry without tears. What can I do if it doesn't conform? They just set the price like this. Just send the things you want to buy to Zayana-chan later. She will hand over to you. The Dragon Elder laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. Who said that opening a dragon cave is a loss-making business? If someone really captured a dragon type Pokémon, could they buy breeding materials and energy blocks from others? They still have to pay the Dragon Clan. Even if it is not a dragon type Pokémon, the trainer can't just ignore the dragon bloodline in the Pokémon's body. Well, we need some special potions made by the Yulong family that can enhance the strength of dragon type elves, right? Whose money is the easiest to earn in this world? Elves and their trainers. Okay. Zay gritted his teeth and agreed. It's not that the share of the sales revenue from the insect net is not enough for him to support 2 dragon type elves. That would be too underestimated. But this thing is a long-term thing. For a while, if he invested all his money in the unborn Roundland Shark and Dragon Messiah, then the cultivation of the other 10 elves would be obviously hindered. Not investing is impossible. For elf cubs, as long as their potential is high enough, then before they are promoted to elite level, this will be their best development period. In short, as long as you spend enough money at this time, maybe the evolution and the strength after evolution will bring you some extra surprises. This is even more true for dragon type elves. Under the moonlight, Zay and the Dragon Elder's expressions formed a sharp contrast. Yanmo City, Pokémon Center. Zay threw himself on the bed tiredly. The Dragon Messiah on its head was wandering around the room curiously, touching here and looking there. Having just come out of the Dragon Islands, it was full of curiosity about everything in the new world. KO below it, the Snow White Vulpix was jumping around excitedly to introduce everything to its new partner. With its petite body, it finally welcomed its second playmate after Pokémon. Not long ago, when Pokémon evolved into Prince of Poga, it was sad for a while. Fortunately, Prince of Poga was still not big in size, so it quickly recovered its mentality. Now that it has a similar size, Vulpix is naturally very happy. ZHE also took out the Roundland Shark egg from his backpack and placed it on the bedside. RI made a fortune. Daily 4K. Chapter 495 Pain and Happiness. Lying on the bed, reading the information provided by the Dragon Clan, Zay's face was slightly painful. What should I do? It's expensive to raise dragon type elves, and Takwasi gods at that. It's so difficult for me. He edited more than a dozen identical messages at a very fast speed and sent them to various group chats. The pain of one person is very deep, but if you share it with friends, it will not be so painful. Who said that humans are not elves, and this general trick of sharing pain can't be easily done? Unfortunately, the friends in the group chat obviously don't want to share what Zay calls pain. Haha, I wish you bankruptcy. This is Yizang's kind greeting. Is it expensive? Not bad. This is Hiroki's cognition, and it is accompanied by a cheerful smile. Show me tomorrow. Yes, this is Zayada gang. Jealous. You are nakedly jealous. ZHE didn't care. Wait until my little babies have realized their potential, and then you can wait to be pressed to the ground and beaten. Although the friends in various groups wanted to beat this complacent guy, they had to admit that what he said was true. God knows why the Dragon Clan would let him subdue 2 dragon type Pokémons, and they are Takwasi gods. The common Pidgeot and Blaziken have already become extremely strong after being cultivated by this guy, so wouldn't the stronger dragon type Quasi gods be able to beat anyone they see under the same circumstances? Speaking of which, one is Garcomp, what about the other one? Someone asked curiously. Secret looking at the 2 words that Tetsuya typed, the friends who were still awake at this point clenched their fists. This bastard. Even for them, who have a complicated identity, the existence of the Dragon Messiah clan is half a secret. After all, with their strength, they are not enough to participate in the voting for the regional quasi-gods. However, after a while, when the Pokémons in the Galar region are completely announced, most of them will probably be able to guess what Tetsuaya's second quasi-god Pokémon is, and everyone is not a fool. But now, they just want to beat Tetsuaya together. I'll take the lead. Wait until I finish this mission and come back. As the only human who could barely compete with Tetsuaya in physical combat, Shibazangshu took the initiative to take on the responsibility of the organizer. Under his operation, several friends gathered in a group chat to conspire. Tetsuaya didn't know what the group of people were doing, but he felt that there were fewer people chatting all of a sudden. Well, after all, it's night. I can understand it. After saying hello, he immediately closed all the chat boxes happily. Rose Doran Messiah, who had already wandered around the room and viewed all the new things, jumped onto the bed behind Ice Vulpix. Kia Ice Vulpix stood up on its two hind legs very proudly and then pointed to Tetsuaya's right with its forelimbs. Doran Messiah blinked his big eyes and nodded. With a flick of his tail, it coiled up and nestled in the direction pointed by Ice Vulpix. Seeing this, Ice Vulpix shook its head with satisfaction and then came to Tetsuaya's left hand side and curled up. Zay looked at the little guy's operation with a smile on his face. This little brother was too quick to collect, and Doran Messiah seemed to accept it naturally. Could it be that this was the bloodline suppression from the attribute? Feeling the coolness coming from both sides, he squinted his eyes comfortably. With ghost type elves and ice type elves, why would he need air conditioning? The next day, the Pokémon restaurant in Yanmo City. Zay, who had just woken up, was yawning and telling Xiaogang about his heroic deeds in the Dragon Cave yesterday. Xiaogang touched his chin. It means that it took some time to wait for the arrival of the Guardian Dragonite, right? He easily grasped the key points and made a summary. Ahem. Zay, who was choked by the food, quickly took a sip of the drink. In fact, if Dragonite didn't come, I could have kept them. His expression was somewhat unconfident. Those two champion-level experimental subjects were not easy to deal with. Fortunately, the two poachers did not release the Pokémon immediately because of the uncontrollability of the Pokémon inside. Otherwise, Zaya thought it would be better for him to run as far as possible. Xiaogang ignored Zaya's obvious boasting. Aluminum Steel Dragon and Ghost Dragon Ulam Baruto are worthy of being the Dragon Cave of Yanmo City. They are really amazing. He sighed sincerely. Nibi Gym also has a special place for cultivating rock-type Pokémon. Otherwise it would not be called the 8 Great Gyms in the Kanto region. But it is a place built by humans, which is completely different from a natural dragon cave. Let alone making money, it is very good news to be able to get a return on the money invested every year. If you are really short of money, I still have some money to lend you, Xiaogang said casually while eating. Tetsuaya raised his head and grinned. Don't worry, if there is a gap, I will definitely not be polite to you, but it seems to be okay at the moment, as long as the insect net is operating normally. That's good. Xiaogang nodded calmly. When do you plan to leave Yanmo City? Wait until the round land shark hatches? Well, otherwise it's always a bit uneasy to run around with the quasi-god egg, so just wait for a while. Almost 2 weeks. Tetsuaya thought it was not long. Moreover, he also needed this time to properly purchase goods from the Yulan clan and formulate relevant breeding plans. The two chatted while eating. Brother Tetsuaya. The voice of a little boy full of excitement sounded behind them. Tetsuaya looked up and said, "Oh, it's Shinji." He waved his hand cheerfully. Beside Shinji, as always, was the ugly-looking Reiji. It was really difficult for Reiji to accept that his younger brother was a fan of his rival. Speaking of which, Reiji also obtained the qualification for the Rising Dragon trial. However, he did not even pass the trial of 3 dragons and failed at the 3rd level. This is the news that his good brother Shinji told Tetsuaya. When he talked about this, his face was full of disgust for his brother. Brother Tetsuaya, what Pokémon did you capture in the Dragon Cave? Was it Dratini? Shinji asked curiously. It was Land Shark. Tetsuaya touched Shinji's head and told him the answer. Shinji's eyes lit up. As a Sinnoh person, although he likes Dragonite very much, there is no doubt that Land Shark is the true faith. Really? Really? Can you show it to me? He looked at Tetsuya with a pleading face. Reiji almost wanted to drag his useless brother away. It was too embarrassing. Tetsuya certainly couldn't refuse. It's still incubating now. I'll show it to you when it's born. How long will it take? About 2 weeks. Shinji's face fell suddenly, but my brother told me that we will leave Yanmo City tomorrow. Reiji's goal is the same as Tetsuya's, both of which are this year's Silver Conference. Therefore, collecting badges is an urgent matter for him, so he will not stay in Yanmo City for too long. Is that so? Tetsuya thought about it. Then I will show you when I beat your brother in the silver tournament. Okay. Shinji nodded desperately. Brother, what are you doing? Let me go. Reiji finally couldn't control himself and dragged Shinji out of the restaurant with a dark face. Tetsuya and Zyanogang looked at each other and laughed out loud. In the next 2 weeks, the two of them completed their own goals in Yanmo City. Zyanogang went to the river near Yanmo City every day to train the Shining Magikarp and at the same time improve the tacit understanding between himself and the Ninetales. According to Tetsuya's observation, the level of the Golden Magikarp has indeed improved, but it still has a long way to go before it can evolve into a Gyarados. I don't know if Zyanogang will become the first rock-type trainer with a red Gyarados. If he really succeeds, it must be a very surprising scene. It's just that Looping who ran to the Nabi gym is suffering. Zyanogang teleported Magikarp back and forth every day, and he spent less than 3 hours a day on research. Under such circumstances, his research on Magikarp mastering Water Cannon naturally made no progress. Zay's gains, no expenditures, were mainly reflected in the transactions with the Yulong clan. To be frank, he is now in a state of being empty-handed. Except for the remaining hundreds of thousands of dollars that barely cover the expenses for his own travel, all the rest of his things were exchanged for materials for the cultivation of elves. Not only the Takwasi gods, but also other partners. The main reason is that Zyanogen is really good at talking. Zay now wants to put on a painful mask when he thinks about it. A gym trainer who started at the king level is so good at doing business. It's amazing. Can't these trainers spend their energy on the real business? Having said that, the discounts given to Zay by Zyanogen and the Yulong clan are definitely real. Otherwise, Zay, who is good at calculating expenses, would not spend such a large price to buy 3 space backpacks of supplies in one go. Fortunately, the space backpacks were given by the Yulong clan. Otherwise, ZHE also doubted whether he could keep the last few $100,000, and he would probably have to ask Zyanogang to borrow some. Rose Doran Messiah lazily nestled on Zay's head and basked in the sun. Zay sighed silently. After 2 weeks of cultivation, he finally knew how long the dragon type Pokémon cultivation cycle was. It took Doran Messiah 14 days to barely reach level 12 from level 10 under his crazy feeding. Not considering that the time required for the level increase is also increasing, just at the speed of 1 level every 7 days. A year's effort is enough for this little guy to barely reach level 50. In fact, if the difficulty is increased, they estimates that it will take about a year and a half. You know, for Blaziken, it is possible to reach the peak of the king level, let alone the quasi-king level, in a year and a half. This is based on Zay's crazy investment and Doran Messiah's quasi-champion qualification. Otherwise, it would not be surprising if the time doubled or tripled. The most important thing is that Doran Messiah's strength has not improved at all after 2 levels. At most, it can only defeat 2 Magikarp, but it can only defeat 3 Magikarp. Its combat power is still 50%, so it is useless, even if its number is increased by 50%. Poga Prince Pio was trying to gather water energy to practice control. 2 weeks is not too long, but it is the best time for it to improve. Putting aside the level, its control of water is several times more sophisticated than before it evolved. Condensing water into a shield is a piece of cake. Recently, ZHE has also been thinking about how to let it train the compression of water waves. In simple terms, it is to turn water waves into a type similar to wave missiles. After all, in essence, wave type skills still have a lot in common. Bang, the sound of explosion sounded. ZHE also wiped the river water off his face. The only problem is that water waves are too unstable and can easily explode. It's okay. Keep working hard, you have improved compared to yesterday. He comforted Prince Pio. Prince Pio nodded seriously and gathered water energy again. Come to think of it, your little fellow is almost coming out. Tetsuya touched the dark blue round land shark egg in his arms and muttered to himself. During this period, Professor Saoki had urged him to go to the Pokémon Marine Research Institute to help. It was said that there seemed to be some small problems there that needed him to solve. The trainer in charge of guarding was not strong enough. The Pokémon in the Pokémon egg seemed to sense Tetsuya's thoughts, and the whole egg shook slightly. Then, white light enveloped Tetsuya's entire body. Beep Chaka, the partners who were training nearby, were attracted by the scene. They knew that this little fellow who had been waiting for nearly 2 weeks was finally coming out. Wow, a sound like a baby crying came out. As the white light dissipated, an extremely young shark Pokémon appeared in Tetsuya's arms. Its whole body was dark blue, with red from the lower jaw to the abdomen, and there was a light blue stripe on the 2 protrusions on the back and head. There is a huge dorsal fin on the top of its head, and its huge mouth, which is almost half the size of its body, is open, with sharp teeth looming. Before Tetsuya could react, the newly born round land shark suddenly opened its mouth and bit Tetsuya's hand. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. Tetsuya wailed instantly. Although the newly born round land shark was pitifully small, it had no problem biting his palm with its big mouth. He could even feel his skin being pressed and rubbed by the sharp teeth. Wow, the round land shark seemed unaware and grinned happily at Tetsuya. It's hard to tell whether Tetsuya's face looked like he was crying or laughing. Little guy, you really gave me a big surprise. Round land shark. Category: land shark. Pokémon attributes: dragon plus ground height 0.34 meters. Average value is 0.7 meters. Weight 12.8 kilograms. Average value is 20.5 kilograms. Features: sand hiding, blend into the sand. Hidden features: rough skin. When attacked, it will use its rough skin to hurt the opponent that touches it. Skills: tomorrow afternoon I will post a summary of the current elves in the work. If you are interested, you can click on the catalog to have a look. Chapter 496, Pokémon Marine Research Institute. Roundland Shark. Skills: Quicksand Hell, Impact, Metal Claw, Inherited, Self-Sacrifice Collision, Inherited, Tornado, Inherited, Reverse Scale, Inherited, Dragon Breath, Inherited, Iron Head, Inherited, Ghost Face, Inherited. Level 1, Junior. Potential: Champion. Fuck, what the hell? Zaya looked at the Roundland Shark panel given by Zero and subconsciously exclaimed. He considered himself to be an experienced trainer, but he was still scared when he saw the panel of his own Roundland Shark. This series of inherited skills, could it be that Zero had a problem? No. Zaya thought about it and had a rough guess. It's just that the probability is too small, and there are so many at the same time. He looked at the Roundland Shark with a strange expression. Could it be that this is the legendary European Emperor? As we all know, the egg moves of Pokémon, that is, the inherited moves, are a very profound subject, especially when the skills mastered by the Pokémon are not limited to the 4 skills of the game. In this case, according to the calculation, the Pokémon can inherit almost all the skills that may be learned in the future, in advance after coming out of the egg. But in fact, this is impossible. According to the research of Dr. Four Corners KUI, most of the skills inherited by Pokémon cubs are derived from the skills that the father, mother or gender is the best at. The higher the potential of the Pokémon, the more skills and moves it inherits, but it is not absolute. Generally speaking, the number of such inherited moves is difficult to exceed 4. Take Blaziken as an example. It only inherited 3 skills and moves. However, Landshark has 7. In this case, in addition to its own good luck and high qualifications, it is likely that the so-called extremely low probability event of linked inheritance has occurred. In simple terms, part of the inherited skills are not from Landshark's parents, but from its grandparents or even the Pokémon of the previous generation. ZHE also made a simple calculation. Boscadora, Tyranitar and Dragonite. This little guy's genealogy is still quite rich, but it is normal. After all, the distance between the living groups in the Dragon Cave is not far. It's impossible that they have been looking for partners to reproduce in their own tribe. That's not good. Maybe this is also related to the method that the leader of the Garcom told him. Speaking of which, the situation of Flame Chicken should be similar. One of the double return and high speed movement probably comes from its grandparents instead of its parents. But compared with the land shark, this number seems a little pitiful. Or, the number of genetic skills of the land shark is too rare. According to what Zay has learned recently, the Pokémon with the most genetic skills known so far is a Charizard of only elite level, with a total of 10. Although the land shark has 2 less, its qualifications are champions, and it is also a quasi-god. In comparison, it is a complete victory. This is really a big surprise. Zay repeated what he said just now, with a smile on his face. How can people not be excited? So many genetic skills, although many can be mastered after evolving into the land shark, but it will undoubtedly increase the combat effectiveness of the land shark in the first and second stages by several levels. Moreover, the sooner you master the skills, the sooner you can start related training. The same reverse scale, one started training from the round land shark period, and the other started from the biting land shark period. Naturally, the former will have a higher proficiency and a much higher power. Wow, the round land shark felt the hot gaze of Zay and subconsciously took a step back. It always had an ominous premonition. Come on, little guy, this is quite delicious milk, it's good for your body. Zay happily took out a can of high quality moo milk from the space backpack and waved to the round land shark. For young elves, eating and drinking are indeed more important. Training and so on can wait until the larval period. Goo. The body of the newly born round land shark is of course empty. Smelling the fragrance of moo milk, its stomach unconsciously growled. Wow, the round land shark did not hesitate at all and jumped directly and grabbed the bottle full of moo milk with its mouth. Its mouth slowly opened. Zyamo. KO. Ledo. You can't eat that bottle, round land shark. Panic voices echoed in the training ground. Obviously, the newborn round land shark is not only ignorant, but also very active. The dragon missile lying on Tetsua's head lazily turned over and glanced at the half of its kind below with its big eyes. Maybe it made an unknown cry. Pucci looking at Tetsuya, who was in a mess, and then looking at the round land shark hanging on the giant rock monster with its mouth wide open, biting the rock. Zyadachan quickly understood what happened. No one knows better than her the vigorous energy of dragon cubs when they are just born. Even the most timid mini dragons are very troublesome when they are just born. The strong physical talent gives them the greatest support for their noise. Ordinary elf cubs will get tired after making noise for more than 10 minutes, but dragon elves start at an hour. How is it? She asked with a smile. Tetsua's hands trembled. Very good. Ha 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 ha. Zyadachan covered her mouth and laughed happily. Speaking of which, since the round land shark is born, you have to go too, right? Yeah. Tetsuya nodded. Drive Kanmu has urged me several times. It's not good if I don't go. Zyadachan smiled and shook her head without saying anything more. The two of them walked and talked, and soon arrived at the gate of Yanmojim. Roar the silly fat fell from the sky and stared at the round land shark on the giant rock monster curiously. The giant rock monster nodded and greeted the big guy. In 2 weeks, not only did Tetsuya and Zyadachan become familiar with each other, but the Pokémons between the two also knew each other. Dragonite swung its tail and happily approached the round land shark. Pudgy, as soon as it stretched out its hand, the little round land shark was lifted up by it. Wow. Wow. The round land shark, who was enjoying the rock, felt his mouth empty. He was ready to cry at first, but then he found something wrong. It looked down at the ground under its feet, and then looked around. Instantly, a different light lit up in the eyes of the land shark. Wow wow, it shouted to Dragonite without any hesitation. Dragonite showed a simple smile. Roar, it shouted to the trainer and Tetsuya who were chatting on the side. Take it for a walk. Tetsuya understood what Dragonite meant. Okay, but hurry up, I still have to go to the dragon cave, and then I have to set off. He was not afraid that land shark would be taken away by others. On the one hand, Dragonite is not a decoration, and on the other hand, land shark has been captured by him in the Pokeball a long time ago. Raw Dragonite stretched out its little hand and hammered its chest, relieved. Then, it flapped its little wings and flew into the sky. While feeling a completely different experience from before, the land shark in Dragonite's claws shouted excitedly. Dragonite showed a simple smile and loosened its hand. Wow, yeah, it looks like you're having a lot of fun. Tetsuya, who had scheduled the time for the next batch of breeding materials with Zyachan, looked up at the barely perceptible black spot in the sky and nodded silently. Presumably, as a senior, Dragonite, who is also a dragon-type Pokémon, will leave a deep impression on Landshark. In this way, it should be much easier to train Landshark to become stronger in the future. It is still very important for children to have a clear goal. Otherwise, he would not let Zyachan's Dragonite take Landshark flying around. 10 minutes later, Dragonite still landed on the ground with a silly look on its face. Landshark, with a look of being played with in its claws, almost instantly rolled and crawled out of the opponent's control. Wow, it came to Tetsuya's feet, stretched out its little claws to grab his trouser legs, and began to cry. But in Tetsuya's eyes, its performance became a yearning for Dragonite's powerful strength and a desire to be able to fly. He squatted down and touched the head of the round Landshark. It's okay, when you evolve into the fierce bite Landshark, you can also fly like Dragonite. Wow. The round Landshark tilted his head with a head full of question marks. Are we talking about the same thing? But think about it carefully, it seems that there is no problem. As long as I evolve into the fierce bite Landshark and become strong enough, it will be a matter of minutes to pin the opponent to the ground, right? Under the satisfied gaze of ZHE, the round Landshark nodded solemnly. Very good, the education of the young Pokémon is perfect. ZHE couldn't help but cheer for himself in his heart. Let's go. I have communicated with the Dragon Cave. You can take this child back to sea, but you have to come out soon, and you need to check. Zyachan, who had returned, also appeared at the gate again. ZHE held the round Landshark and shook it to Zyachan. Then, I thank you on behalf of this little guy. Wow, the round Landshark, which had recovered his mood, was full of energy, and called to Zyachan with ZHE. You're welcome. Do your best in the silver tournament. Looking at Zaya riding Pidgeot to the Dragon Cave, Zyachan waved goodbye to this friend she had just met. Dragonite also raised its claws behind her. Let's go. We haven't finished our work today yet. Zyachan, dressed in a dashing outfit, patted her partner on the back. Do more work during this period and see if you have time to go to the scene to watch that guy's battle. I'm looking forward to it. Dragonite squinted and nodded. On the other side, Zyachan, who was training the Golden Carp Magikarp in the suburbs of Yanmo City, also received Zaya's message. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his upper body naked, and his bronze skin exuded a different glow. It's time to set off. Zyachan stretched and slowly stood up. Meowth tails came up very flexibly. Okay, the weather is so hot, be good. Zyachan, who was sweating all over his head, felt the sudden rise in the temperature of his body and shook his head helplessly. He could only pamper his own elves. Let's go back to the Pokémon Center. He took back Magikarp and Ninetales and released Onix as a means of transportation. Boom boom, a loud noise sounded and a deep gully appeared on the ground. When Zyachan returned to the door of the Pokémon Center in Yanmo City, Zay, who had changed his clothes, was already waiting there. Yo, it was pretty fast. Zyachan greeted him. Zay shrugged. It's mainly because the little guy's parents didn't waste time, and it was over very easily. If it weren't for the princely Tyrannosaurus that smelled the things in his backpack and pestered him for them, it would probably have ended even faster. It must be going through the devilish battle training given to it by its father. The two of them walked towards the south exit of Yanmo City, talking and laughing. Pokémon Oceanographic Research Institute. This is a newly established research institute located between Yanmo City and Roy Town. Its purpose is to study Pokémon oceanography and investigate Pokémon living in the ocean. It is not large in scale, or even very small. There is only one person in charge here. Researcher Cheng Mei. Those sea elves are coming again. A middle-aged man in a guard uniform hurried into the institute and shouted to a young female researcher. When will that trainer come? If this goes on, we will not be able to complete our target this month. The female researcher, Cheng Mei, who is also the person in charge here, rubbed her head and said, "Don't worry, Dr. Kang Mu sent me a message. The other party has already set out from Yanmo City and is expected to arrive this afternoon. I know that powerful trainers are very busy, but it can't be like this." The guard man was quite indignant. "I'm really sorry, I can only trouble you for a while. When that trainer comes, it should be solved," Cheng Mei said apologetically. The guard man moved his mouth a few times and didn't say anything more. He just turned around and walked out of the institute in a bad mood. "Long-winged gull, use rainy day," the voice of the commanding elf sounded. Cheng Mei slowly walked to the wooden floor platform outside the institute. Looking at the various sea elves that appeared here in groups below, she knew that this was not an ordinary thing because she had studied it deeply. Generally speaking, even if human buildings built on the cliff seashore affect the normal habitat of Pokémon, it should not be a confrontation of this scale. Moreover, before this, she had carefully investigated this place. In addition to the group of Laplaces that pass by here regularly, the Pokémons who live here all year round are only starfish and slowpoke. They are not as difficult to talk to as agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish. However, after her research institute was established, not only starfish and slowpoke, but even relatively rare Pokémon such as Golduck suddenly appeared nearby. They attacked the workers who were working on the construction without saying a word. In a hurry, many workers suffered considerable injuries. Fortunately, teacher Professor Saoki provided her with a lot of guards for protection. Otherwise, there will be an event starting from the 15th. At that time, try to update 25,000 for you to draw, so save it for a while. It seems that the fan value must be above 500 to draw, but it should be no problem. Chapter 497 The Unusual Movements of the Ocean Elves. Cheng Mei sighed. Only when she was conducting research alone in the wild did she realize how happy and safe it was to study with her teacher. After all, although Professor Saoki was a little annoying, it didn't prevent him from being a regional doctor. The Johto Alliance's protection of him was no joke. Besides, Professor Saoki's own trainer strength was not weak. The trainer recommended by the teacher seems to be a little unreliable like him. Cheng Mei thought so. The battle on the sea was still going on. The trainers entrusted by Professor Saoki to guard were naturally not weak. In fact, they were a small group that specialized in undertaking related tasks. Because there were several Quasi-King level Pokémon in the team, they were quite famous in the Johto region. There were many groups like them in each region, and their strengths were uneven. It was not that Professor Saoki didn't want to send a stronger team, but mainly that Cheng Mei couldn't afford it. The daily hiring cost of such a large group of trainers and Pokémons was a considerable sum. Although Cheng Mei's research institute and research direction have passed the review of the alliance and received financial support, they cannot spend all their money on defense. Pokémon research is not a cost-saving activity. Those research institutes with achievements are fine, but for Cheng Mei, which has just become independent, the support funds from the alliance can be said to be their only source of research funds. And this source may be weakened or even disappear at any time due to the progress of research. As a teacher, the greatest help that Dr. Kang Mu can give Cheng Mei is to help her contact some trustworthy trainers who can pay at a discount. As for the rest, it depends on her. He also went through this in the past. "Boss, when will that procrastinating trainer arrive?" At the beach, a trainer with a piece of grass in his mouth asked casually. He also directed his shuttlecock Cotton to paralyze a group of attacking water Pokémon. The shuttlecock Cotton, which is good at spreading spores, has excellent ability in controlling the field. The most important thing is that it is easy and inexpensive to cultivate. Compared with Parasta, it can fly and is much more maneuverable. That's right, it's been more than half a month, and we've suffered a lot. Another sturdy man also complained. His Pokémon is the electric type Naughty Thunderbolt, commonly known as the Suicide Truck. Facing the water type Pokémon, Naughty Thunderbolt, which has a natural advantage in attributes, seems to be at ease. Don't talk nonsense, just consider it as a thank you to Professor Kang Mu, and the price paid by researcher Cheng Mei is not low, right? As the leader of the team, the boss in the mouths of the two also sighed slightly in the face of the team members' complaints. It's not about the price. But if it were another task, the frequency of their battles would definitely not be so high. In comparison, the income and the effort are somewhat disproportionate. However, being entrusted by Professor Kanmu, their character is naturally beyond doubt, so they will not do the kind of situation where they quit temporarily. Damn, I don't know which bastard dragged it for so long, if it weren't for my lack of strength. The sturdy man and his Pokémon were a little irritable, and his face became even uglier when he heard it. The trainer holding the grass rolled his eyes. You know you can't beat him, so what are you talking about? I can have mentor manual with him. The muscular man rolled up his sleeves to show off his strong biceps. The team members around him all laughed. Their team is mainly composed of Pokémon of 3 attributes: water, grass, and electric. Water is responsible for damage resistance and containment, grass is responsible for field control, and electric is responsible for attack. After years of cooperation, they have a tacit understanding. Although there are many Pokémon in the sea, the number of Pokémon that can launch a frontal attack is limited by the terrain, so they have a sense of ease. The reason for the irritability is more because they don't know how long this situation will drag on. Okay, if everything goes well, we should be able to hand over this afternoon. Everyone cheer up and repel this wave. Don't let people underestimate us. The boss clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and then took the lead in commanding his Pokémon to launch an attack. Gorilla, use S/, Swamp King, use Mud Attack, Naughty Thunder Bomb, Charge Beam, Magneton Triple, Discharge. With their boss saying this, the team members had to cheer up again and start to deal with the rioting Pokémon in front of them. For a moment, the intensity of the battle on the seashore reached a new level. On the other side of the cliff, I'm really impressed. Zaya looked at the map given to him by Professor Sora in silence. This Ocean Research Institute is really built on a cliff. Well, there is the sea below, so it's not a big problem, right? Xianagang was also a little helpless. The research institute was built on the edge of a cliff. Not to mention, whether there is a risk of collapse, it is also not conducive to the transportation of various materials. You can't rely entirely on flying Pokémon. That would be much more expensive than transporting by car. Since the location of this research institute is closer to Roy Town, the 2 people who set out from Yanmo City have only barely arrived near the research institute. Their ears moved slightly. It looks like the fight is quite intense. Xianagang didn't say anything because he didn't hear anything. During this time, he also got to note Tetsuya's exaggerated physical fitness better. If it weren't for the clear record of Tetsuya's deceased parents, he would even suspect that this guy was a hybrid of an elf and a human. Let's go quickly. According to what Dr. Saoki said, they seem to be unable to hold on. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Tetsuya exposed him without hesitation. If I hadn't shown you the photo of the researcher Cheng Mei, would you be so excited? I'm contributing to the alliance as a gym trainer. I don't think so much. Xianagang is no longer the Xianagang of the past. Facing Tetsuya's ridicule, he quickly found legitimate reason. Indeed, according to his identity, it is his duty to support the research institute. But, you are from Kanto, not Johto. Tetsuya stared at Xianagang with a pair of dead fish eyes. Hey, Ninetale, what did you say? Did you feel the fluctuation of water energy? Let's go and take a look. Xianagang rode on Ninetale without saying a word and ran to the other side of the mountain. Tetsuya shook his head. Alaga, please. Ledo Alaga, who looked like a human beside him, responded calmly. The blue-purple energy enveloped the bodies of a man and a Pokémon. The next moment, the place where they were located became empty. Pa, what are you doing? Be serious, it's time to call it a day. Kita, the leader of the team, felt someone patting his shoulder and waved his hand impatiently. Well, I don't mean anything else. Just asking if you need help. Tetsuya scratched his head. Huh. Kita immediately found that the owner of the voice was not a member of his team. Turning around, a young trainer with Alaga was standing behind him wearing a mask. He was silent for a moment, then nodded. Thank you very much. It's okay. Tetsuya smiled at him. Snake, Dragonite, go. Chiyobuho, 2 Pokémon, one green and one pink, appeared on the reef by the sea. Without Tetsuya saying anything, they immediately shone with color fluctuations representing energy concentration. Hooter's hand trembled, and his pupils shrank slightly. The 3 starter Pokémons are fine, but there is actually a shining lightning dragon. You know, the Alakazam just now was enough to surprise him. Most people, even if they get a male Ralts, will most likely let it evolve into Gardevoir. There are very few individuals that evolve into a Alakazam. After all, the Awakening Stone is also a considerable expense. Moreover, in terms of popularity, Alakazam and Gardevoir can be said to be worlds apart. Hoota suddenly felt that the other party had delayed for so long. Maybe there was really something important. The thought of questioning the other party disappeared. This is the privilege that belongs only to powerful trainers. Dense blue and purple leaves floated in front of the Monarch Serpent, and the red eyes revealed aloofness and disdain for the opponent. Although Monarch Serpent's strength has never been strong in Tetsuya's team, it is only because his companions are too strong. In fact, no matter how you look at it, the perfectly bred King Serpent, who has the qualifications of a quasi-champion, is an extremely powerful force. Chew with a soft hum, countless magic leaves tore through the air and attacked the elves in the sea. In an instant, the originally dim sky seemed to be illuminated by the light of the magic leaves. The sharp leaves wrapped in the rich grass energy hit the bodies of the sea elves. Moo, gap, hiss, the calls echoed on the sea. In the blink of an eye, the sea elves near the reef were cleared out of a large area of the sea. Damn, is this a king? With such a big commotion, the guards naturally could not have failed to notice it. While knowing that this was reinforcement, they were also secretly shocked by the strength of the other elves. No, that's not right. It should still be a quasi-king, but it will be soon. The trainer, who had a piece of grass in his mouth, immediately spit out the grass in his mouth, looked at King Serpent solemnly, and made a judgment. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Rather than a quasi-king, he hoped that the other party was a king. Otherwise, they were both at the quasi-king level, and the difference in strength was too despairing. Then, a scene that made him even more desperate occurred. The leaping yellow electric light almost instantly covered nearly 2/3 of the offshore sea area, and the strong electric current even made the elves that were originally attacking subconsciously retreat a distance. Not only that, gray-black clouds began to gather over the ocean. Inside, you could vaguely see violent electric currents running. Electric Dragon, Thunder. A simple command came from Zay's mouth. The electric dragon kept a straight face and nodded cutely instead of being fierce. Instantly, boom, the strong thunder echoed in everyone's ears. They couldn't help but open their mouths. The thunder snake swam between the sea and the sky, and the bodies of the sea elves were covered with yellow electric light. The extremely exaggerated momentum made everyone have no doubt that this was an attack that only the king level elves could do. Gulp. Under the violent roar, everyone could clearly hear the sound of swallowing saliva. The dark clouds gradually dissipated. The sea surface returned to calm. One after another, the elves that had lost their ability to fight floated up from the sea. The sea elves that still had physical strength were also frightened, and they took their fellows to retreat to the distant sea. They couldn't understand why such a powerful elf suddenly appeared here, even though it had been a long time. Boo! The electric dragon, which had restrained its momentum and energy, called out to Zaya happily. Not bad. Zaya did not hesitate to praise him. Even with the influence of environmental factors, it did not hinder the effort and talent reflected by the electric dragon's thunder. Chew! The monarch snake slid in front of its own trainer with dissatisfaction. You are also great. Zaya quickly reached out and touched its head to comfort it. The monarch snake showed a satisfied smile. With a twist of its body, the upper body of its own trainer was tightly wrapped by it. ZHE didn't pay attention to the little action of the monarch serpent, but looked at the Pokémons in the ocean thoughtfully. The Starfish clan, the Slowpoke clan, the Golduck clan, the Stinger clan, the Giant Claw Crab clan, the Lanternfish clan. Were there so many Pokémons here from the beginning? Zaya suddenly asked Kita, who was standing beside him. Ah, yes. Kita hadn't reacted to the scene just now, and nodded woodenly after hearing Zaya's question. They could only resist the attack of the sea Pokémons, while the opponent's 1 person and 2 Pokémons could beat the sea Pokémons and make them retreat directly. If you convert it inside and outside, the opponent can at least use 2 Pokémons to kill twice as many of them. Kita said that he couldn't accept this result at all. It's not that he hasn't seen powerful trainers before, but the one in front of him seems to be a little beyond the standard. especially the lightning of the flash dragon, which gives people the feeling of destruction mixed with rebirth, and the contradiction makes people want to vomit blood. Zaya didn't care about the other party's thoughts. He frowned after hearing the affirmative answer. It's unreasonable, very unreasonable. According to the living habits of elves, even for elves in the ocean, it is rare for 2 or 3 different tribes to live in one area. Conflicts over food and group development will cause them to fight each other. Only a small number of elves that can coexist, or in other words, elves with no food conflicts can live together in harmony. But small frictions are inevitable. He has never heard of 6 or 7 elves attacking together. They suddenly became interested. No wonder Dr. Saoki said that the situation here is a bit tricky. Presumably, the other party is not referring to the strength and number of ocean elves, but the reason for their unusual collective attack. If the reason is not found, even if they are temporarily repelled like now, they will come back soon. Come back, Monarch Snake, Electric Dragon, Pidgeot, let's go up there and take a look. Zay took action without saying a word. Anyway, as long as the matter is resolved, it's fine, right? Beep. The incomparable Pidgeot took Zay up into the sky and disappeared from people's eyes almost instantly. Boss, that's... one of the team members asked. Huyate nodded carefully. Well, it should be the trainer who was invited to support. This strength is really terrifying. There was some reluctance in his words. Tetsua's youth is visible to the naked eye, even if he covered his face. Huyate felt that his efforts of the past 20 to 30 years were wasted on Magikarp. I think I know who that is. A team member said hesitantly. That Pidgeot looks very much like the Pokémon of the Ho-Oh Messenger. Tetsua's Pidgeot appeared in people's vision very frequently. Someone had already published relevant pictures and information on the Watch Pokémon forum, so it's not surprising to be recognized. Ho-Oh Messenger? The guards looked at each other. Somehow, they felt better. Hei Chengmei ran down the path beside him panting. Seeing that Tetsua had disappeared in the sky, she made a very surprised and lost sound. This? She looked at Kita in some confusion. Kita gave a helpless smile. Don't worry, the other party is most likely to solve the source of the problem alone, and we can't help much, so let's wait here. That's right, beautiful lady. I'm his friend Zaya Gang, from Kanto Nibi. I wonder if I'm lucky enough to know your age. Or, how about we take this opportunity to have a cup of tea? Zaya Gang's voice came from afar. It only took a few seconds for the nine-tailed fox to stop in front of everyone. Looking at this dark-skinned boy who suddenly appeared, the trainers and Chengmei couldn't help but have a few question marks in their heads. 4700. Chapter 498. Slowpoke Temple, the King of Slowpoke. Not to mention that Zaya Gang once again began to chase his big sister. Zaya was riding Pidgeot to track the whereabouts of the Sea Elves. Sure enough, is there something behind the scenes? Humans? Or elves? Looking at the actions of the Sea Elves below, Zaya's eyes flashed with curiosity. So many elves of different races, including predators such as agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish, can actually coexist peacefully and move forward together in the ocean. Not to say that it is unheard of, but it is also a strange thing that has never been seen before. Sitting cross-legged on Pidgeot's back, Zaya reached out and took out a map of the Johto region from his space backpack. His finger slid across the map. He calculated the possible location of the Black Hand behind the scenes, based on the direction of the Sea Elves' advance. Here. Or, here. Zaya muttered to himself. Beep. Pidgeot seemed to understand what he meant, spread its wings and chirped. Okay. They nodded with a smile. Then let's check all these places quickly. Let's go. As soon as the voice fell, Pidgeot once again increased his flying speed. A white streak crossed the clouds in the sky. The elves in the ocean seemed unaware and continued to move forward slowly. Cool Zay above the clouds opened his arms wantonly and enjoyed the breeze. In the 2 weeks in Yanmo City, Pidgeot did not relax at all. Its greatest progress and gain was reflected in the protection of trainers during flight. This was also thanks to the experience summary and help provided by Zaya-chan. He knew why every time he saw Do, the other party was standing on Dragonite to fly with a calm face. Zay had maliciously speculated more than once about the other party's embarrassed appearance in the air. After all, Dragonite's flying speed is also first class fast. Facts have proved that he thought too much. For ordinary trainers, it is still a bit painful for flying elves to fly themselves, and the high speed airflow is no joke. But for powerful trainers, especially those with a family behind them, this problem has long been solved. To put it simply, the Pokémon can completely protect the trainer from airflow by controlling the energy around the body. However, the training process and control method in the middle are very complicated. Tetsuya had deduced relevant training before, but the progress was too slow. Later, due to the addition of a Lido, he simply gave up the idea. In Yanmo City, with the help of Zyamichan and her Dragonite, after finding the trick, Pidgeot, who was already good at controlling the power of wind, easily accomplished what he could not do before. Tetsuya no longer has to worry about being blown like a fool when sitting on Pidgeot's back without a Lido's telekinetic protection. Of course, due to the problem of proficiency, Pidgeot can only guarantee that Tetsuya is fine when flying at the speed of sound. If it goes up, it will be what it should be. This requires Pidgeot to further improve his control of energy. However, Tetsuya thinks that the speed of sound is already very exaggerated, and the efficiency of 1 kilometer in 3 seconds is not a joke. With the help of Pidgeot, the man and the Pokémon searched for the special places he marked in no time. Pidgeot slowly slowed down and hovered in the air. Tetsuya looked at the lake below and touched his chin. You also feel that this place is a bit strange, right? Other places don't give me this feeling. Beep. Pidgeot nodded in approval. For some reason, the area below always gave it a very familiar feeling. Let's go, land over there. Tetsuya narrowed his eyes and directed Pidgeot to land on an open space. There was a temporary landing point for aerial Pokémons. Next to it, a temple-like building complex stood in the afternoon sun. Come on, take a look. You deserve the travel guide of Slowpoke Temple. Don't pay 998. Just 98. Noisy hawking voices rose and fell near the landing point. As soon as Pidgeot was about to land, the Pokémons and trainers around him tacitly made way for a part of the area. There was no way. Tetsuya's Pidgeot was too majestic in appearance. Coupled with the momentum brought by his strong strength, no one would be so blind as to provoke him, even though he covered his face and didn't look like a good person. Hey, this extremely powerful trainer, I guess you also heard about the reputation of our Slowpoke Temple and Slowpoke Lake, and came here specially. I have a travel guide for the nearby area here. It only costs 98 Alliance coins. It's absolutely worth it. Do you want one? As soon as they landed from Pidgeot's back, someone came up to sell it. He casually took out a $100 Alliance coin and handed it to the other party. The salesman took the money with one hand and handed Zaya a thin booklet with the other hand. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Zaya called him strangely. Hey, isn't it 98? Give me the change. The salesman was silent for a while, then took out 2 coins from his pocket and put them in Zaya's hand. It was the first time he saw a trainer who came here on Pidgeot asking for change. It was really down to earth. Thank you. Tetsuya put Pidgeot back into the Pokeball and smiled broadly at the salesman. Have fun. The salesman gave his last blessing, then flashed to another trainer to sell a travel brochure. Tetsuya didn't care what the people around him who noticed this scene thought and opened the brochure he bought with great interest. The Slowpoke Temple is located between the Ice and Snow Trail and Kaju Town, forming a triangular geographical distribution with them. The reason why it is named after Slowpoke is that there have been many Slowpokes living nearby since ancient times. The second reason is that a long time ago, a monk was enlightened here with Slowpoke, and the temple was built as a place for him and Slowpoke to meditate and practice, so it got its name. Even now, although a long time has passed, there are still many people who come here to practice. The so-called practice is actually a series of activities such as meditation, mopping the floor, fishing, etc., but it is done with Pokémon. From Tetsuya's point of view, such activities can indeed improve the tacit understanding between trainers and Pokémon, and also allow them to perform better in battle. It can be regarded as a good and cheap training. As for the Slowpoke Lake mentioned by the salesman, it is the lake that Tetsuya saw in the sky just now, which is behind the Slowpoke Temple. It is a special lake where only Slowpoke can catch Pokémon, while humans cannot. It is said that it is because the Pokémon in the lake can feel the desire of humans who fish, and Slowpoke does not want to fish, but is obsessed with who he is, so he can successfully catch fish. Although I don't know if this is really the reason, it is the fact that people come here in an endless stream. Because they were busy on the road before, Tetsuya and Zaya gang walked in a straight line from the Maribo Mountain to Kaju Town, and did not pass by here. It's interesting. Tetsuya nodded thoughtfully. Slowpoke, this Pokémon is very familiar to him. After all, its tail has brought him and his friends many wonderful experiences. Even in Hinoki Town, Slowpoke is still worshipped as a godlike spirit by the people there. However, places like Slowpoke Temple and Slowpoke Lake actually claim that Slowpoke can lead to enlightenment, which is a bit curious. You know, Slowpoke has always been synonymous with stupidity and dullness. Even after evolving into Slowpoke, this guy's no longer stupid, but still very forgetful, and most of his actions are directed by the shoulder on his tail. No matter how you look at it, this kind of spirit has nothing to do with the word enlightenment. However, ZHE is not one of them. Could it be that there is another Slowpoke around here? He thought so. ZHE also knew very well that Slowpoke's evolutionary form was not limited to Slowpoke. Even compared with the symbiotic evolution of Slowpoke, he felt that Slowpoke was the correct evolutionary path for Slowpoke. The high intelligence characteristics of psychic Pokémon are fully reflected in Slowpoke. If it was Slowpoke who was behind the scenes directing those CLs, Tetsuya would not be unacceptable. Although the evolutionary conditions of Slowpoke are unknown, and there are very few of them, its intelligence is no less than that of the world's top scientists, which has been personally certified by Professor Oak. Compared with ordinary humans, Slowpoke is completely stronger in terms of intelligence. But, what is the reason for doing this? Tetsuya thought as he stepped into the gate of the Slowpoke Temple. Wow, his attention was immediately attracted by a huge Slowpoke statue behind the gate. There was no other reason, just because this Slowpoke statue was very large, and it was made entirely of gold. Slurp Tetsuya swallowed subconsciously, and by the way, he killed the idea of moving the statue and selling it in the cradle. There was no way. He was really a little poor recently. It was a sin. The trainers who came to visit around him behaved no differently from Tetsuya, or even more exaggeratedly. Although gold is not that valuable in this world, it is rogue to talk about price without considering the quantity. The golden statue of Slowpoke, which is 2 people tall and more than 10 people wide, is the symbol of the Slowpoke Temple. According to the manual, this thing can better help trainers who come to practice to wash away distracting thoughts. Well, in many ways, it is true. Staring at such a large golden statue all day long, and not being able to move it away, and sell it for money, a person will eventually become calm, or more accurately, numb. The King of Slowpoke will bless everyone, and may every trainer practice successfully. In front of the golden statue, a young man dressed as a monk was praying for people with a peaceful face. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something, and cast his eyes to a corner of the crowd. The brown-haired donor wearing a mask, "Please stay." The monk calmly called Tetsuya, who was about to leave. Tetsuya subconsciously turned around, and raised his eyebrows, and pointed at himself. "Yes, it's you. Our host wants to meet you once." Hearing this, the trainers around cast envious eyes. Although he didn't know what this host did, and had never heard of this person, he sounded extraordinary. They hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed readily. It seemed that the person he was looking for, or perhaps the elf, had already discovered his arrival, and there was no ill intention. "Then please follow me, guest. Masako, the blessing in front of the statue is left to you." The monk led Zay into the temple, and asked another female practitioner beside him to take his place. On the way, Zay curiously asked about the news about the host. The monk looked embarrassed. "I'm really sorry, we usually don't reveal the identity of the host to the outside world. You will know when you see him." Zay narrowed his eyes, and nodded in understanding. It seemed that his guess had come true. The two soon came to a hidden corner of the temple. A wooden house, that was not luxurious, and could even be said to be very simple, appeared in front of Zay. "The host is inside. Please push the door and go in. I will take my leave first." The monk nodded to Zay, then bowed respectfully to the wooden house and left. Zay stood in the open space in front of the wooden house, and looked at the place. He did not choose to enter at the first time. "Since you are here, why don't you come in and take a look?" A faint voice sounded. Zay's mouth corners slightly raised. "As the host, shouldn't you let me see what you look like first? At least let me feel at ease, right, Slowking?" He was very sure that the voice did not come from the wooden house, but directly sounded in his heart. In this way, there is no need to guess the identity of the person inside, or more precisely, the elf. Bang! The door of the wooden house was suddenly opened from the inside to the outside. "You humans are too worried. Can I come in now?" The elf, standing on 2 feet and shaped like Slowpoke, appeared in the center of the room. There was an orange and white umbrella-like structure around its neck. The one on his head was still Shelder, but Shelder's eyes were on its back, and on the back, facing Tetsuya, there was a red gem-like structure. This was the king of the Slowpokes. Slowpoke had his hands behind his back, and his expression seemed very leisurely, but the voice in Tetsuya's heart was a little irritable. This was not quite in line with its title of Sage of the Sea. Tetsuya didn't say anything more, but walked into the wooden house. "Why did you command the sea elves to attack the research institute there? The construction there didn't affect the ecology too much, and the elves could benefit a lot from it after it was built," he asked directly, as soon as he came up. Although the strength of the Slowpoke in front of him was as high as a champion, Tetsuya just felt strangely that it would not hurt him. This feeling was similar to Pidgeot's closeness to the lake, without reason, but it made people willing to believe it. "That won't work." Facing Tetsuya's questioning, Slowpoke was not angry, but shook his head firmly. "Or, even if it is to be built, it will take a few years." Chapter 499, as agreed, diving into the deep sea. Zay's expression remained unchanged. "What's the reason?" This time, he was commissioned by Dr. Saoki to help the research institute succeed. Naturally, he would not give up just because of a word from Slowpoke, even though it has the powerful strength of a champion. If it really doesn't work, Dr. Saoki can ask Dr. Oak for help. I believe Dr. Oak must be very interested in the extremely rare Slowpoke, which is a champion. If the younger one can't beat him, he will ask the older one. It has been like this since ancient times. Zay is not wrong at all. Slowpoke, with his hands behind his back, was silent. Living in the Slowpoke temple and having contact with humans, it certainly knows the power of the alliance. Even the adult it serves is not very willing to intervene in the struggle between ordinary elves and humans, because that is both the law of nature and the intention of the Great Lord. But this time is a little different. If you can build a research institute in another place, I will be happy to provide you with all the help I can. I still have some faith among the nearby sea elves. Slowpoke, with blue-purple light in his eyes, said so. It still did not tell the specific reason. ZHE also frowned. Intellectually, this is actually a good choice. Because from the other party's behind-the-scenes command for more than half a month, Slowking is more than just a little face in the sea elves. If he is right, the role played by the other party should be more like a wise man, leading the sea elves to survive in the nearby seas and rivers. But the location of the research institute is not something that can be changed at will. Although ZHE is not very knowledgeable in this regard, it is unrealistic to think about it. The research of elves is very targeted. The researchers who set up the research institute are likely to have taken a fancy to the special features of the sea area there. If the research is changed to another place, it is likely that it will not be able to be carried out. This is no different from not being able to establish a research institute. But just in case, he still asked Xiaogang and the research institute through his watch. "Sorry." Soon, under the gaze of Slowking, ZHE also shook his head apologetically. After reading the reply message, the location of the research institute cannot be changed unless you can let the group of Laplaces that pass through here every year change to a fixed migration route. Then there is nothing to say. Slowking was also a little helpless. Laplace is gentle, but pays great attention to its partners. Their migration routes will almost never change, so that those who get lost during the migration can find the location of the tribe. Even it can't do anything about it. The man and the elf were deadlocked in the wooden house, staring at each other. "Otherwise, tell me the reason why we can't build a research institute there?" Zay was a little speechless. He didn't expect that a simple guarding and driving away task would become so troublesome. Champion level elves are not something that can be found everywhere. Who would have thought that in the famous Slowpoke temple in the Johto area, there would be a champion level Slowpoke king serving as the abbot? If the other party is really determined not to let the research institute be built, it would be a bit troublesome. The most important thing is that this Slowpoke king is a riddle man. A few traces of entanglement flashed across the face of the Slowpoke king in a very human way. Zay's sudden appearance was also beyond its expectation. It is clear that the research institute over there has been unable to hold on for half a month, but such a human appeared. Even without the Alliance's deterrence, the complex aura of various mythical beasts on Zay made Slowking dare not attack him. Slowking was very curious about how this human met so many adults. It was not until this moment that it understood why it did not foresee the other party's scene when it used the future prediction before. Just kidding. Its future prediction is not strong enough to break through such a strong aura of mythical beasts. Besides, future prediction is not omnipotent. Maybe the future it saw does not include this human. Hey, it sighed faintly. Just when Zay thought there was no room for negotiation, Slowking spoke. In fact, the adult I serve recently gave birth to a child. The child is naughty. It will be troublesome if you humans find out. Huh. Zay's face suddenly became very strange. Does the time for the mythical beasts to give birth to children have been discussed internally? If he didn't know that the offspring of the mythical beasts could not be born through mutual fusion, he would have suspected that Articuno and Lugia were in love. Yes, it was Lugia. After all, in the recorded legends, the sages of the sea all serve around the god of the sea. In terms of job title, it is more like a dedicated butler. Although there is probably only one real god of the sea, it does not prevent every Lugia from having a Slowking following him. Slowking tilted his head and did not quite understand what the other party meant. The Articuno in the White Snow Mountain also plans to have a child. ZHE also explained weakly. Not only that, his martial arts bear master also seems to have this plan. Slowking nodded in understanding. That Articuno? It should be, because his lifespan is almost at its limit. My great-grandfather once mentioned this to me. Excuse me, how old are you this year? Hearing this, ZHE also asked subconsciously. Me. Slowking was a little confused, but still honestly told his age. I should be 86 this year. What's wrong? It's okay. ZHE also waved his hand. If he is 86 years old, that's not bad. Judging from the age of the Slowking clan, the other party should have just entered the prime of life. No wonder he didn't feel the feeling of old age from the other party. However, this is a bit troublesome. Zay sighed. Slowking nodded in agreement. If it weren't for this reason, it would not be willing to care about the waters near Wakaba town from such a distance. But as a dedicated subordinate, Slowking felt that it should protect the offspring of its master. If this was discovered by malicious humans, it would not be good. Especially after the birth of the offspring, the adults who fell into a weak state spent most of their time sleeping at the bottom of the ocean, and their perception of the surrounding environment became very weak. If something happened to the child, there would be no way to find out and react in the first time. Now the only thing to be thankful for is that the human who came to negotiate is valued by Lord Fenghuang. Otherwise, Slowking would not dare to say this matter so simply. Zay's mind was turning frantically. He also had some guesses about this newly born Lugia. It must be the silver that Zyozzy met in the future. However, according to the performance in the animation, the area where the other party is active should be the Whirlpool Islands area in the west of the Johto region, not the sea area near Wakaba town in the east. That's right. According to legend, the Whirlpool Islands were split into Whirlpool Islands by the angry Lugia. It is natural that others don't want their children to move around there. As for why it appeared later, Zyozzy's protagonist Halo is no joke. To put it more cleverly, the invisible trust between humans and Pokémon reappeared in Zyozzy, so Lugia appeared there. No matter what shortcomings Zyozzy has, his love for elves is unquestionable. Maybe we can try it in advance, Zay muttered to himself. What do you mean by try it in advance? Slowking asked curiously. Tetsuya raised his head. What I mean is, why not let little Lugia move to another place? Anyway, for Lugia, as long as it is in the rivers and seas of Johto, it should make no difference where it is, right? and there are actually quite a lot of people active near the seas over in Wakaba town. When Slowking heard what Tetsuya said, he subconsciously wanted to object. But, after thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is indeed possible. The main reason why he didn't do this before was because of Tetsuya. To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of face. In Slowking's view, if he was not worried about the safety of little Lugia, there would be no reason for his own offspring to avoid humans. Even if he couldn't warn him directly, it was reasonable to drive him away. But it was different with Tetsuya's words. The relationship between the King of Ho and Lugia is well known to everyone, and it is not a big deal to give a little face to the human that the King of Ho has taken a fancy to. Seeing that Slowking seemed a little hesitant, Tetsuya struck while the iron was hot. Although the Johto region does not have as many waters as Hoenn, there are also several very good places, such as Altamare in the southwest, and the Whirlpool Islands further north. If that doesn't work, the sea area not far away to the south of Johto City is also okay. Altamare, also known as the Water City, is an isolated island between the southwest coast of the Johto region, and is the most beautiful city in the world. The point is that it is the area where the two siblings Latius and Latius live. From the relationship between the various mythical beasts that Tetsuya knows so far, they are actually very friendly to each other. Therefore, if you go to Altamare, little Lugia may be able to get the protection of the two siblings. The sea area south of Johto City is where Sukyun, one of the Phoenix King's guards, lives, which is also a good choice. Slowking fell into deep thought. Altamare, Whirlpool Islands and Johto City? Indeed, these three places can be considered good. The Whirlpool Islands were the adults' former territory anyway, so it seems possible to go back. But it's just a Slowking, and it can't make decisions for adults. Slowking raised his head and glanced at Tetsuya. Tetsuya immediately responded with a sincere smile. He hoped that this matter would be resolved smoothly. He was obsessive compulsive and didn't want to see his mission success rate drop. Although no one would think that this kind of accident was his problem, the data would not change. I need to ask the adults for instructions. Slowking closed his eyes and thought for a while, then replied to Tetsuya, "Of course." 5 minutes later, Tetsuya, who was riding on Pidgeot and flying in the air with Slowking, was surprised and expectant. He didn't expect that Slowking meant to ask Lugia directly and took him with him. Tetsuya thought that the two psychic Pokémons could communicate through telekinesis. It must be said that this was indeed a pleasant surprise. You know, although he has seen many mythical beasts, they are all the three sacred birds and the three sacred beasts. I don't mean to look down on it, but compared to Lugia, it is obviously not an individual of the same level. Even if this Lugia is not the god of the sea, its strength must not be much worse. Which sea area does it live in? Tetsuya turned his head and asked Slowking, which was parallel to Pidgeot. The champion level telekinesis gave Slowking an extremely powerful force. Although it is not a spirit that is good at flying, its burst speed is still not inferior to Pidgeot carrying Tetsuya. The junction of Kanto and Johto seas. Slowpoke didn't hide too much. After all, Tetsuya would be able to observe it himself after arriving. Tetsuya blinked. That's quite close to the Orange Islands. What are you doing? Feeling Tetsuya's unconcealed gaze, Slowpoke unconsciously lowered his flying altitude a little. Nothing, I just think your posture is a little funny, Tetsuya said honestly. Slowpoke's body is not much different from Slowpoke's, and the pink and tender body flying in the air is indeed a little funny. In addition, the other party had been holding his hands behind his back, with the blue-purple light in his eyes and the orange-white umbrella around his neck, which not only did not make him look majestic, but also made him look even more ridiculous. Slowking squeezed his hands and resisted the urge to throw this human out. Soon, under the leadership of Slowking, they came to a calm and boundless sea. Plop. Slowking rushed into the water with his superpowers without saying a word. Zhe also shook his head helplessly. Come out, Prince Bo, come back, Pidgeot. As he said that, he also took out a portable oxygen bottle from his space backpack with extremely fast hand speed. Poga. Plop. After a short period of weightlessness, a man and an elf also fell into the sea. As soon as he entered the water, Zhe opened his eyes in surprise. There is air in my telekinetic barrier, don't worry. Slowking stood in the sea with his hands behind his back, looking very leisurely. Based on its body, an invisible barrier separated the seawater. ZHE could even breathe and move freely like on land. Is this your Pokémon? Why did you release it? It looked at Prince Bo with some curiosity. ZHE looked normal and did not take back the oxygen tank. Nothing. I'm not very good at swimming, just in case, and it is also a good opportunity to let it move around. Slowking quickly understood ZHE's thoughts and shook his head helplessly. Relax your body, I will take you down. It did not say much, but took ZHE straight to the depths of the ocean. Prince Bo waved his hands and followed outside the barrier. For it, which should have lived in the ocean, it did not need the help of Slowking's barrier at all. Otherwise it would be too unfair to the classification of water Pokémon. With the help of Slowking, ZHE opened his eyes wide and curiously admired the rare scenery in the ocean. Various water Pokémon swam leisurely and wantonly in the water. This is an area that humans have not yet explored. Common ones include Magikarp and horned goldfish. Rare ones include Gyarados and gem starfish. And ZHE also saw a group of black seahorses following Seathorn Dragon to live on the seabed. Maybe because Lugia lives and cultivates here, the strength of the marine elves here is quite good. Facing the sudden visit of 2 people and 1 elf, they did not make any moves, but carried on their original lives. Even the most irritable Gyarados did not come up to cause trouble. As the diving depth increases, the light becomes less and less, the surrounding environment becomes darker and darker, and the number of elves gradually decreases. 300 meters, 500 meters, 1000 meters, 1500 meters. Prince Bo, who was swimming beside him, became visibly more exhausted. In the previous life, a depth of more than 500 meters was the maximum diving depth for emperor penguins. At this position, the water pressure acting on humans or penguins would be roughly equivalent to the force of a polar bear standing on a 1 yuan coin. Although the physique of the elves is not comparable to the animals in Zay's previous life, when the depth data reached 3 times, Prince Bo, who had not yet evolved into the final form, felt some pressure after all. If you can't hold on, come in. With the faint light of the telekinetic barrier, Zay shouted to Prince Bo and gestured. Prince Bo waved his wings to show that he understood. Slowking hesitated a little, but still didn't say much. It just silently shrank the surrounding barriers a little. Even if it was as strong as it was, it didn't dare to say that it could resist it willfully, especially now that it was carrying a person. Zay also felt a little bad. If there was a problem with Slowking's defense, the extremely strong water pressure would instantly turn his body into a pool of mud. Although the human body in the elf world is strong, it is not strong to this extent. He subconsciously tightened the elf ball representing a leader on his waist. Don't worry, it's okay. Slowking comforted Zay with a slightly serious expression. Your words are not convincing at all. Zay complained bluntly. It's too late for him to regret now. Slowking rolled his eyes. My aura is very familiar to you. I guess you didn't expect me to bring humans here, so you didn't react when you were resting. Besides, don't you have the aura of Ho-Oh? You won't just stand by and watch me die. I hope so. Zay shrugged helplessly and then pulled Prince Pio in, who was a little bit unable to hold on. Poga Prince Pio panted with difficulty. It flapped its wings and complained to the trainer in dissatisfaction. Yes, I know you can still hold on, but there's no need. Just save some energy and let Slowking take us down. Zay patted its little head comfortingly. This must be done for the proud little guy with a strong self-esteem, otherwise it won't work. Prince Pio also knew that now was not the time to complain about this, so he curled up and nestled in Zay's arms obediently. Fortunately, the 1 meter tall Prince Slow isn't a large Pokémon, so there's no need to worry about it not being able to stay still. 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 7,000 meters. The depth was getting deeper and deeper, and Slowking's telekinetic barrier had shrunk to the point where it was just enough for Tetsuo Iron Pokémon to stand up straight. Its hands were finally no longer behind its back, but one hand was raised to maintain a stable output of telekinesis. Both the man and the elf held their breath and dared not move. Deeper in the sea, a pair of white eyes that occupied most of the area slowly opened. It looked up at the sea above. Woohoo 5k, I'll do my best for tomorrow's 2W5, and I'll post one chapter after I finish writing it. I'm ready to start writing. Chapter 500, a different flying experience. Whoa, the long sound echoed in the seawater and soon reached the ears of Zaire and Slowking. What is this? Zaire's eyes lit up. Slowking breathed a sigh of relief. My lord is awake. As soon as the voice fell, Zaire instantly felt his body lighten, and then he fell madly towards the bottom of the sea, as if he was weightless in the air. He and Prince Bo in his arms immediately tensed up, and their eyes closed involuntarily. I don't know how long it took, maybe only a few seconds. When Zaire relaxed his body and opened his eyes, a clear sea area emitting azure light strangely appeared in front of him. The reason why it was strange was that the extremely dark sea water not far away still showed that he was in the deep sea. There is no doubt that the creator of such a scene could only be the elf in front of him. Zaire took a deep breath and raised his head with a little respect. Hello, god of the sea. Hello, human. But I'm not the god of the sea, just an ordinary Lugia. The majestic yet gentle voice sounded in the clear sea. The huge creature in front of Tetsuya finally showed its figure completely. Most of its body is pure white, its belly is light blue, and the mask-like structure around its eyes and its dorsal and caudal fins are blue like the sea. The scales covering its body resemble the feathers of a bird Pokémon, and its two huge wings are slightly closed like human hands. In the sea water, its dorsal fin is moving with the current. It is the mythical god of the sea, Lugia. Of course, the one in front of Tetsuya is just one of the Lugia tribe, as it said, not the strongest god of the sea. But this does not hinder the essence of the mythical beast and its super strength. Slowking, who brought Tetsuya here, floated beside Lugia with a calm face. You smell like many friends on you, I really miss them. Lugia's body swam slowly, and its head slightly moved closer to Tetsuya. Tetsuya and Prince Bo did not dare to move. It was not the first time that he had encountered a spirit or even a mythical beast with the characteristics of oppression, but it was the first time that a situation like the Lugia in front of him had oppressed people to the point that they could not move or even breathe. And it seemed that this Lugia, who was relatively mild-tempered, had restrained himself a lot. Otherwise, he doubted whether he could stand awake. I'm so sorry, because I just woke up. I had a little problem with the control of my power. Fortunately, Lugia immediately found something wrong. The surrounding seawater suddenly fluctuated. Who Tetsuya and Prince Bo gasped hard. This feeling was really not good. The eyes of the Slowking floating on the side emitted a blue-purple supernatural light, and a faint white light surrounded the body of one person and one spirit. Their bodies quickly recovered under the treatment of the healing wave. Slowking has told me your idea. I think we can try it. Lugia flapped its wings leisurely. Only in the deep sea, it does not need to worry about how much its power will affect the environment above. If this happened on the sea, it would be a storm for more than a month if it wasn't careful, and the sea god in the tribe would come to trouble it. This is why the Lugia tribe, although giant birds, live in the deep sea. But Lugia showed obvious hesitation. It's not possible in Aldemar. There are too many humans there. Our tribe doesn't have the ability to hide their bodies or even transform like Latius and Latius, and my child will be easily discovered. In the south of Johor City, Sukun doesn't often move there, and he is busy purifying water sources in various places, and I'm afraid he doesn't have time to help me take care of my child. In this way, the only place left is the Whirlpool Islands. At this point, it sighed visibly. I guess you also know the reason for the formation of the Whirlpool Islands, and that was indeed the result of my action. Understandable, understandable. What else can Zaire say? He can only smile along with his feelings. He can't point at Lugia's nose and say that you have a bad temper, right? And according to records, the reason why Lugia did this was that humans coveted the power of the mythical beast. At that time, Whirlpool Island, which was still a whole super large island, was located at the junction of two countries. Both sides believed that Whirlpool Island should belong to them. After all, the news that Lugia lived on Whirlpool Island was known to everyone at that time. Once the island belongs to a certain country, it will undoubtedly be much more convenient to do things under the banner of Lugia. It is even possible that Lugia will protect its own country, which would be better. Therefore, the two countries quarreled and finally fought near Whirlpool Island. The result is obvious. Their actions not only failed to clarify the ownership of the island, but also angered the Lugia living on the island. In a rage, Lugia split Whirlpool Island into 4 pieces, namely the 4 large islands of Kingayan, Huangayan, Chian and Yan'an. At the same time, there are also a large number of small islands that were spread out by its power, forming a spiral shape with the large islands. That is the Whirlpool Islands today. It was a blessing in disguise. The Whirlpool Islands, which had few people, became a famous check-in spot after this incident. The Whirlpool Islands are not deserted at all, and there are many towns and entertainment facilities. The Whirlpool Islands competition, which is held every 3 years for water attribute Pokémon trainers, has attracted many trainers. According to Zaya's original plan, he planned to go there after completing the tasks here. Before I saw you, I didn't plan to go back to Whirlpool Island, even for my child. Lugia stared straight at Zaya, but since the Phoenix King has appeared and given you the rainbow feather, I'm also happy to make some attempts. If a human discovers my child during his growth and chooses to become a partner with it instead of hoping to get its power, I can go back to Whirlpool Island to live again. You won't be disappointed. Zaya smiled at it. What this world lacks the most is people who are full of love for elves, right? Maybe. Lugia did not comment. In recent years, it has been weak and dormant, and has not paid too much attention to humans. It only hopes that what happened thousands of years ago will not happen again. As for the safety of the child, there are only a few Lugia in this world. Even if it is weak and falls into a deep sleep, the other Lugia will devote some of their energy to its children, so there is no need to worry at all. The real god of the sea lives in the sea not far away. Woo, under the gaze of Tetsuya and Prince Bo, the huge Lugia stretched its neck again and made a melodious cry. Woo, in the dark sea water in the distance, a slightly immature cry of the same kind responded. A Lugia that has shrunk 10 times in size quickly returned to its parents. Tetsuya stared at the little Lugia in a daze. This size is much smaller than he expected. Prince Bo in his arms forcibly broke free from the trainer's hands and swam to the little Lugia curiously. He stretched out his wings to measure the length and found that this guy was not even as tall as himself. Poga Prince Pio suddenly stood up, with his hands on his hips, looking at little Lugia proudly. Woo. Little Lugia tilted his head, not quite understanding what the water elf in front of him was doing. Poga Prince Pio carelessly stretched out his wings and patted little Lugia's body, then pointed at himself. Little boy, you will be protected by me from now on, understand? Little Lugia looked up at his parents in confusion. You called me back, just to find me a big brother? This doesn't look like you gave birth to him. Lugia and Zhe also looked at their own children in silence. No, what's wrong with you for following Ice Vulpix all day long and not learning from it? Zhe was also annoyed and pulled Prince Pio's feet behind him. This idiot, didn't you see that his parents were there? We can't beat them. If you want to fool him, you have to wait until they are gone. Poga Prince Pio suddenly became angry. It has been coveting the new little brother of Ice Vulpix for a long time. Finally, it has a smaller guy. Can't it take it back to show off? Isn't the round land shark born? Go and subdue it as a little brother. Poga Prince Pio shook his head decisively. No, I don't want it even if I die. I don't know why. Every time it looks at the round land shark, it feels cold and has an ominous premonition. Besides, it is not a fool. Ice Vulpix can press the little brother to the ground and beat him, but it can't. If the little brother evolves in the future and becomes stronger than it, the big brother, it will be so embarrassing. Zhe was also stunned by what it said. Isn't the little Lugia even stronger? Poga, Prince Pio waved his wings proudly. You don't understand this. By the time that little guy grows to look like its father/mother, it may have been buried for many years. Bang. Zhe hit Prince Bo's head in annoyance, thinking that you are planning this. However, thanks to Prince Bo's words, the interest in little Lugia that just emerged in his heart disappeared immediately. Indeed, according to his impression, the size of little Lugia after 7 or 8 years is still not very big. According to this growth rate, it will take at least 100 years for the other party to reach the level of a divine beast. With this time, he might as well think about how to make his partners break through the 3rd level gods. It can only be said that Arceus is still very fair. Although a first level god like Lugia has an almost infinite lifespan and super strength, it corresponds to an extremely long growth period. On the other side, Lugia is also educating little Lugia. Playing outside every day, I don't know what elves have taught him badly, and he dares to say this about his parents. Little Lugia shrank his head and dared not say more. If he was detained at the bottom of the sea and not allowed to go out to play, it would be a huge loss for him. Slowking looked around and suddenly felt that he seemed to be a little redundant. Woo, after Lugia told him, little Lugia finally knew that he was about to be liberated, and he howled with great joy. The look he gave Tetsuya became softer. This is a good man. As a result, the look in little Lugia's eyes when looking at Prince Pio changed. It seems that being a younger brother is not impossible. This guy's trainer can convince his parents to let him run around. Poga. Prince Pio felt the gaze of little Lugia, stretched out his wings, and scratched his head. The education came to an end soon. Lugia brought little Lugia to Tetsuya again. Then, let's get ready to go. Go? Tetsuya hadn't reacted to what Lugia meant, and his body fell into a state of weightlessness again. Countless phantoms and after images passed by his eyes. Light came in an instant. Tetsuya subconsciously stretched out his palm to cover his eyes. Bou familiar calls rang out. Feeling the breath of the long-lost wind, Tetsuya opened his eyes blankly. Layers of white clouds surrounded him. Under his butt, a white behemoth was flying. Gudang he swallowed subconsciously. After confirming again and again, ZHE also confirmed one thing. He was now riding Lugia in the air. Zyos, he is actually me? The first thought that popped up in his mind was a bit strange. To be honest, the flying of the legendary beast is different from that of Pidgeot. It is much more stable. This was the second thought. Looking at the trainer with a dull look in his eyes, Prince Pio waved his wings with some disdain. Then, it turned its gaze to the little Lugia, who was also on Lugia's back. Poga, what? Are you uncomfortable? This is my first time flying with a human. Please forgive me. Feeling that the human body on his back seemed a little stiff, Lugia also thoughtfully strengthened the protection. Sure enough, the human was still too weak. No, no, no. ZHE also shook his head repeatedly. I'm just too excited. Although not as domineering as the black shining green caterpillar, Lugia is not bad either. Judging from its appearance, this big guy can be considered a powerful beast among the mythical beasts. Click, 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 what are you doing? Lugia asked curiously, listening to the sound coming from his back. They silently put down the selfie watch in his hand. Nothing, just record it. You don't mind humans knowing your existence, right? It's okay, as long as my child is not discovered. It's still too weak. Lugia is as easy to talk to as always. Come to think of it, if it has a bad temper, it won't spend so much energy to give birth to a cub. That's good. They nodded in understanding, and then took out a camera from the space backpack. For this kind of thing, of course you have to take pictures and record it. 25,000 yuan is probably not enough, but 15,000 yuan can try. It's not the time to be sick. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.